This is Emergence. Our first Fireside Chat of the day is hosted by Edin Au and his special guest, Andreas Nicolos.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome all to the day 2 of the Emergence event. I know it's like very early in the morning, so I really appreciate you guys, coming here and attend these, events on the at the Emergence Stage. Today we have, I'm Eden, Research Director at the Block. Today we have Andreas from Access Protocol. So Access Protocol is like a Web3 content monetization protocol. So some of you might wonder what that means. So yeah, today we're going to figure out what Access does, what problems it solves or tries to solve, and what are the challenges that it's facing. Hi, Andreas.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to talk today.
Right, thank you. I did say, Access is like a Web3 content monetization protocol. Do you think that's an accurate description? Like, how would you describe it?
Yeah, it's kind of evolved over time, and I really see us as the top layer for media and content creators to establish on-chain relationships with their audiences. So no different than Web 2 in, say, the early 2000s. You want to establish a list of email participants that you can communicate with, interact with, and perhaps refer to other companies and accumulate revenue. We are helping media companies and independent content creators establish on-chain relationships with their audiences via staking of our native ACS token.
Right, fair. So like through Web3 to monetize content, how does it solve the major issues or obstacles that major subscribers and creators face?
Yeah, so the B2C category within media is just like incredibly horrible. People and companies are failing at engaging their users in a B2C format. So really, if you're a media company and you're not operating within like a niche B2B market, it's really hard to kind of build your business up in a way that's sustainable. So what we really looked at is that consumers are kind of sick of paying for subscriptions, and they are sick of managing hundreds of subscriptions across a bunch of different media companies. So we looked to crypto to try to solve this, and early on we kind of saw that a lot of the platforms and companies that were trying to fill this space were actually just worse off than like the Web 2 solutions. So naturally we turned to staking, where users are incentivized to participate and engage with media, and actually the more that they stake, the more that they're actually rewarded for their engagement with media companies. So really like the two things that we're looking at to bolster for media companies is lifetime value and average revenue per user. And naturally with staking, it's a one action kind of thing that users do. So that kind of resolves the issue of recurring payments. So it's basically a set it and forget it subscription. Naturally, you can claim your rewards every single day and continue to stake on top of that. So lifetime value kind of gets solved by that. On the average revenue per user side, users are incentivized. They want to stake more. If they enjoy a specific creator that they're engaging with, they're going to get incentivized by staking more with them. So what we found is we have over 260,000 subscriptions on platform so far today. and 50% of those stake more than double the minimum threshold to enter a subscription. So that was really like a validation towards the idea that staking is this new way for media companies to engage their subscribers. All you need is just a little bit of incentives to engage your audience.
Right, interesting. So you mentioned staking, because staking is pretty common in the crypto world, but I feel like this concept might be quite novel for content monetization platforms. Like a lot of Web2 alternatives, they use, as you mentioned, like recurring payment models. So one simple question is, why staking?
Yeah, so you want, in our view, like staking is the purest form of like an on-chain follow, effectively. So how can you have this like recurring relationship with your audience that isn't ever going to be severed? And on-chain transactions are difficult in the sense of like recurring payments, and oftentimes insecure and not secure. So being able to just have this persistent relationship with your audience and see it evolve over time is really important. So over time, what you'll find is we share this data with our partners, is you can see the average stake of your clients go up or down depending on the service that you're doing. So you basically have this like evolution directly in front of you on chain, and you can basically adapt your models based on if you're performing well or if you're performing poorly. So it's a very fluid relationship that's really important and probably way better than these standard subscriptions where people set it and forget it and often have like no intuition or idea if their clients are happy, frustrated, whatever have you.
All right, thank you. So, speaking of staking, like, a lot of these actions are on-chain. So you're trying to build like an economy, surrounding those content creators, like a completely separate on-chain economy. So, like, how do you think the on-chain economy is gonna shape the future development of content monetization?
Yeah, so one of the big things that we found is there's a massive disparity between value created and value captured within the media landscape. So I kind of mentioned this to you backstage, was the block started in 2017. Crypto was at like $150 to $300 billion market cap worldwide. We've now seen that go to almost 4 trillion right now, and I would argue that the block has been like a really important company in the space, providing an incredible amount of value that has informed a bunch of different financial decisions across the global crypto economy. And my presumption is that like the value captured on chain by the block during that time has been zero. And that is something that's incredibly unfortunate and actually like creates like misaligned incentives in many ways. And I believe that media should be participating directly in this on-chain ecosystem and economy. And I believe now that like things have developed, infrastructure has gotten better, that media now has the opportunity to participate as we go from a $3-4 trillion global ecosystem to a $10 to $30 trillion ecosystem in the next 5 to 10 years.
Right. Speaking of media, so how do you think media can seize these opportunities to, maximize like their value and how to, for example, share revenue or reward their early supporters using access or similar Web3 monetization protocols?
Yeah. So the few things that media can do is referrals. One thing necessary for that is attribution. So one of the best cases of on-chain referrals that use both Web 2 and Web 3 was CoinGecko with GMX. I don't know if anyone know this, but fun fact, CoinGecko was the largest referrer and revenue shareholder from GMX. So I think they got like $1 million+ in token incentives by just sending people and embedding a link from CoinGecko's site and sending them to GMX. And I think that more and more media companies and ecosystems should be participating in those types of rev share agreements. So basically, like from a media perspective, it's how do you establish a top of funnel for your audience and building these on-chain relationships no different than you have with emails, and then figuring out ways to provide incremental incentives to these audiences and drive value down funnel and capture a little bit of the revenue generated in the most valuable area, which is down funnel. So the first step is like one, being wallet aware. We work with, I would say 10 to 15 media companies now. And I don't know why, but every media company has been very hesitant towards becoming wallet aware. And it's very simple. It's literally just kind of embedding a simple wallet connect. And I understand that it's like some additional technical debt that you have to deal with as a media company, and you may not be prepared to deal with it, but it is an investment towards your future and being able to participate. So yeah, you really want to establish this top of funnel and at least take the first step towards acknowledging that your audience is on chain and building a strategy in terms of how you can capture that value down funnel.
Yeah, media is slowly but certainly moving Web3. So we do see, you know, as you mentioned, quite a lot of media adopting and being onboarded to access. So we do see, you know, increasing adoption in Web3 technologies amongst, you know, the media. So yeah, that's good. Moving on, like the on-chain economy, like as you mentioned, the media can also be like a very good distribution channel, so that they, by being a distribution channel, they can also capture a lot of revenue if we have like a more sophisticated Web3 economy. So moving on, we mentioned something like the on-chain identity of, you know, users. So how do you think like Web3 protocol, like media or, you know, other content producers, they can use, you know, the on-chain digital identities of their subscribers to, further incentivize their users?
Yeah, so on-chain identity is really interesting. And right now, like media in the Web 2 sense, basically have some sort of identity for you online via cookies. They can have a vague idea of what it is that you like, your spending behaviors, et cetera, and then they target you based off of that. So the idea of on-chain identity and basically accumulating all of our personal wallets to a pseudonymous account where people can identify that you are a participant in these protocols and you hold this much value across all of your wallets is incredibly important, and something like some people as like sovereign individuals get a little bit upset about the idea of being potentially targeted based on your on-chain identity. But if you layer in incentives, I think that it's a perfectly plausible solution. So like the idea of being wallet aware and knowing the identity on-chain of all of your users is something that's incredibly appealing. And if we were able to aggregate like all of your wallets and create some sort of on-chain identity for you, I think that protocols would probably pay a few $1,000s to just get in front of you and have the opportunity for you to play around with their product. And hopefully if it's good enough, you're going to stick around, you're going to tell your friends, you're going to probably deposit a bunch of cash that, you know, you've hard-earned work that you've gotten from the block. And yeah, so it's just a much more effective way to target and get in front of power users within the ecosystem and to drive value. So in that kind of relationship, you can see a protocol spending $1,000 and say 500 of it going to you and 500 of it going to the referring platform. And when you think about like just standard Web 2 advertising, people pay something along the lines of $4 to $6 per 1,000 impressions, which is ridiculously cheap. So this would massively boost CPM, which is cost per mil or cost per 1,000 impressions, and arguably be more effective and more targeted and higher performant.
Right, thank you. So we talk a lot about, you know, the promises or, you know, the advantages of these, you know, Web3 monetization protocols. But, you know, what are some of the, you know, challenges that users might face? Like maybe they, like not everyone is, that tech savvy enough to use a wallet.
Yeah. Oh man, I could go on about challenges all day. So first and foremost, I would say we've done a lot of great work, the ecosystem, not Access, on embedded wallets. There's a lot of great companies, Privy, Turnkey, TipLink, that have all kind of created very unique flows to onboard via social, so call it Gmail, Twitter, whatever have you. The challenges there is interoperability. And Access is a protocol. We have an application ourselves, but we need our subscribers to be able to also visit our media publications and receive the utility that they offer on their platform. And the issue with a lot of these companies is that there isn't that composability and interoperability. So we all find that we connect our Gmails to 30 different applications, and we have 30 different wallets that we can't sync across all of them. A few of these companies are now starting to remove the walls in these walled gardens, but they're opt-in programs where you have to basically opt in for another company to be able to share the wallet that you've already created on your application. I think TipLink does an awesome job in terms of just having that embedded function, especially on mobile, and the interoperability. So they're the first company that I've seen that has gone default interoperable, which is really important from like a user's perspective. So if you know that you created a wallet and you're a new user to crypto, it's pretty confusing going on one application, thinking that you have some funds on it, and then going to another, and you basically have to start from zero. So that's a really big hurdle. Another issue just from like the Access side is like staking is really cool. It's hard to explain, and it's very difficult in terms of the steps that you need to do to actually get into a staked relationship with a creator. So we had a 4-step process before, and we've, over the last year and a half, been able to turn that down into a 1-step process. And the biggest thing is basically just abstraction. So before, users had to create a wallet, they had to buy our native token, they then needed Solana in order to actually stake that token, and then they need to stake the token, and then they have a subscription. So that flow was horrible, admittedly, and we've made a lot of progress in the last year and a half. So what we've done now is we've tied these stake accounts to compressed NFTs. So these compressed NFTs are basically the digital holder of the stake account, and users, all they need to do now is create a wallet, and with a single payment can be transferred that subscription, which then is uniquely identified with their account. So it's going to take some time to get it perfect, but we're already making kind of great progress in terms of just like reducing the number of touch points that users need to actually get into an on-chain relationship.
Right, interesting. So, you know, like the wallet infrastructure is just getting better and better every year. So, as you mentioned, you know, we have like embedded wallets. You have, you know, NFTs representing like a position of a user. So, you know these, methods of abstraction is making the user experience better and better. So, so that's great on the user side. But how about, you know, on the content creator side? What unique challenges do they face when they are trying to use these protocols?
Yeah, I guess one is like the content creator. They're content creators, are not developers necessarily. Like their competitive advantage is in their knowledge of content and writing it, not in terms of interacting with these technologies. So that's one of the biggest challenges, is getting like, when we speak to media publications or even independent creators, the first thing we do is try to understand their tech stack and their ability to actually integrate these technologies. So first and foremost, that's the largest one. I would say following that is just hammering away value proposition and understanding how to communicate to their audience and make their audience aware of like the value props of these services to them. And then the last I would say is figuring out how you can like actually drive this value down funnel and layer on additional technologies. And that's probably the hardest part, is understanding like, all right, we now have this base layer where we can like establish these on-chain relationships, but what technologies actually like take this to the next level and create like a 1 + 1 = 2 or 3 scenario. So I think that basically technological understanding of this is like the biggest hurdle, but eventually, as tech kind of improves, I think it's becoming easier and easier. And like, for example, just like 3 years ago, working on Solana was incredibly difficult as a developer if you had no idea what you were doing. And it's much easier now with a bunch of more simple frameworks for people to integrate and leverage Solana. So one of the great ones is by Dialect and Solana, their actions and blinks, which basically just take like any sort of on-chain action and roll it into a simple API, and that simple API can then just be clicked, and that on-chain action is handled and managed by Dialect. So it makes just any sort of transaction on a third-party site much easier. And then Blinks is like what they call blockchain links. And those basically read through an embedded wallet or through a Web3 wallet. They read the links that are kind of posted on a specific site, and then they unfurl them into an interface that users can interact with. So it actually goes as simple as just having a simple link on your site where you can then unfurl and have an interface for these users. You don't have to build a UI and like create an actual user flow. That's completely done for you and kind of managed by both Blinks and the wallets that you might work with. So I'm super excited about that technology as well. I think there's a massive revenue opportunity for media companies to leverage those, and excited what they're building for the future as well.
Right, thank you. So I do see, Access, trying to mitigate the, engineering overhead for content creators to, tap into the on-chain economy. So I think that would be an accurate, description of, what Access is and what the unique proposition of the protocol offers.
Yeah, 100%. It's our ultimate goal to like help media content creators of all shapes and sizes at least get a small fraction of the growth that we're seeing within the on-chain ecosystem. And I think that in doing so, it will just massively benefit the entire economy and give media companies the runway that they need to operate and provide the valuable information that they do. And also on the independent side as well, keep all the independent creators true to continuing to kind of build and promote the space.
Right, thank you. So moving on, how do you see the future of these Web3 monetization protocols? How would they evolve? How the landscape would become?
Yeah, so I see pretty much every media company in crypto, at least, in the next 3 years. One, being wallet aware, and two, using some sort of Web3 subscription. Hopefully, if I've done my job, it's Access. So that's like the base level and base case there. But I also do see them leveraging a full tech stack on top of that with Access or whatever subscription offering they have. Being kind of the base of that. So whether it is leveraging Blinks and Actions, so one thing pretty much all media companies use and index tickers for SEO purposes, and you can kind of see the price action on those just by hovering your mouse over there. One massive revenue opportunity that I've been kind of shaking the bush on for the last few months is using Blinks and Actions to unfurl those links and let a user engage in on-chain transaction and receive a referral fee for that. Even if it's like 25 bips, the revenue that you can get from a company like CoinGecko or The Block from users being able to buy a specific token based on a piece of information that they received within an article. That's a massive revenue opportunity and something that is as seamless as just implementing 2 lines of code on your site. So that's kind of the next level where you're driving value down. And all right, if you have 10,000 subscribers, maybe only 200 of them are doing it, but the presumption is that they're valuable users, and that over time adds up. So that's the next level that I think that media companies will start doing, is being able to actually acquire on-chain referrals for transactions from their site. And then the next one is protocols wanting to get in front of their on-chain audiences. So driving and delivering value from their on-chain audiences to a specific site or protocol, having them do on-chain actions and measuring their retention rate and understanding how engaged these users are, and incentivizing that media company to, in tokens of course, to continue to push those users to those platforms. So basically at the end of the day is I think that media needs to actually have more tokens, and users need to have more tokens. At the end of the day, that's the economy and the ecosystem that we're in, and that's the best way to incentivize these companies.
Indeed, everyone wants more tokens, right? So finally, what next for Access, and how Access is trying to position itself to capture this growing on-chain economy, the growing, content monetization economy.
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned and hinted at the idea of almost a referral questing platform. So that's one thing that we're looking at and kind of working with a few third parties on in terms of just giving all of our media companies and partners the infrastructure to, one, acquire new subscribers directly on site, but then drive those subscribers to specific protocols. In those protocols, paying both the media company and the participants in tokens for actually driving value to them. So basically think about like an independent questing platform on every single media site within the space, which I think is a pretty exciting opportunity. The next one is actually within an interesting kind of segment of the ecosystem, and that's KOLs. So that's kind of a controversial topic, but I think I mentioned earlier on the disparity between value captured and value created for media. So in the media case, obviously high value created, low value captured. It's actually the opposite for KOLs in many cases, for at least 99% of them. So they capture a ridiculous amount of value, and I don't actually believe that many of them provide a significant amount of value. Sorry, they capture a lot of money, of course. So the whole idea there is like, how can you actually measure a KOL's performance and the impact that they have on partnering with you? And I think that, one, companies will be much more cost efficient if they actually can measure, all right, we spent $10,000, this is the outcome that we've had. So some sort of attribution platform where these KOLs are able to build an on-chain audience and then put them to work and actually send them to specific partner sites that they're promoting. So that in and of itself is a very challenging one, because if you are a KOL and you know that your audience sucks and it isn't engaging, you're probably not going to opt into that platform. So we're actually going to argue that if KOLs aren't using the platform, then they likely aren't going to be a KOL that you want to engage with. So that's an interesting kind of space that we're working with as well. And then another one that, of course, naturally every company needs to be operating in is AI. So we do have a little R&D going on the AI side, and that's just a natural fit because obviously AI doesn't sleep and can produce as much content as anyone would like. So having kind of independent agents for every single company that we have, promoting whatever type of content, summarizing all of that content, but also naturally shilling those subscriptions and trying to build this on-chain audience for users or for creators while they're sleeping. So that's a really important one as well. So I've been hammering this home, but basically just helping any media company or content creator build that top of funnel, and then now that we've built that top of funnel, driving that down.
Right, thank you. So yeah, like in a nutshell, I feel like the takeaway is like, you know, KOLs can't lob if they do everything on chain, right? So to have like an on-chain economy, you can, you know, reward those that, you know, actually can, you know, bring in their subscribers, you know, to you know, reward those that actually provide value to their subscribers. So.
Yeah, 100%, and that is 100% the goal. Like the companies that I know that have engaged with KOLs, like they've spent so much money on it, and they actually have no measurement of the ROI on that value, and it's absolutely wild to me that they're willing to do that without any understanding of how many people they've referred. The only measurement that they have is like, have they posted tweet? Which is pretty nuts. So yeah. I think that it's like going to massively reshape the way that but token projects actually engage with these influencers. And it's really going to have them press on the ones that have command of their audience, and it's going to make the ones that don't have command of their audience irrelevant.
Right, thank you. So yeah, thank you, Andrea, for you know, sharing his thoughts on, you know, Web3 content monetization, and thank you all for coming today.
Thank you.
The emerging Tone gaming ecosystem. Please welcome our moderator to the stage, along with their guests.
Good morning, everybody. As soon as Martin takes a seat. So this is definitely a topic I found very interesting this year. I'm excited to talk about it. I thought you guys could just introduce yourselves, kind of talk about your connection to the topic, the TON ecosystem. But maybe, Tobias, you could kick us off and kind of explain for people who don't know what the TON, the open network, the TON blockchain, the TON ecosystem is.
Sure. So my name is Tobias. I do BD and partnership management for Top. We're the biggest venture builder in TON ecosystem. And for those of you who don't know, TON is basically the blockchain inside Telegram. We have a strategic partnership with the Messenger, and we're mostly focused on building mini apps to bring Web3 into an accessible format for the 1 billion Messenger users within Telegram. And that's basically the platform where a lot of the games we're going to be talking about today are based on.
Martin?
Hi, I'm Martin. I'm Chief Business Development Officer of the largest DEX on TON. I've got some fans here. Thank you ever so much for casting the hangovers and coming in very early. I really appreciate it all.
Robbie?
Hi, I'm Robbie Young. I run a company called Animoca Brands, and one of the things we do is make a lot of games. And so we have a studio actually here in Prague called Gamey, and they're the largest maker of games on Telegram. And we're also big supporters from a corporate perspective of the TON ecosystem because we're also one of the largest validators on TON. Okay,
so maybe not for you guys, but certainly for, I think, us on the editorial side of the block, we were pretty surprised. And it was kind of exciting to see what was happening with the TON ecosystem, all these mini games. Can you guys describe, in your words, sort of, what paved the way or sort of triggered this rapid growth this year, you think?
Yeah, I think it really started with Notcoin was that real drive of adoption. I know Animoca have done Gamey, and their games, if you've not checked it, I'm stealing your thunder, but like their games are brilliant. Notcoin was the one to sort of say, this is how easy it is. Anyone can do it. Even Amelia at the back can go and tap away, and it's quite simple. My mum was doing it. My friends were doing it. That was the start, and that was like version 1, and now everyone's building on top of that. And yeah, that was the first key thing that got people's attention.
Just to kind of add to that, I'd also say there was an element of cometh the man, cometh the moment, insofar as we had a lot of big institutional players kind of recognize the value proposition of TON and Telegram, like Animoca, like Pantera, and they kind of gave the ecosystem a lot more, they made us more well known, and so larger, bigger, more experienced teams started to come into the ecosystem. And so the team behind Notcoin, they're one of our development studios called Open Builders. They're an incredibly professional, incredibly well-versed in both Web 2 and Web 3 team, and they knew how best to make the most of Telegram's unique kind of user funnel and distribution channel. And so with the kind of exposure that we had as more institutional players came into the ecosystem, more well-experienced teams started to recognize the potential and build on that. And I think that also played a big part. I mean, now more and more experienced teams are coming. They're recognizing after the success of Notcoin that you can get a huge number of users to come incredibly quickly through a viral mechanism within the platform. And so it shouldn't be underestimated that it's the teams themselves, the experienced builders, that are also driving this kind of growth.
Because I think the biggest problem that people have been talking about for years in Web3 is user acquisition, and this question of when are we having mass adoption, right? However people define that. And in user acquisition, the problem is that we don't really have like entrenched user acquisition channels. We don't have programmatic ad networks and all these kind of things that you benefit from in Web 2 to build a user acquisition funnel. And the biggest problem we have is that most of the big distribution platforms are kind of actively hostile to our industry. That includes Apple and Google on the mobile side, or in the game industry, platforms like Steam or the console platforms. So we don't really have great distribution channels. And so what TON sort of represents to us is this capability of having relatively unfettered distribution for quite a broad audience. It's practically 1 billion users, and you can put a fully functional Web3 application in there in the way that you can't do on other mobile platforms. And obviously mobile is how most of the world accesses the internet.
Okay, so you mentioned Notcoin. That was sort of the pioneer of this model. These are tap-to-earn clicker games. Could you guys describe sort of what these games are, sort of how they look, the functionality, and what makes them sticky or fun to play?
Yeah, look, and Notcoin was the one that got the main adoption. That was one where we got these millions of users. You guys picked it up, you interviewed. It was where everyone was doing. Anyone play Notcoin here? Actually, just in the crowd? Anyone Notcoin? There. But there was also, that's a reasonable amount of people. There was also, though, lots of other things in the infrastructure. We've got Playdeck, which is a huge library of games. And what we saw from Notcoin, and Notcoin basically was this tap, 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 and you mine coins. It was the first out there. People then start to go and play Playdeck games, which is there, and also started to go into Gamey, which are these cool games. But what Notcoin basically was it was a big sort of circle on the screen, and you tap that, and you were mining coins. So in theory, you were mining coins, and this is where you start then engaging a community. You were sharing it. 99% of the people that came to Notcoin was through referrals. So it's this referral mechanism, getting people to share, getting people excited. No one knew what was going to happen. I think that was a big key. It was like, what is this going to do? And the key phrase was probably nothing. So maybe the expectations were low, and what they did eventually was sort of exceed expectations with the airdrop they got, made people happy, got people, and the drop-off rate was still not that, there wasn't a huge drop-off rate. There were still people playing it and getting engaged, and then they use that to harness the community to do many more things. So I think you wouldn't spend your whole life tapping, but then I go to Gamey, and I near enough go nearly daily, and I play some of the games, which are actually fun and engaging, and it's how you harness a community, and then how you move forward on that.
Yeah, I mean, moving on from the kind of tap-to-earn craze, I think the success of Notcoin means that we have onboarded the regular Web2 Messenger users into the ecosystem a lot of the time. In order to receive the airdrops from a lot of these tap-to-earn games, they had to create a wallet. And so they're now aware of the mini-app ecosystem. They're aware of the blockchain within Telegram. And now, I guess people from Web2 gaming are now coming in and saying, look, you've successfully onboarded these users. They're aware of the ecosystem. They're aware of the blockchain's offerings. Now you should start to move from, instead of tap to earn, actually play for fun. The actual in people playing for the sake of the game itself. And then the crypto element shouldn't be dominating the games. It should be supporting it. And so now more, in the last couple of months, I've seen a couple of projects come forward with what are basically no-code game engines, where people without developer experience can take advantage of this mini-app platform, take advantage of the distribution channels of Telegram without even coding experience, and create incredibly effective, high-resolution games, and then launch it directly on, like Martin was mentioning, Playdeck, a really great gaming marketplace showcase, the Telegram App Center, and spread it around. And so I think more and more we're going to be seeing gaming studios come into the space and then create games that people want to play, not just because they're in crypto, not just because they're interested in the possibility of earning tokens as a result of an airdrop, but because the games are actually great to play, and better and more experienced teams are coming to create those offerings.
I think, we started out life as a game company, mobile game company, about 15 years ago. And I think one of the things that was so amazing about mobile gaming was that because it offered such broad-based distribution and a development platform that was relatively accessible, so that it really promoted the ability for indie studios or even sole individuals to be able to make games for the first time, as opposed to console like PlayStation or Xbox, that it really broadened and democratized the idea of being a game developer, because all of a sudden you had out-of-the-box tools that you could use, make a game, and then you put it on the App Store or the Google Play Store, and you had access to literally, hundreds of millions at the beginning and then billions of users. And so all of a sudden you could build a business with a very low entry cost on mobile as a platform. And I think that that's kind of the moment that we're in here when it comes to Telegram, because if you think about building games or other applications and building that user acquisition funnel in Web3, now you have a platform where you could go and do that relatively easily. Whereas, the last handful of years, a lot of us have been building on the web. And the problem is, how do you bring in all those users from around the web. You have to have a KOL strategy. You have to have an ad strategy. You have to have all these different strategies and a whole team to harness and sort of shepherd in all those users, because we don't have a platform who does that for us that we can leverage. And that's something I think that Ton provides, and Notcoin and these sort of first generation of clicker games have proved that you can build that funnel at scale. Because I think before this summer, nobody in Web3 would have said, yeah, it's really realistic. We'll get 20 million downloads in the first month. But that's something coming from mobile that was quite ordinary on traditional Web 2 mobile.
It's crazy, just to go on that point. People now in their Telegram channels are having, 2 million is near enough like the benchmark. Downloads is and then I think Axie in the last cycle, like 2 million was this, wow, they've got 2 million. Now this is like, oh, you've only got 2 million. So this is what we're showing. And I think obviously the key thing is it's so easy to onboard from the Tom wallet, which obviously this young man does. It's just getting a game out within 2 seconds. And I'm getting a little bit spoiled now. Someone goes and shows me a mobile game, and I go, oh yeah, good, where's the Telegram channel? And you've got to download an app. It's like, no, it's all right, don't worry. Just want the Telegram games on there.
Well, and I think also one of the things that why this is new to maybe lots of people in the ecosystem in certain geographies is because using that sort of messaging platform as an all-in-one home for games and things has historically been something that's been very big in Asia, right? With WeChat and with Line and with Kakao, most of North Asia plays games predominantly, launched from within mobile apps, big sort of all-in-one mobile apps. So that's something I think that maybe for European and North American gamers has been something they're less familiar with.
But even like 10 years ago, wasn't there Farmville? In fact, I was getting everyone messaging me like, I don't know what, I never played Farmville, but it was like, that just goes to show, if you've got a game in something that people are using daily, you're going in checking your Facebook, you're going in checking your Telegram, launch it from somewhere that they've got that habit of doing it there.
Absolutely.
Just to stress for anyone in the audience who isn't familiar with this, it's almost a misnomer to describe these things as downloads, because you're going into the channel and you're not actually downloading anything. It's one click and
Correct.
It's there in front of you. And you're doing all of this without the vagaries of a centralized app marketplace on other platforms. So it's completely open source. Anyone is free to launch their own mini app. And there's no downloads involved. It's there in the channel, one click. And if you've already got a Telegram wallet, then you can even take advantage of the Web3 crypto aspect immediately. Mm-hmm. The barriers to entry are just evaporating before our eyes, and the accessibility really is unprecedented in the space.
Okay, so you have user acquisition for just the Ton ecosystem from these different games. So it all lives on Telegram. It's like a super app, basically. And I could see how users would, I'll check out this app, which isn't a game, but still within that ecosystem. But Animoca, you might have desires to have those players then go play a game outside of that ecosystem, I would think. I mean, we talked to the Notcoin founder, and he talked about how these clicker games are a great way to initially onboard, but then they want to come up with other games, maybe more sophisticated games that live outside the ecosystem. So maybe you could talk about what developers are doing to access this funnel of user acquisition on Ton and either build on Ton and continue to evolve that, or sort of transition these users off into another ecosystem.
So maybe I'll start. You were talking about Axie Infinity, and Axie Infinity, I think, is a great example of the potential of Web3 gaming, particularly because they've connected with a user base which is a very high-value user base. And I think for people who come from gaming, the appeal of having extremely high ARPU users at scale is a completely new paradigm, because high ARPU in Web3 is an order of magnitude, it's 10 or 100x what you would expect in Web 2. So I think what's interesting about Ton is as you build that user acquisition funnel, you need to think about how you segment those users and decide which of those segments are going to be appropriate perhaps for being upsold to other products. And that can be other products within gaming, but it can also be products within DeFi or advertising-supported products, etc. So it's about how you use your analytics and figure out which audiences are going to be appropriate for what product. But yes, absolutely, I think Telegram is the best place at the moment to build the top of funnel.
Do you guys have any
I'll let you.
thoughts?
Well, one thing that immediately comes to mind is very recently there was Telegram made an update where you can have a full screen mini app. So as opposed to previously, it was kind of locked into a vertical position, which limited the functionality somewhat. It's now full screen landscape on the phone. Likewise, it can be the same on your desktop if you open the Telegram web app. And I think that also opens up the space to the development of what people from the Web 2 space would describe as more like proper games, like the level up from the tap to earn, the clicker game, the level up from something like Candy Crush, the level up from just a basic, almost a board game in mini app format. And so I'm really excited to see what developers are going to make with this new update to the platform.
I'm seeing a lot of developers also now sort of pushing what can be done. So a lot of the games previously are HTML5. Now it's in Unity. I'm seeing everyone, we're built in Unity and other game engines. And again, what you just said, there's a lot more. Now Telegram, I think the key thing about this is Telegram are realizing the power of what this is, okay? So you've got all these people that come to your messaging app, and now they're sticky. You know, like they're spending a lot longer. They're not just using it as a messaging app. It's sticky. And I think when I was speaking to some of the key people there, they were saying, do you know what? We didn't realize how much you're going to bring to us in terms of like premium users now. Like so many people because of Notcoin, and they got better airdrops, and they were rewarded more because they were a Telegram premium user. This is what the games and the community is going for. So it's with Telegram are realizing, let's give them more power to produce more sticky stuff, more fun games, more stuff that, you know, you're going to be going on the, you know, the tube, the metro, and actually playing and enjoying, basically.
Did you guys get any sense of sort of how successful these games were in onboarding people, what, you know, sort of the attitudes towards crypto, or how important crypto was to the growth of these games, or maybe what it says about, you know, attitudes towards the crypto in terms of, you know, the adoption and people's use of it after they actually got the tokens, for example, from Notcoin?
I think I worked with a lot of play-to-earn games, Metaverse, in that previous cycle, and you kind of saw how quick people can come, you know, from the Axie to Vulcan Forged as well. They got a lot of Asian users sort of coming in, playing, and it actually went really quick. The issue they had with that, obviously, you shouldn't be paying someone to play the game. The tokenomics don't work. How Notcoin did it, which was really clever, is obviously they were getting with the airdrop, rewarding the users, and also with all these tasks, they got additional revenue to sort of help and reward the users. I think that's a different model there. And then some of the games now are actually now putting in like pay for new skins, pay for new levels, holding it there. And I think this is what crypto can really do for gaming. And I think 10 years ago, or, you know, especially when NFTs were coming, people were like, oh, imagine the power of what NFTs could do. You know, you could own an NFT or a set amount of tokens, play like 10 levels high, or get a sword or a specific game. I think, yeah, I definitely was shocked with the numbers, but I definitely could have believed it. So if someone said to me that you're going to get 20 million users, could you believe that? I go, I definitely can see it, because it was that next wave, and we could see it there.
Yeah, and I think maybe one of the best ways to describe it is just to use some numbers. You know, typically in Web 2 mobile gaming, if you make a casual game, you would expect that your average user is probably going to spend about 2 cents a month on average. And so it's very small. It means you need to have tens and tens of millions of users in there just, you know, to try to cover your costs. And what we've seen in Web3 gaming typically is users spending on the order of, you know, tens of dollars a month, if not hundreds of dollars, and also having much, much higher retention rates. So typically we measure retention in kind of day 1, day 7, day 30 retention, and we look at the user base and see how many people have stuck around for those different durations. And that's always the North Star metric in gaming, because as long as people are retained, you can figure out how to monetize them. You want to retain them with gameplay and other things. And the beauty of Web3 is we now have token rewards and incentives to help retain those users. So people are, you know, playing competitive esports for prize pools or other things, and that will keep them sticking around and enjoying the gameplay because they're more likely to participate in the community, etc. And so what we see is when we can build those audiences on the scale of even single-digit millions, but users who are spending, you know, tens of dollars all of a sudden it becomes quite material. And I think that's exciting because it represents a developer opportunity and it attracts builders who want to build in that ecosystem because there is that opportunity and that audience.
I mean, just to kind of echo the same point that has already been said here, as a result of the clicker game trend, the amount of active blockchain accounts basically 100x'd. It went from about 350,000 to 35 million. And it's because, so for a lot of Telegram users, these clicker games were actually their first experience of Web3 and crypto in general. And so when you went into Notcoin and you saw that it wasn't scary, it wasn't MetaMask, it wasn't TronLink, which for a regular Web2 user is an incredibly intimidating experience the first time. I mean, I remember the first time I ever had an experience of a Web3 wallet, and I remember how nervous I was sending funds to another wallet, all these weird letters and numbers. It's incredibly intimidating for a regular user. And so when these users were experiencing these clicker games and then being sent to other ton products in the ecosystem and seeing, okay, this is a crypto wallet. I'm looking at this and I intuitively understand what this is. It feels safe. I know how to use this, like people do for most normal applications on the internet in general. And so I think that for me, the importance of the crypto aspect for these clicker games was basically these users who had never experienced Web3 or crypto before, their first experience of Web3 was intuitive, accessible, easy, not intimidating, which I think is a big barrier to entry for a lot of other ecosystems out there.
Anecdotally, so I was going to say, with these tappy games, obviously the referral mechanism, I send it to my mum and my dad, who aren't very young and, no idea about crypto. So they're tapping away, they got their airdrop, and then when the airdrop came, they swapped it behind the scenes, obviously using the wallet, connecting. And then my mum says, "Oh, what do you do?" I go, and I say, "Oh, I'm a DEX, someone." They said, "Oh, I have no idea what that is." I said, "You know what? You've actually used what I've done. You got your tokens, you've swapped it, you've got a wallet. It's so simple." She didn't even realize, they just did not realize they were using crypto. And I think, for this, and we always talk about this mass adoption, all that friction, all these complicated terms like NFT, it's always at LPs, yielding, staking, NFT. It's just, for anyone that's not in the ecosystem, it's very, as you said, it's so off-putting. There's just so many hurdles that you've got to take. Now, when you say to someone, you're now using crypto, they're like, "Oh, I didn't actually realize this is what, as I said, the gaming is doing." And we found from my DEX, so many of these first-time users are actually now going into the ecosystem and feeling a lot more comfortable exploring it. And, they've got their tokens. What can they do? What's the next step? What can they do with it? Because we haven't seen many of these people actually cashing out directly. So it's not like they've got their tokens. Oh, good. Right, we're off to the bank. We're going to spend them on lunch and dinner. They're actually, let's use it. And one of the little things is some of these airdrop people taking it and spending it into the meme coins. We've got the meme coin launch pads. Let's go to the casino and see what we can do and explore the ecosystem.
Would you agree with that, Tobias? Is that what you're seeing mostly from after you onboard, you get people, engaging with crypto and a wallet for the very first time? Are they just cashing out? They're then buying meme coins? What sort of activity or participation are you witnessing?
I'd completely agree with Martin, and I think one of the almost counterintuitive things that keeps users using their tokens within the ecosystem is how easy we actually make it for them to offboard in the first place. We don't hide it. It doesn't. There's a direct swaps. There's a P2P marketplace where people can directly, offboard into fiat or onboard likewise. So it's right there. People don't feel like they're trapped. We're not trying to kind of trap users within the Telegram ecosystem. We're trying to send them to other projects where they can effectively use the tokens they've earned. And if they want to offboard, they can. We make it incredibly easy. And I think that's another big part of it. So in a lot of other parts of the space, if people have tokens, they're either worried about the tokens losing value, or they're having security concerns. And I think making users feel safe, making the applications accessible, understandable, gives them the confidence to actually keep them in the ecosystem and use them with the most effective services that we're then showing them.
I think maybe one thing that bears mentioning, just in case some of you have not actually played Telegram games, is something that Tobias mentioned earlier, which is that you don't download them. It's actually built into the social graph. So the experience is very simply that in a group chat, somebody will share that they're playing a game with you, so it will appear as just another chat message with a button that says, like, play or launch or whatever it is, and you literally, it just pops up, you play it, and then when you're finished, you go back into the same group chat. And you can even have options where you can then share your score, because maybe you're being competitive with your friends in the group chat, and you could say, hey, beat my score, but it all happens within that chat. So you don't have to download anything, you don't have to go outside. It's literally, I want to play, instant gratification, I can play and then go back into my chat with my friends. So that viral mechanic for sharing it within your social graph or to any other chat group is really powerful for user acquisition.
Okay, and is there some sense from you guys in terms of, okay, you've acquired users, some sense of maybe a percentage of how many of those users then go on to, you know, buy meme coins or do something else within Web3 rather than just cash out?
I think the cash out number is very low, you know, from the on-chain. What we've seen on-chain, even like moving, when they've claimed on-chain to move, is a very low percentage. I don't want to sort of hazard a number, but like, I will. I think we've seen about 10% sort of move it out off-chain. I think the majority of the claims have come in, started trading, started just even holding it, started using it there. So, you know, as we...
I was going to say, a good example for this actually is outside the Telegram ecosystem, but it's much older, which is the Ronin ecosystem. So if you look at all the users who came into Axie Infinity several years ago, a lot of them came from the Philippines, for example. And now, if you look at what's going on in the Ronin ecosystem, again, there's a huge geographic segment from the Philippines, and a lot of those are players who came into the ecosystem 3 years ago. They made money from the play-to-earn mechanics of Axie Infinity, and what they did with that was, you know, they might have cashed out some of it because they were playing to earn, but a lot of it then started to look for what else can I do with this, right? What else can I do on Ronin? What else can I do in the Web3 ecosystem? I mean, we noticed in our games, all of a sudden we had people coming on board into our games from the Philippines, which was not a geography where we had promoted users to users at all. But it was because they had been onboarded to Web3, and they're just trying to figure out what else can I do with my tokens now.
Does that make you think, let's focus a little bit more on that market as well? Does that,
100%.
Because you get those
because those are already onboarded users who are ripe for something. They're just like, what can I do, right? What can I do with this? In the same way that if you recall, you know, back when you got when getting a new smartphone was a big deal, perhaps you got it for Christmas and you opened it up and the first thing you want to do is, what can I download with this? I want to use it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the percentage acquisition, so obviously there are various levels of engagement with the mini apps and then with the blockchain, but so Notcoin had the highest percentage follow through from anyone who basically had any interaction with the mini app at all to becoming a blockchain user of some sort with some level of activity, and that is around 20% of anyone who interacted with the mini app and then goes all the way to having a wallet and actually storing there and using it in one way or another.
Wow.
The other clicker games after, they have had their percentages slightly lower, still good, still pretty much the best acquisition funnel in crypto. But no, Notcoin I think has set a standard that I'm not sure will be beaten anytime soon.
What do we know so far about the users that have started playing these games on Telegram in terms of demographics or just location? Do we know anything?
From what we've seen, there's a lot in Asia. Well, there is a growing amount in Asia. There's a lot in Eastern Europe. Ironically, Scandinavia, we've seen there's a big push around there. France and Africa as well. There's a huge amount that have come in through there to sort of. It's brought a lot of them into the ecosystem, so much so that there's a ride-sharing app on Telegram. So we've got games, and now there's a ride-sharing app. When I was in Singapore, it's this one-click thing. You open it up, you're in. It's no download, you're straight away. They said, you know what? We never even thought about Nigeria. And now they've seen that there's so many users, they've built like millions of people. It's like, why don't we just have the ride sharing out in Nigeria to do that? So there's many sporadic areas. Obviously, there's certain regions we don't see. Age demographics a little bit trickier to sort of study, but as I said, my mum and dad are one of them, so they're in the maybe the higher band. Sorry, mum, if you are watching this, but they're the high band. But then we've probably got Amelia at the back there, you know, like can tap and enjoy enjoy all around there.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of region, like the two ones that come to my mind for the games in particular are Nigeria and East Asia. And kind of echoing what Robbie said before, part of it is that the East Asian market, they're familiar with super apps. They know their, I guess, long-term potential and value. And so when for a Western audience, a lot of people, you know, we don't really have super apps in the West. We're not familiar with this kind of concept. But in East Asia, they do, and they know that, okay, this is going to be big, this is a great platform. So in terms of regions, like those are the two that come to my mind.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think in terms of our product distribution, it roughly mirrors Telegram, you know, itself's own distribution in terms of geographies.
Tobias, you talked about sort of the development of games in the future on Telegram that'll be more sophisticated, full screen. Maybe you could talk a little bit about the vision for the future. Am I going to be able to play a Call of Duty type mobile game through Telegram at some point?
I mean, with the caveat that I don't work for Telegram, the blockchain part is separate, and I can only kind of speculate as to the long-term vision of the platform. If Telegram is to become a super app, gaming is going to be a core vertical in that because of the potential for user acquisition, which we've spent the last 25 minutes talking about. And for casual gamers, like, I mean, let's be honest, like Candy Crush style games, clicker games, okay, they're cool when you're on the metro, time wasting, having fun. But if people who are serious gamers, these are not things that impress them. Like Web2 game studios are, obviously this is a big part of the industry, but you're not going to, I would say that the best gaming engineers, the best developers, they want to create grand games. They want to create something with a real narrative, with real immersion. And so I think it's inevitable that this is the direction that the platform has to go in. It's not like this will replace the type of games that we already have, but it has to be developed alongside it. In terms of the timeline, I really can't say, but I hope it'll happen as soon as possible because already now more and more of the teams that I'm coming across personally here who want to get into the ecosystem, they're talking about gaming and they're being really grand with their visions, and it's really exciting to see from our perspective as a venture builder in the ecosystem.
I think I was going to say one of the things that we shouldn't forget is that obviously I think anybody who uses Telegram a lot this will resonate with them, that the engineering in the app is tremendous. You know, it's highly reliable and stuff just works. And so one of the important things that personally as a user I really like about it is that actually the experience on desktop and mobile are the same. You know, the feature count is the same, you can do all the same things, it just works as you would expect it to work. And that also applies to things like the built-in wallet and the Web3 functionality, which you can replicate on a desktop experience in the same way you can replicate on the mobile experience. So it's kind of seamless in terms of that interoperability piece. I would take a small issue with what Tobias just said about gaming, only in that I do think that mobile casual games are very important. As far as the whole gaming ecosystem goes, it's just slightly more than 50% of all revenues for gaming. You know, and things like Candy Crush are some of the biggest games ever made in history. And so I think that when we think about mobile platforms and particularly wide mass adopted games, casual is actually the key to that kind of mass adoption.
I think it could be really interesting to sort of see, I think, what's it, the Nintendo Go, where you can sort of do it on the, imagine you've got the Web 2 games, and then you can near enough take a little bit away on your Telegram. So again, on your Metro, maybe I'll play a little bit more of that Web 2, do a level or do a little bit of something to do with it. Maybe it's not as high powered, but still I can play that a little bit and then go back to my Web 2. You've got the community building. Imagine like you're on the Telegram chats for that game, and we've seen it. We can see the socials sort of all building it in, and it all sort of comes together with the crypto element behind the scenes as well, because again, it's not just the games on Telegram, it's what can the crypto do behind that? How can you reward users? How can you swap? How can you add additional stuff? And this is, I think, what crypto can do that fiat payments can't do. Fiat payments, we've seen, done amazing. When you start adding the crypto element, this is where things really take that next level moving forward.
So for us, hamster combat became a big story after Notcoin because we were seeing these crazy numbers in terms of readership. Their social numbers just seemed like almost impossible to believe.
Yeah.
So, there was this question of bots. I even asked them, even though the founders are anonymous, I asked them about the bots. So maybe just talk to me about, do you think bots are an issue in the ecosystem or for these games? Is it something that degrades the ecosystem? Is there something that can be done about it? Maybe just some thoughts.
I think for bots, just for the numbers, it's numbers. They definitely can get rid of a lot of, and we've seen it in a lot of these tappy games. They've got rid of the bots. It is obviously an issue, but in the long term, like if you're playing, the key thing is how do you build the community? How do you build a game? If you're there for the long term and not just there to build a big hype for this TG and then disappear, then bots probably aren't that big an issue, because what does it do? Build the community. This is why Notcoin's done so well. They've built the community, then they've got really defined the next steps, and it's evolving. They're using the users there to sort of help them. What are people wanting, and how can you move forward on that? So, if you're going to self-declare numbers, I could say Stormfire has 10 billion users, doesn't mean much, really. It's like what's actually happening on chain. You can go and see analytics platforms to say, we've got 1-2 million users, we're seeing the volume. That's the key bit. If I make up numbers, doesn't mean much, really. So, yeah. And you can see, actually, before the TGE, they all got rid of a lot of the bots, and they sort of realized, what was a bot, what was the... You've probably seen a lot of these memes with, like, the walls of people, like, just tapping it there. Long term, there's no value to that, and, that's going forward.
I think also the thing about bots is that from the perspective of somebody who makes applications, honestly, I don't care, because if they pay, why should I be prejudiced against humans versus non-humans?
Yeah.
I think the thing about bots is whether or not the presence of bots indicates that people are trying to game your tokenomics, to gain disproportionate rewards and hack your reward system, because that's obviously kind of an unethical approach, and so you need to be cautious against that. But I think also the presence of bots is not about whether they're bots or not, so much as is it an indicator that perhaps it may affect your long-term retention or other metrics in the business, in the game or the business, because you're not really getting a clear picture, because a bot may not behave in the same way a unique human might.
Okay.
Go ahead. If I can just briefly speak in defense of bots, Telegram bots now make up a huge amount of crypto trading in general. Even Binance had a research article on this. So yes, there's a problem in terms of bots gaming tokenomics, particularly in the gaming sector, but the functionality of a Telegram bot is actually very important to crypto in general. They're used by, even Binance is saying that this is something that's good for the DeFi space in general. So yes, there are risks, and games are taking steps to mitigate those, but it's not just an abusive tool.
Yeah, no, it's just a tool. It just depends how you use it.
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on what metric you're looking at in terms of the ecosystem, how healthy it is, how many people. It doesn't really necessarily matter how many Twitter followers or X followers there are. But it's hard not to look at that, right?
Yeah.
And try to think about how popular the game is, because we try to figure out how popular it is by looking at these different things. Since we only have time for one more question, maybe just quick takeaways from this year and specific sort of goals and things how that knowledge can be applied towards what you want to accomplish in 2025. And maybe Martin can end, because I think he has something he'd like to say.
I'll start on my end. So I think, and this is something that I've actually been saying since the summer, I think everybody in Web3 should be consciously thinking of, no matter what kind of application you make, I think you should be thinking about what your Telegram strategy is, because you cannot ignore a platform that has 1 billion users, that is so friendly to what we do in Web3, So I think no matter where your application resides and what kind of application it is, you should be thinking about how can I leverage Telegram as part of my user acquisition strategy.
I'll just briefly echo that. Even if you don't want to build your entire project on Telegram, consider building a mini app version. You're welcome to speak to anyone on the stage to give you more information about it, but I'd encourage everyone to just consider looking at the option.
That's brilliant. And last thing, ease, onboarding, make it simple. And talking about simple, actually, we did a side event the Wednesday night, and I know there's a little 2-year-old girl called Amelia, and she was heckling me the whole time, and I promised her some Ston tokens, okay? So Amelia's just there in the audience. I'm going to ask, yeah, it's just over there. I'm going to ask Robbie, how much should we give her?
I don't know, 100, 200, 250.
250. Amelia, if you're there, your dad, we're going to give you 250 of Ston tokens. Do not sell it. Invest it. Yield it. Stake. No. Not financial advice. And look, there's a guy up front that kept whistling the whole time. He looks hungover, but he's still the front row. You come to me. I'll give you 10 Ston tokens just for your reward for getting out of bed in the pouring rain to come over. Front row, whistle away. There we go.
Let's do it.
There we go.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to our panelists.
Going cross-chain, building seamless bridges. Welcome to the stage, our moderator and their guests.
All right. See, now we don't have these big chairs. I can put my water down and just grab it. Big crowd. How we doing? How's it going, guys? Good to be on stage here. Our topic's about bridges. I didn't tell you guys this, but I wrote a little poem about bridges. I'm just going to read it quickly. Once tribes stood apart in fierce divide, chains guarded borders, their walls of pride, where bridges rose, where paths align, uniting the future, one block at a time.
Snaps.
So guys, I'm Ronnie from Market Across, PR guy. We got a bunch of really smart builders here, experts on bridges and how we're going to connect all these blockchains. So I'll give you a quick chance to introduce yourselves. Peter, you want to start?
Sure, sounds great. Thank you, Ronnie. Hi, everyone. My name is Peter Kim. I'm the business side co-founder at Polymer Labs. Backgrounds in consulting, started in crypto in 2017, became super active in 2020, structuring governance and participating and growing several DAOs. Started building some of the first cross-chain products with my now co-founder, Bo. This is like around 2021, but ever since then, we've dedicated our lives to making sure that multi-chain infrastructure is safe and fast and secure and also cheap for users.
Hey everyone, I'm Bo, technical co-founder at Polymer. At Polymer, we're focused on connecting high-performance rollups and real-time apps.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katya Chernopolska. I lead growth at the Wormhole Foundation. Wormhole is a leading interoperability provider, connecting, I think, like over 45 blockchains today. We've done over $50 billion in volume, and we're continuing to build new developer tools to help scale the cross-chain economy. I've been working in this space for 4 years now, since 2020. Worked at a few DeFi protocols, worked at Maple Finance, worked at Aave, launching their stablecoin. Most recently was at Polygon. And that really, made it clear how important interoperability was for these projects. So decided to make the jump and joined Wormhole about a year ago.
I'm John. Started a protocol called Hyperlane. Think of Hyperlane as like an open framework for interoperability. I'm going on my 8th year in crypto. It's been a lot of fun. I remember thinking, like, when I got in, like, these blockchains are going to figure out how to talk to each other by next year. And I'm a big fan of the NBA. And in the NBA, there's a saying with scouts and talking about a certain player and saying, he's a year away from being a year away. And so the space that we're all in interoperability, very much felt like it was a year away from being a year away. You're like, all right, 2016, next year we're going to get it. 17, next year we're going to get it. 19, 20. And then, it's 2021 and like done well. Before I started this, I was a crypto investor. I ran one of the largest funds in the industry at Galaxy.
Bit, yeah.
And you just see like,
I'm doing my best.
Not moving fast enough. So I got to do something about it. We started Hyperlane. Today, Hyperlane's live on over 100 mainnets. Connects all these chains, does a lot of traffic, working on many different fronts just to make it easier and allowing anyone to connect any chain.
I hate to correct you, but it was 2 years away from being 2 years away. Shout out to Bruno Caboclo and Fran Fraschilla. I'm an NBA guy at heart. Crowd, do you hear us okay? Because I'm not hearing them, so yeah? Okay, cool. All right.
I think, I don't know about you guys. I'm having trouble hearing you guys over there. Maybe if we could get the on-stage monitors up, we could hear each other better. Might be a better conversation.
That would be helpful for us, whoever's in charge of that. Thank you. But in the meantime, all right, let's get into our topic here. So, seamless bridges. First question that comes to my mind, like, what is the biggest thing holding us back? Like, you're all focused on this in your day-to-day lives right now. So, what is the biggest bottleneck holding us back from these chains being able to seamlessly talk to each other? Who wants to go first?
All right, I'll do it. There are two things, and they are not very related. One of them, there's one material barrier now that is some of these chains just inherently use very, very, very different stacks, right? So let's say Telegram and the TON blockchain is extremely different than any EVM chain, extremely different from Solana. So that is insofar as there is something holding us back, that is one. The other is running this infra is difficult and has many, many, many dependencies. And so, if you're going to connect two blockchains, you need to observe what's happening on both of them. You need to have high assurance in what you're getting. So you either need to run nodes for those, or you need to have access to a very performant, very highly available node. And if you look at many of these new chains that are coming up, they are coming up from service providers, like the roll-up service companies, and they are primarily the sole infrastructure provider for those. So it's not say something like, take a Polygon. There's 8 multi-$100 million companies that are providing infrastructure access to Polygon nodes. There is basically almost no one who provides it for the next chain that comes out of a roll-up as a service company. So those are, to the extent that anything's holding us back, it's those two things, but they're not that problematic, and I don't think anything at this point is holding us back short of people just doing it. And so this time next year, this whole fragmentation conversation, it's done. It's not going to be a thing anymore.
That's pretty cool. I hope that comes true. You sure we're not a year away from being a year away type of thing? You really think we're there?
Because of everyone here.
That's awesome. Do you guys all agree with him in terms of the way he's seeing the problem and how we're going to approach solving it?
Yeah, I want to add to what John said. I think, there's the problem of operation overhead. There's the VM level integration. As you guys have seen, it's very different across chains. I think additionally, the L1 and the L2 connectivity problem are two different categories of problems. If you want to connect the L1 to L1, you're better off verifying the consensus of the two L1s. If you want to connect different L2s, depending on what latency you want to connect the L2s, there's different properties in the protocol. If you want to go really fast between L2s, you have to trust the sequencer. If you want to wait for when data is published to the L1, that's another latency window. You can add in additional validation techniques. And if you want to go the most secure route, you wait for the rollups to settle and you communicate through the L1. There's a few proposals around that. RIP 7755 is one of those proposals going through the native bridge of the rollups.
And that's a pain too, right? We're talking about base layer connectivity between these different VMs, right? L1 to L1, that's assuming you're waiting for finality on both chains, right? That could be a very long time depending on these new chains. There are a lot of unpredictable variables, especially now with like the innovation of intents. I know like composable intents is a hot topic. I can't wait to get into it with this panel. But like even being able to build those on the protocol level between these different chains is an added challenge. So, I think we'll continue to innovate to support more VMs over the next few years, but I think the innovation on the blockchain level isn't going to stop anytime soon. So it's a matter of us being able to keep pace and modularizing our stack in a way that allows us to expand as quickly as possible.
I think I'd like to offer another perspective, and to the question of what's holding back interoperability as a category, I'd say it's actually time. And I say that as, our team has spent a lot of time looking into like the history and general technology, and a lot of people compare interoperability with the internet. Just to give some context, the first digital computer was invented in 1945, and then all of the communication methods and protocols were released in the 70s. So that took 25 years. And even from the 70s up until early 2000s, there were dozens of protocols for connecting different devices. So Apple Talk, Xerox, IBM, all of these companies have what we now call intranets. And we see similarly in the blockchain industry, a lot of roll-up ecosystems are creating their own interop frameworks for within their cluster. But as time goes by, I think more and more teams, as they all experiment in different directions, will start to converge on what we all realize will be the most performant path for L1s, L2s, and then eventually also interoperability standards as well.
As you were speaking about that, I was thinking about how this app chain trend is starting. Do you guys think that that's related to us having this infrastructure in place that you've all built now? Like the builders of dApps just feel more comfortable because they're like, okay, well, we can seamlessly connect with other chains now pretty easily, so let's just deploy our own chain.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point to make, and I think Bo and I have spent a lot of time in both the Ethereum and Cosmos ecosystems, and the app chain thesis I think really originated in Cosmos, but we're seeing it really come to life in Ethereum. And when you think about value accrual in blockchain systems, I think from 2016 to 2020, everyone kind of thought fat protocol thesis, it's all going to accrue to the L1, and we're starting to see more and more that actually value is accruing to the application. So why should these applications be building on an L2, further sending their value that they've earned from a good product to an L2 when they can just deploy their own L2 and manage also their own infrastructure and customize it to their own needs?
I think on the app chain side, there's a lot of excitement around interoperability within these closed ecosystems. OP is a great example of this. They're Superchain. They're actively working on interoperability rails between all of their Superchain networks. And that's a really great first start. I think a few of these teams are working on this for the mid to long term. But this doesn't solve the issue of connectivity to other L1s and other massive ecosystems where users are thriving. And a lot of these app chains not only want connectivity to other chains in their ecosystem, but they want to be able to tap into different user bases across different VMs. And so I think that's the role that we continue to play. I'm always grateful when I hear an app chain is using a very standard network, because it means from our side it's a lot easier to integrate. But there's still a lot of complexity that we still have to solve in the short term before this app chain thesis really takes off.
Yeah, look, the two things are very related. I was talking about this a lot a few years ago. We started Hyperlane, and everyone was telling us no, you got to focus only on the big chains. And I was like, not going to do that. And the reason I had this insight is I got my brother a job with this ZK team that everyone in the investment community was these ZK guys are going to be the best thing ever. And he comes back one night and he's like, oh yeah, we're dropping zero knowledge. We're done with it. And we are instead going to use this thing that Optimism just built called Bedrock, and we're going to build our own chain instead because ZK wasn't feasible. I was like, if these guys This is like, early 22. If these guys are dropping ZK, where they spent the last 4, 5, 6 years mastering everything there is to master in the realm of ZK, if they're dropping it to make their own chain because they don't think that's performant enough, then everyone's going to end up doing it. And so I'm not going to build something to focus on these like 12, 20, 25 large chains. I'm going to build something to focus on the 3, 4, 5-digit number of chains that we're going to have sometime in the near future here. Because that world is nonsensical if there's not an easy, like the world where it's super easy to launch your chain is nonsensical if it's not super easy to get your chain connected with everybody else's. So those two things are very intertwined, right? Like the many chain world cannot flourish without a permissionless and scalable form of interoperability. And for 2+ years, we were the ones kind of like beating the drum on like, you must have a permissionless form of interoperability. And now that's become like common knowledge, in interop circles, right? Like go to the websites of any of the like leading protocols and you'll see permissionless interoperability front and center, whether that's, true or not, you'll see it front and center, where that was not the case even a year ago. So those two things, very intertwined. One makes the other make sense. And as Katya was saying, these efforts, like each one of these roll-up ecosystems, well, they're very desperate to get as much usage as they can within their house. And so what they tell people is like, you'll have a very seamless experience communicating between the chains that use the same software stack as you. But all of them are very, very far from actually delivering on it. So much so that just in the last few weeks, like we worked with one of the leading apps in OP to create a proto or like de facto form of superchain interoperability for all these superchains. They can have a shared trust assumption. That went live, right before DevCon. And then when OP releases the native form, probably sometime in 25, all the apps that are using this today, all the superchain chains that are using this today, will be able to pretty seamlessly switch over to the native form without having to reinvent their integrations. And so it goes back to your earlier question, like what's holding us back? Nothing. Almost nothing's holding us back. It's all happening now. The tools are all there, but it takes time once you have those tools, right? It's not like, well, you're a carpenter, I give you wood, and I give you tools to work with the wood. Well, you don't have a chair just because you have those things. It's still going to take time to build that chair.
So, like, it took time for us to be able to have that technology in place, but like, yeah, now I guess the OP stack seems to be something that's like giving a lot of these dApps the opportunity to deploy these chains, right? And I think the Polymer guys, like you guys sort of took that, like, you took that bet, right? Because a lot of the bridge projects that are out there are like, we just need to expand to chains and chains and chains, and you were like, no, let's go like specialized here. But it's interesting because on one hand, like, the way I observe the industry is like, how many chains do we need? We're just continuing to grow and grow and grow. But now that, you have this like little ecosystem within the OP world, you can grow more chains, but each chain actually really serves a purpose, right? Like a real purpose beyond just let's get liquidity extracted out of it, right?
Yeah, I think you're talking about network effects. I think the network effects of having a bunch of L2s around some valuable state is really high. To your point on specialization, we're a little bit later to market, so we had to specialize. We made a few bets. So the first bet that we made was we wanted to focus purely on rollups because we felt that the roll-up-to-rollup economy would grow faster than the L1 to L1 economy. The second bet that we made over a year ago was that we wanted to bet on the OP stack and the superchain. This is not to say that we're not going to expand beyond the superchain, but we wanted to like do really well and support this one ecosystem because we felt like this ecosystem was going to grow a little bit faster than its peers for a variety of technical reasons and social reasons. And within that context, I know you guys had mentioned superchain native interop. I want to clarify a few things. So my view of superchain native interop is that it's a verification layer protocol. In fact, the Hyperlane team uses it as an ISM, which stands for Interchain Security Module. And their stack is like on top, they can have Hyperlane. I don't know exactly what messaging standard the superchain folks will go with. Maybe they
They
write
don't know
their
yet
own.
either.
Yeah. So like, I don't know if they want to use Hyperlane, if they want to use Layer 0, if they want to use IBC as well. There's a few options there. So our strategy has actually been to focus on verifications. We've been focused on permissionless expansion of the verification layer of superchain chains because the core dependency set's going to be limited to some number of chains, be it 5 to 10 initially. There's going to be a long tail of perhaps hundreds of these. I've seen some lists, and we want to be able to support those.
Yeah, you said 3, 4, maybe even 5-digit number of chains.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. So, you know, what is it? It's the 6th. Today we're on 100 chains, and I was talking with my co-founder last night, and I was like, all right, well, you know, we're planning for next year. I'm like, well, you got to be ready for 500 this time next year. If you're like, if we're not ready for, we fucked up, right? And that's just the pace of things. And at the same time, you know, like, generally, there's like 2 reasons someone would want to go out and build their own chain. One is very like practical. Well, they don't want to share block space. They feel like they can do something much more specialized. The other one is just incentive driven, right? Like the market has told them for years now, well, chains are more valuable than any other thing that you can do, so you should go ahead and be a chain. Now, whether that thinking makes sense is a whole different argument. I personally don't think it makes very much sense, but it serves the needs of everyone here on this panel, so I'm not going to object to it. I'd like, if the market, if everyone believes that L1s or like new chains are the most valuable thing insofar as the market is concerned, well, what is the value of the next chain when everything is a chain? I don't know. I personally believe the market has a category value for chains and that it does not increase or decrease just because there is one more or one less chain. They're all sharing this category value. And at the same time, as the number of chains, like the incentive is to go and create more chains, well then the value of the things that connect those chains becomes, increases rapidly. We're biased. Obviously, we certainly hope that this is true.
So, will bridges forever be trying to predict where liquidity will be going as new chains continue to keep spinning up? And will that be your North Star as builders? But like, at what point do you say enough chains? When?
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
I don't think that's
Is
for
there
us
enough
to decide.
Well, I'm curious also, because you mentioned about like the prediction of 500 chains, you need to be ready for that next year. Do you think that like you're going to be required to provide unique attention to each one of those chain builders and like continue to provide service to them? Or is it going to be a situation where they can come and just press a few buttons and it just, like you said, permissionlessly, but is it ready for that right now? Or do you still, like every time a new builder comes to you, you need to be like, all right, well, we need to modify a little bit here, a little bit there in order to like provide the infrastructure for them properly?
Somewhere in the middle, right? Like today, it is true that they can do everything like on their own. But people like to feel special. Everyone goes through life thinking they're the star of their own movie. No one realizes that like most people are extras in somebody else's movie. So they want that treatment, right? Like no matter what. So you have to do some of that, right? Like no one with high confidence goes through life and think like, oh yeah, I'm basically like some nobody and you should completely disregard me, especially not entrepreneurs who are starting a business. And so you're going to have to do that despite the fact that, like, yeah, they could just go about it completely on their own. And, this really varies. So I'll give you a case like Velodrome, right? Like, they're easily the most influential app in the OP ecosystem. They didn't even talk to us until, like, 3 months into their work on Hyperlane. So, like, the fact that they could do that, that's awesome. Or, like, I'll give you another example. Last year, Aave started working with Layer 0 and Hyperlane for their governance messaging between chains. Mm-hmm. We talked to them once. They said like, cool. Then 2 months they come back later. They're like, oh, it's going to go live on testnet. Like, all right, that's awesome. So there's a high discrepancy between how much high touch you have to provide. But we always have to be ready to provide that high touch because, again, people sometimes want it. So even the fact that it might not be necessary, right? Like everyone can go ahead and use AWS. You don't really need that high touch, but they still have like account managers that go and provide that extra level of support when it's needed.
We're in the tech world, but at the end of the day, it's people behind it that are building it, right? We are still a people business.
Until the AI agents take over everything, but you know.
Well, I want to ask you guys also, how much do you think decentralization matters relative to the ability to move fast and connect new chains? Do you think that like decentralization equals more secure chains and bridges, or is that not part of the equation in your opinion?
I think decentralization is core to security. I think that over the past 3 years, the industry and a lot of new actors that have come in have, maybe they're too distant from the early ethos of like Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I think that it's become a norm to centralize your architecture, and I think that we're moving in the wrong direction for that. But with that said, I think there are a lot of trade-offs, right? Like when you're centralized first, you can grow faster earlier on, and that helps with adoption and market penetration. So it could be a business strategy to start that way. In terms of decentralization and security, I think it depends on what ecosystem you look at and the values and not just the philosophical values, but also the technical values of that ecosystem. So are you looking at, for example, building in Solana a few years ago versus building in Ethereum a few years ago? The decentralized approach of Ethereum, you had to pay $500 in gas, in ETH, and that became unusable. At the same time, on the other hand, Solana, you know, how many times did the chain go down where you couldn't get a transaction through at all?
It's okay, you just press the reset button.
Yeah, turn it off and wait 15 minutes, turn it back on.
I mean, I'll say though that like I think it's for like the average crypto person who's okay with a shitty experience, who's okay with the tech, you know, promising to be there in some unforeseeable future. I think exactly like you were saying, new actors that are coming into this space, like institutions, are not messing around. Like they need proof of decentralization. They need high security standards. They're no longer comfortable with this trust me bro model that unfortunately some of us have grown accustomed to as like a necessity for us to have faith in this industry and have trust that, you know, we'll get to this promised land. I think a lot of the discussion and discourse I've been seeing on crypto Twitter especially has just been like, who really cares? Like this isn't really, we need to be able to move fast, we need the first billion users, but realistically, like serious capital, serious institutions aren't going to be comfortable with something like that. So if we want to be taken seriously and like follow through on these values, we need to continue to prioritize decentralization.
One thing to add to that, you're spot on, and that's why a lot of institutions choose to deploy on Ethereum.
100%. And Solana too, mind you. You know, PYUSD.
Like, Solana's getting more decentralized, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think speed and decentralization are mutually exclusive. Katya brought up intents. You can have speed and have, I guess, like more decentralized settlement. Like you can use something like RP7755 to like settle through the native bridge, but make a call really fast across rollups. I think the settlement process, making that faster is a little bit trickier. If you want to do it in a fully decentralized way, you either have to speed up the settlement of the rollups themselves, or you have to have the rollups quote-unquote share settlement. I'll define that by validate their state transitions together. If they do that, then you can have like very fast interop, which is the superchain model. That's like less like verified, or basically no verification at all in their model. And then you have delayed settlement where you can verify that everything at settlement time, so you can get both properties. But that means that you have to be part of the same like rollup cluster, and then it doesn't solve for the problem of like you have one rollup cluster, you have another rollup cluster, you have to communicate across them. So I think not mutually exclusive, but it depends on like how you look at it. Yeah.
So you guys all agree, like long term, there will be no elements of trust when it comes to bridges. It's all going to be like fully decentralized, and I can see that all if I really dig into the tech. Like I'm curious because as an industry right now, especially with the new administration coming in the United States, then we're going to start seeing a lot of new regulation rolling out And you guys are all facilitating billions, probably one day trillions of dollars, and institutions are getting involved. So like the regulatory landscape around that's probably going to be super interesting. And I'm sure if you can prove, well, yeah, this is fully, completely decentralized. It requires no elements of trust. You don't need to, it doesn't matter who we are, who the builders are, anything like that. It's all there. How do you see regulations around that? Like, do you think that there will be regulatory scrutiny to come in the bridging industry at some point?
I don't know if scrutiny is the right word, maybe clarity, but
Okay.
I think like depending on what you're optimizing for, if you're a decentralization maxi, if you're bought into like the original cypherpunk ethos of Bitcoin, then decentralization is imperative. It's a non-negotiable. And I think that, yeah, right now it seems that things are trending towards a more favorable regulatory landscape in the US, but I think that if you really buy into the values of blockchain, then you have to kind of run with the assumption that you won't always have a favorable environment, and you do need to build things in a way where they're sustainable over a long term across a distributed group of people globally.
Right.
We're going to have some type of structure around it, because if we don't get any new structure, we're going to get applied to old structures. Right? So like one option is to say, all right, well, within the existing rule set, this is what these technologies look the most like this part of the existing rule set. It's kind of the same application of them saying, well, these crypto assets, these tokens, they look like securities. So we're going to apply this thing that was built for, paper, pieces of paper that represented financial, equity interest in companies. We're going to apply it to your crypto assets. And like, I can't tell you how much time I have personally spent with regulators from multiple different United States and European agencies to get them to see that, well, actually, like, that's not a one-to-one fit. Because like, I never needed Uber stock to go be a driver for Uber. But I do need Ether to go ahead and participate in the operation of Ethereum. And I have like a million similar examples. And so it's not one-to-one. So if no new rules emerge, those people make rules and apply rules. They are going to either make new ones and apply them, or use old ones and apply them. And we're probably all better off with them making new ones with, during these favorable periods where there is a, amenable ear on the other side, and talking to them and like getting them to make the rules now in a way that we think is suitable, at the same time is not just like completely market appeasing. So I hope that in the next 4 years we do get some, appropriate rules put in. This also, unfortunately, represents a pernicious opportunity for regulatory capture. So I also hope that doesn't happen, right? That's always bad for new entrants, and certainly industry incumbents always like to engage in some game of regulatory capture.
Going back 1 second to what you were saying, the example about not needing to own Uber stock to use Uber, or needing to own Ethereum to work in the Ethereum ecosystem. I want to challenge that, because I think abstraction is like a huge theme, and I mean, it was a little bit for a while ago. We were talking about it. I think it took a little bit of time for the tech to catch up. I think the regulation, like a lot of these crypto firms I know are, have been spending the past bunch of years like getting all these licenses to operate globally. So on the regulatory side, we're there. On the tech side, it sounds like we're there. So abstraction in general, right? I think as long as you own any token, it doesn't necessarily matter which one. You're going to be able to conduct whatever you want.
That's using the service, but I'm talking about operating the service. So think of a driver for Uber as part of the operation of the end service. An Ethereum validator is part of the operation of the Ethereum service. So, me getting into the car is like I'm using the service. The driver is part of the operation of the service. Me sending a transaction of Ethereum, I'm using the service. The validator, working on the chain's consensus, is providing the service. Uber driver does not need to own Uber stock. Ethereum validator does need to own and post Ethereum. And so that's the key distinction. But that was really just an example to say they have rules in place that were built for those systems, and without being forced to make new rules, they're just going to try and shoehorn those existing ones onto our new systems. And so we would be all better off if they did not do that once more for the applications of the technologies that we're all working on here. And so forget like, the abstraction part, undeniably true. I can have a whole set of opinions on that. But as us operating in this realm of interoperability, like we are all better off if they make new rules that are tailored for this industry and like does not just try to say, well, you kind of look like this thing that we regulated in the 1960s or the 1970s, and forget that it's 2025. We should just use the same set of rules.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I think even from the builder's side, right? Like when you abstract things for the builders, then people are like, you're making the prediction that there's going to be a lot of L1s coming. So if that's the case, then the people who are going to come building the dApps don't need to know or care about like what's going on the back end, smart contracts talking to each other, facilitating the ETH between one another. So from their point of view as well, like they're also just going to be, I don't know whether they have USDC or it doesn't matter what. They don't need to know or care about what tokens being utilized for gas or anything like that, right?
Most likely.
Like
chain abstraction.
I want to hear your controversial opinion.
No, so I guess I think the controversial opinion. I think chain abstraction as like a overall theme is stupid. And why is it stupid? Because it does not acknowledge that on one hand, like half the times when you use something in crypto, the chain is the product. So like you don't want to abstract the product. You want to abstract friction in reaching the product. So like there are people excited about Berachain and Move and all these new chains coming up. The product for them is using the chain. It's not using any distinct app.
But that's people who are like deep in the crypto world. We're talking about now seamless bridging for interoperability for long-term mainstream adoption, right? I
think you build for, I don't think like you go ahead, my personal view, right? Like I think you build for the crypto natives and the world slowly becomes more like them as opposed to like, we're going to make all the world, we're going to make this industry look and fit like for all the world, because that has not worked, at least in the 8 years that I've been in. What has worked is building for crypto people, and the set of crypto people has very steadily expanded since, I've been involved like 2016.
I actually don't know if I'll agree. I think like, especially if you look at emerging markets in Latin America and in Africa where they're using crypto as a necessity, as an alternative financial system, that's where we're seeing like real crypto adoption, right? They're transacting, they don't care which chain they're on, they want it to be cheap, they don't need to know like
I'd say they definitely care. They all use Tron and for the most part, and they use BSC.
Not exclusively though.
They don't care that it's not, maybe it's questionable how decentralized it is or not.
No, they care about like, so we pay people, right? In Nigeria, I've had like people in Nigeria, I've had people in Southeast Asia, and they will only accept payment in USDT on Tron or BUSD on BSC. Like they do not want to do anything else. Like if I told them like I can pay you on Solana, they tell me no thanks. These two. This is like.
I think the world is continuing to change. Like if you look at Lemon Cash, for example, in Latin America, they support Ethereum, they support Celo, they support like this suite of EVM chains, and like you don't even know that you're depositing into Aave when you have your USDC and you click earn yield. Like you just have this like whole process abstracted away. You can dig deeper into the underlying protocol, but now you have access to these financial services. So yeah, I know Tron's done an unbelievable job in getting mainstream adoption, but I think like it's still too early to say if one chain will be the winner on that front. So,
and I think we're all in the game of no one chain will be the winner, because that's world's kind of bad for us. Explicitly bad for us.
I'd like to offer a counterpoint. I think we're missing the forest for the trees. I don't think it's chain abstraction or like this deep of a level of infrastructure that's holding us back. I think it's actually the opposite side. It's the app side. It's the like mobile apps. It's the way that people interact. Like all four of us are so deep in interop that we're gonna be able to talk about every detail of it to the audience. But honestly, I don't think like that's what's keeping mainstream adoption from occurring. It's like applications like Hyperliquid that are extremely seamless, clean user experience that will bring on the next generation of users for blockchains.
Yeah, you guys are just laying the foundation for that, but I don't think any of you ended up here by accident. You all had a vision of what the future looks like, so that's what I'm here to learn about from you guys. I think the crowd wants to know that too. We don't have too much time left, 45 seconds, but last thing I want to ask, just because it's probably going to be the biggest thing of 2025, already was of 2024, but AI. Are you guys incorporating AI at all into anything you're doing? How do you view AI impacting the bridging world? Do you think it could help optimize bridge routing, reduce costs? Will it even anticipate congestion and things like that? Let me hear your guys' thoughts on AI quick.
I think when it comes to AI, I think a lot of people agree that AI agents will be the next million, 10 million, 100 million users on chain. I'd say like the biggest trend for interop in 2025 isn't necessarily AI, but it would be more that Ethereum, 4 years ago, made a big bet on L2 scaling. And as all these L2s have matured and grown and created new frameworks, this theme that we're seeing within the Ethereum researcher community of coming, like everyone diverged, created different L2s, different architectures for these L2s, and now we see us converging again and agreeing on standards. You see like Heart from Across and Uniswap and Optimism all working together, addressing the biggest pain point for our ton of Ethereum developers and Ethereum users. And I think that in 2025, we'll see a lot of the users that we lost to Solana and other chains come back to Ethereum because we'll have successfully unified Ethereum.
We use it if it makes Hyperlane more valuable.
I didn't hear that.
We use it if it makes Hyperlane more valuable.
Yeah, I'll say that I think we're going to wait for the applications to experiment with that. I don't think we'll add it into our infrastructure layer just yet.
Fair enough.
I think
all right, that's our time. Go for it, Bo.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I was gonna
go for it.
I had one thing to say. I think the Sybil game is gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
I also wanted to call out Brian from Layer Zero for dodging these panels. If someone can clip this,
should have sent an AI agent.
Please
should have sent an AI agent.
He's been dodging.
I'm gonna make a YouTube short of this. And
Layer Zero's a market leader in interop, that's for sure, and I think everyone agrees. And we also think that there's a lot of things that they've done a good job at, and a lot of things that we disagree with in terms of like the marketing or intellectual dishonesty. So we'd love to challenge Brian and Layer Zero to meet us in Ethereum in ETH Denver for a friendly, cordial panel to have a discussion.
Thank you for putting it so concisely, and I really appreciate all your guys' times. Crowd, please give a round of applause for your panelists. I'm Ronnie. Thank you so much.
That's so funny.
Thanks for having us.
All right.
Investing in crypto, the big opportunities. Please welcome our moderator and their guests.
Hi, great to be here. My name is Elad. I'm one of the founders and CEO of Market Across, one of the most and biggest PR companies in crypto, representing brands like Binance and Crypto.com and Avalanche and the likes. Also, founder of Chainwire, the biggest press release distribution platform in crypto, and a founder of a small VC called Block Builders. And I'll let my honorable guests present themselves really quickly.
Awesome. Nice to be here. Thanks for having us, everyone at the Block. My name is Steve Venino. I'm a partner at Block Tower on the venture side, where we're deploying an early stage crypto native but generalist scope venture fund. So the broader firm has multiple strategies like credit and hedge fund, but I spend 100% of my time on the venture side.
Hello, my name is Kavita Gupta. I'm the founder and GP of Delta Blockchain Fund, which I started in 21. We have a pre-seed, seed stage fund, and a liquid token fund. Before that, I started Consensus Ventures, and before that, came into the space with Bitcoin mining and very early in Ethereum.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nag. I'm founder and CEO of G20 Group based in Zurich and Zug. We are a fiat and cryptocurrency trading and investment house with 75 people. So we are a trading house, so we also have our own investing arm, which invests across all life cycles of a crypto project, and excited to be here.
Hey folks, I'm Etienne, founder of TRGC, early stage venture fund, pre-seed seed. We have a strong preference for infrastructure projects, founders thinking long term. And recently we've updated our thesis, including gaming, very bullish on the space. And I would say payment infrastructure is definitely something we have a strong interest for.
So since this panel is called Investing in Crypto and the Big Opportunities, and since we're at a time in the market that there's a lot of opportunities, what do you see now? What's your outlook on the market, and what are the big opportunities that you, as investors, are looking for? And how do you judge projects when you are out there looking for those opportunities from like a VC perspective, but also in liquid funds, getting on a project that's already out there that you recognize that is interesting even after it launched or before they launched? Your 2 cents.
Do I go in order, or how are we phasing this?
Go ahead.
I'm happy to kick off. Yeah, I think Etienne touched on it, but the most important thing for us is the long-term horizon and commitment from the founders and alignment. So, you know, we're a true venture. We're trying to do like the Web2 venture portfolio management in the Web3 space. So, you know, we're just as excited about a potential IPO in 10 years as we are for a token launch in maybe 6 months. So we don't tend to get involved in things that are like, I think you see in bull market, like a 12-month token vest, and those things would be great. You can make a lot of money, but we're looking really to kind of partner with those founders that 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now we're still either investing in or working closely with. I think in terms of the market, bull markets are great. It's good for everyone's bags. Bitcoin 100K is awesome, but it also makes things noisier, more competitive. You get generalist funds come into the space, prices go higher. So it's actually kind of more fun to invest in a bear market versus a bull market, even though your portfolio and your personal bags might not be as fun. But yeah, just to the question, you know, we look at finding founders who are building something that's long-term, sustainable, that they have some unique insight into, and it's a big enough market, and where we can add value and partner with them. So, and to your question about the liquid side, our mandate is broad, so we typically invest in equity and tokens, and but we do have the flexibility to use trading software or OTC providers to buy tokens that are already launched. To your point, as an example, we invested in Maple Finance, and during kind of the depths of the bear market, where we're just kind of like acquiring tokens in the open market, and it doesn't have to always be like a formal round per se, so the flexibility helps.
I think a lot what Steve said, but also I feel blockchain and crypto is a very interesting space where you do want founders to stick around, but also you do not have a lot of time to keep on testing and have the best product out there. I have seen some of the best founders we have invested in. We are like sold on the product, sold on the vision, but we also felt like they were so academic to actually have a real product out with respect to technology, which is relatively a new technology, and bridge the gap to the consumers. Like one of the biggest gap we still have is really good consumer chain and really good consumer products out there, which not only degens, but also Web2 people can use. And again, when we go to the founders, especially in the last 2 to 3 years, some of the biggest testing for us on the founders has been, can they deliver? Can they actually go through distribution and adoption instead of just focusing on the tech? And with distribution and adoption, can they, if they are going to do a token launch, do they understand how to play the token game and how to incentivize their community and keep their community together? And so distribution, community, and then understanding the token game incentive, these have become very important in the last couple of years for us.
Yeah. Thank you, Kavita. So I'll focus a little bit on where we are in the market cycle right now, because a lot of audience, some of them were asking, let's say you didn't invest your money, you're late, you're failing. Where is the market cycle and what parameters we look and how do we look at what we like, some of the tokens, and maybe that's what we do. So I think if you haven't invested, say you're late, some of them are long, what do you look at? You should always look at Coinbase premium of Bitcoin. If there is a premium of Bitcoin, which means Bitcoin price trades slightly at a premium to Binance price, in US, that means US investors are very much interested to still buy Bitcoin. This is a parameter, very simply you can type in your computer by looking at where Bitcoin on Coinbase trading versus Binance. Luckily, still this is trading at a premium, means still US investors are interested to buy. Secondly, where is ETH BTC ratio? So ETH BTC has been going down since Bitcoin dominance went from 47 to 61, which is normally a cycle top, and 57% that has led to rally in Ethereum. So which means no matter whether you're bullish or bearish, flows will try to move into Ethereum, which will pull up the Ethereum price higher, basically. That's what second parameter. And then Solana, which is the leader of this cycle rally, and all the Solana coins like Bonk, Jito, Jupiter, Radium, they have rallied a lot. So if Solana takes a pause, all of them will take a lot. So what we really like is, we really like Ethereum has so far underperformed, and the legacy coins like Ripple, Hedera, Link, a lot of the old ones, they rallied. Why did they rally? Because of the repricing of the US regulatory risk environment. We also like AI theme. Biggest themes of AI are BitTensor, Near, Internet Computer, some Fetch, some of those ones also to look at because AI has slightly slowed down in the last 1 month and it may pick up. So if you're looking today actually to invest new money into the market, if you like Solana, then Solana derivatives, which are Bonk, Jito, Jupiter, that's what I would really look at. And if you're late to Bitcoin, Bitcoin related space like Bitcoin Cash, Core, Stacks, these are the ones also which we like as well. And then you have other coins like Near, Internet Computer, some of them which haven't rallied so much, haven't made new cycle highs, those are the other ones, also Graph as well. What should you look for cycle top? Federal Reserve stop cutting rates. Basically, they are probably cut 25 basis points, and also financial conditions tightening, dollar starts rallying, and these are the three parameters we look at, and inflation picking up where you may see a temporarily cycle topping out. I think we are not there yet, but once financial conditions tighten, it is very difficult for Bitcoin to rally. And what do we look at when we invest? We normally follow, we don't lead any project. So we look at really founders that are not just technology leaders, but also can they stay with the project for the really long term. And we are very, very bullish on US-based projects and US founders, also Asia-based. So that's what we are looking for there. And in the areas of DeFi, interoperability, infrastructure, still continue to be the heavy focus there. And very selective AI agent-based meme coins also we look at. Please.
I'm excited to hear finally someone admitting that meme coins are investable. So this is a win for us. Is there anyone in here that looks at Ethereum Sharpe ratios or Bitcoin premiums? Show of hands. One. So it's not really a thing, right? So, but he's a market maker, so I understand your angle to the markets. For us, what I would say is we do like founders that whatever they're building is a long-term commitment, right? It's no doubt that Ethereum will literally be Vitalik's life's work. Will be on his Wikipedia page. What's the ambition? I do like what I would say far-fetched, crazy ideas, right? If it's you're building Uniswap competitor number 400, right, at this day and age, why even bother, right? Even though it's relatively easy to raise capital, I feel like your time and capital is better spent doing something else. So you want to be critical in that sense. So you're looking for founders, something I picked up from a good friend of mine, that are painting a picture of the future that doesn't exist yet, right? Imagine if you had met Vitalik the first time, and you're like, what the hell is a smart contract, right? So he's painting a picture that there's no historical data to base that on, right? Even though I would say picking up Ethereum at, as you mentioned last night, at $100.19 would still be a great pickup. And to your point about being late, what is late, right? Buying Solana in 22 at $8, is that being late? So what is your time frame as far as investing? I think that plays into a lot. Kind of like set it and forget it. And last point I would add, I think none of us here are bullish enough. I think what's coming in the coming years, we have a president with his own token. Has that ever happened? Bitcoin is now, I think, the 5th publicly traded public asset. I think only NVIDIA outperformed Bitcoin in the last 10 years. So whatever you're doing right now, just remember, you're not bullish enough. I think the industry has never been in such a position with Trump in the White House and Agent Chaos to his right, Elon. So I think it's more than anything, especially in 23, we're talking about with Steve backstage, you could throw a dart at anything on Binance or Coinbase and it's up right now, right? So I think that patience space plays in long term. So that's kind of like how we look at macro and investing opportunities for the industry.
So actually, I want to play off of that. How does your investment thesis change based on what you think is the time of the market? So you said it's actually more fun to invest in the bear market because the upside is probably bigger and there's less noise and you can take your time and kind of like, it's not as crazy, right? And it seems like now the market is kind of going in that crazy way again, where, you know, and as you mentioned, you also have like the US suddenly is more interesting, while in 2022, the US came after like a lot of crypto companies and like Gary Gensler, and you had the FTX collapsing and Celsius and a lot of like, you know, FUD that came from the US. How does that change your investment thesis, and does it change, or are you kind of agnostic to what's going on in the markets for bull or bear trends, but also geographically? What are your thoughts on that?
I can start on that one. It's actually always has been in every cyclic. So as a VC fund and also a liquid token fund, our timings are very different for those two funds. VC funds are really great to invest in bear market, and then as soon as you start coming into the market like today, our experience and a lot of people we have talked to, you slow down on your investing cycle into early stage projects because you feel like now you need to support your portfolio who has been building last 2 years, 3 years, 3.5 years. Most of them are launching their tokens or doing their next bigger Series B or Series C. They have proven the technology, and now you really need to sit down and support that. Now, when it comes to liquid token fund, I think last year was the best time to go into the market with the time, duration, return factor, and the risk, right? Of course, nobody can sit down and say, oh, starting from this month onwards, there's going to be a bull cycle, so now let me calculate. Of course, you do a lot of calculations around it, but we decided to start a liquid token fund only last year because we realized that we are looking at maximum 2-year horizon if I have to really buffer in 50%. With respect to where the market would move, and the prices are really down, and it's going to go up. So with respect to my risk, return, duration, this is the best time for the liquid token fund. Now, today, if I want to do, when we were raising last year, most of our LPs are like, what are you talking about? Everything is down. Is it ever going to be up? It's like, it feels very weird. It feels very counterintuitive for a lot of them to go into the market last year. People who believed in us are, of course, sitting on multiple X return, and now they want to go into the market. I just don't understand it. Now everyone is excited to go into the market, and we are like, oh, we are just waiting to liquidate most of the stuff instead of going into the market. So if you want to go into the market now, sure, we can give you maybe 20% up, 30% up, 40% up. There's still a lot of moat in the market. We still are not an all-time high, but we are more excited about doing that quick turnaround within a 1-year duration with the liquid stuff, and with the pre-seed, seed stage VC profile, we are only looking to, let's just take it out into the market and figure it out. There is like very little excitement in most of the funds we have talked to about now going with a 4-year duration.
Yeah, I think some great points highlighted, and one of the most important is what is your time horizon, what's your vehicle, who are your LPs, and aligning on those expectations. We have liquid holdings in our fund, but we're a pure venture fund. So there's the age-old adage, don't try to time the market. I think you have to be smart about it. And if you have different vehicles, you do try to time things. For us, we look to, we're deploying our fund over 4 years, our first fund. We're still working on that. So that smooths out sort of the macro cyclicality of it all, and it allows you to not be concentrated on certain narratives that are hot in one cycle, certain price points that are inflated at one point in the cycle. We launched in 2022 Q1, so the market was pre-Luna and everything was drinking the fruit punch and all that. So it's good that we kind of remain disciplined and have deployed slowly throughout. But again, for our fund is a pure play early stage venture vehicle. I do think what you brought up earlier and has been brought up a couple times, it's important to be cognizant of more regime shifts. I mean, what's happened in the US on the regulatory front is very important. It's very material. This isn't like something to fade in terms of like Bitcoin shot to 100K. Trump is talking about Bitcoin, National Reserve and all that. Like this is a fundamental shift where we have not just the president, not just new SEC chair, not just Jerome Powell talking about Bitcoin and comparing it to gold, but we also have 100 new federal legislators who are crypto friendly. So this is a regime shift in terms of the opportunities going forward. We no longer have to sit at RIC and say, I love this team, I love this product, but I wish they weren't based in the US, right? It was sort of an extra risk to underwrite in our process. Like, are they willing to move to offshore if we need them to, or suggest they do? That no longer is the case, and like we can now be comfortable. I mean, it's not an overnight change, but with innovation kind of staying onshore and being able to not be as concerned on the regulatory front. So the simple boiled down version is like we invest throughout the cycle. I think a lot of Web2 VCs have proven over decades that you deploy a fund over 3, 4, 5 years, not 12, 18 months in the venture space. So we take that best practice in our fund and our approach. But we are very cognizant of what's changed in the US and how that drives a lot of policy and thinking around the world.
So I think the VC investing cycle that Etienne said is very long, like 7 years, 8 years. I'm myself LP in a lot of VC funds. So we focus on market cycles. So where would be the next market would top? For example, our thesis is that Musk and Trump will drive the US economy really red hot. So you have Fed, which is very dovish. Valor said, who is the neutral member within the Fed, said that interest rate regime is still very prohibitive, which means you still have to cut the 25 basis points, even though financial conditions are quite loose, which means we'll see a 25 basis points cut very soon. And this will be repriced into the market, and S&P could go 6.5, 6.6. That's already quite expensive from a forward earnings perspective. And we saw dollar index strengthening by 2%, which means all the investors would sell the emerging market currencies, including euro. Euro is in a difficult situation with French government bonds, trading above yields, Greek government bonds, which means the investors think that it's more riskier. Also, Germany is doing quite badly. So the two economic powerhouses are doing badly, means euro is at a very weak point. So dollar will attract more and more money, and US stocks will trade at premium to the rest of the world. So this will lead to, at some point, excessive valuation, and US government bonds will try to reprice the entire very hot economy because inflation will try to rise. You can't keep inflation low, and markets keep on going high. So we try to look at that, including where is China, because China is the biggest exporter of inflation, And China is doing very badly right now, which is good news for the rest of the world, because if they're in deflation, they can't export inflation. So once China starts recovering, then US bond yields will go high, and that will lead into markets correcting, will come into crypto. So we try to follow this very carefully. So what does it really mean for investors that want to benefit in the short term is you have to look at two parameters. If a token is invested by VCs, they hold that for a couple of years. Yeah? So you have something called fully diluted valuation, which means a token is valued, say, at $1 million or 100 million, and then you have market cap, which means how many tokens are really available for supply on the exchange or that you can buy. So the trick is founders try to rig the game by launching very small supply, like 1% or so. So you have 1 million available, 99 locked. Their friends go and buy, and the token really goes up. And then what happens on the top, they dump the token. You lose the money. That's a common theme in crypto where people have lost money. And it used to be ICOs, which were fair launches, and that's why meme coins became very popular, because the retail don't really care, even if you have 1,000 wallets and 500 are owned by the founders, because it's fully distributed, very low value, it's available, and it's fun. So people have started buying into every single coin that is available, and if it has really good exchange listing like Binance, Coinbase, it's really great. So it has liquidity also. That's the reason why a lot of very big launches didn't do very well this year or last year, and then people started buying. So that's why I think meme coins are still quite attractive. However, you have to be very careful where you enter. So we are seeing first-time people approaching like, how do we invest in meme coins? What can we do about it? And it's very difficult for a lot of VCs to explain to their LPs that, oh, you know, I'm putting 2% in a donkey coin or 3% in a monkey coin. So it's very difficult. So I think you have an excellent opportunity if you look very carefully. So, you know, like GOAT, etc., some of them which are AI agent-based meme coins, also very attractive. Squid, you know, which was listed on Binance, was interesting. So I think I urge audience to look very carefully who are really good teams behind it, and is it fairly listed? Do they have really top-tier listing? And these are the ones that actually to do. Or you actually can buy Pepe, Doge, etc., because Musk will every day 3 times will say Doge, and token starts rallying. So these are the ones, but you have to be very careful how you know, when you get out, etc. Because if the market cycle tops, they're going to correct a lot. And crypto, I think you have to be very careful when you invest, because nothing backs these tokens. There's nothing behind it. There's no cash flows. There is nothing. Very few tokens actually have cash flows like Aave, Uniswap, etc., which actually make revenues. So you should differentiate between revenue-generating tokens versus just hot air. Otherwise, you're going to lose 90% of the wealth. So that's very, very, very important when you invest in crypto. Please.
I would start with my first premise is that we're ultra bullish on the industry, right? We have governments openly stating that Bitcoin becomes a reserve currency of sorts. Now, that said, you could then equally make the case that if we're looking at cash flows, then everything below Bitcoin, you might as well call everything a meme coin, right? It's meme coins all the way down, right? So the thing is, again, and I repeat myself, what is your time frame? Know when to get out, which is the hardest thing, obviously, for any investor, right? The getting in seems the easy part. Where do you take profits? And then sit on your hands and wait for your re-entry type thing without becoming, what I say, a day trader. If you don't want to spend 16 hours behind a computer, you have no business swing trading or day trading. Or find a specialist quant that you can employ full time. So I would say you would buy projects with strong fundamentals, and strong fundamentals to me is what I call crypto product market fit, right? Does it fit the industry? What is the narrative? How much liquidity is flowing towards which narrative, whether it's payments, whether it's AI, whether it's gaming, whether it's RWA. If anyone can explain RWAs to me, please let's meet after the panel. I have no clue, but it seems to be a thing, right? So check if it's going to attract liquidity. Now, last point to that, based on narratives, is DeFi still a thing? I'm hearing Aave being mentioned, Uniswap. DeFi to me seems like we're swapping on Uniswap, but is that it? Is that all? I heard someone mention last night that it's ripe to build banking type services on the likes of Sui, Solana, and whatnot. So I'm happy that I'm waiting for those projects to come along. And lastly, I would add, one must be careful to apply, I would say, Web 2 principles of evaluating tokens or protocols or companies to cryptos. These are open public protocols of shared ownership. And if you want to talk about cash flows for Ethereum, right, or profits of sorts, I was like, okay, where to look, right? Is that a fair question? Is Ethereum profitable, right? It's a shared ownership of an open network. So I think we're also redefining these definitions of how do you view these public networks, right? And we've never seen it in human history. So by the luck of cryptography, it is possible. But I feel like if any academic here as well, we have new frameworks of judging, is Ethereum a healthier L1 compared to Solana, right? Besides being a maximalist or not, I would say.
I'll just quickly adding on what both of you said. I feel like crypto is a very, very different game if you're just talking about tokens versus what underlying company is doing. Like if I just go from the pure cash flow perspective, and not that I'm very against the idea of looking at cash flows coming from a private equity structured background, I feel like technology-wise, it's very difficult, even in Web 2 world. For an example, Uber or Airbnb or Facebook, which were highest valuation companies for the longest time, were not even close to being positive. Twitter has never been very revenue positive. So if cash flow is the one, even in the Web 2 world, defining your valuation, a lot of companies we think are iconic companies, Google for the longest time, would have never been the iconic companies. For them, it was all about distribution, data, intangible cash flows, right? So similarly, coming to the crypto world, if I go back and say, based on profitability, Ether prices should be this, Polygon prices should be this. The biggest L1, L2s, I'm not even going to meme coins for an example. Then the value versus what underlying should have some sort of a synchronization. I don't think Polygon till today, based on having multi-billion-dollar market cap, and I'm not calling out Polygon, I'm one of the early investors, Polygon, and really proud of the team, but also whether it's Aptos or Sei or Sui, any of the L2s or L1s we are looking at with multi-billion-dollar valuation are not profitable for sure, not even close to profitability. Right? So I don't think cash flows defines. A lot of times when I think of it, I do go back to the other econometric principle, which is supply and demand and the value which people see. So till today for me, even coming out of India where gold is a big thing and you have to buy and you have to store, it is the biggest storage value. I mean, somebody has just told me gold is a value, and when I go to the market, somebody is ready to take it, is what defines gold. Otherwise, with respect to the chemical composition of gold versus silver versus platinum versus diamond, it's not a big difference, right? And nowadays, you can have lab-grown diamonds. So just coming back there, I feel like when it comes to crypto, speculation is definitely there, whatever is the right legal terminology you want to use, but also where do you feel like adoption is happening? And more people, the intangible real cash flow of crypto, which meme coins in this cycle, NFTs and last cycle has proven, community, adoption, distribution, what people feel they want to keep and want to have some sort of loyalty towards it, feel very excited about sharing. I have this much Solana and this has what made money. Very similar to also stocks when you hear, oh, I've been holding Google for the longest time, or I am a part of NVIDIA's early stock listing. So I think that's way more important in this ecosystem, which is community and that loyalty towards community.
So I'd like again to play off of that. You talk about adoption, and then we're seeing a lot of things that are happening right now that kind of support adoption, that kind of supports the wave of optimism that goes to the crypto market. What do you think what do you think are the biggest events that supported that up until now, and how do you predict the next, I would say maybe between 1 to 3 years will look like for crypto adoption and for the markets? Like, what do you envision will be the next big events that would happen in crypto and in the markets? I mean, personally, I think that right now there's a lot that's going on around meme coins, for example. Does that support adoption? Some people would say that that's the opposite, right? Because meme coins don't really have value. And some people would say that actually that brings a lot of retail attention into crypto, and that supports adoption by itself. So my question is maybe in two different directions that kind of eventually come together. What big events do you envision will happen, or do you predict, and what kind of trends will come off of it, and how do you look at it as investors?
Yeah, I'm happy to kick off. It is interesting. It's kind of gray because there's different definitions of adoption. And to your point, like a meme coin that might go to 0, 90% probably will, might be, it's not adoption, but also is it bringing in, my brothers who don't, it's not, but like theoretically that don't kind of operate in this industry today. So it's tricky. I think for me, and our team internally, what we talk about a lot is like, and what could be a catalyst is who's gonna build something that people want to use genuinely that's not financial. I mean, you could have a Bitcoin-backed mortgage, right? And there's companies doing that, and that's adoption. Like you can go buy a house, even if it's a niche subset of the population, but you can buy a house based on, this wealth that you've accumulated that's hard to traditionally get leverage on. But for me, what would be the most exciting thing is who's building something in like a consumer space that people want to use, and it's not them using it because they're farming a token. They hope that they can dump on others. And I think we've seen that there's like 50 to 100,000 actual daily active users in this industry on a basis who aren't doing speculative stuff. Like you look at Farcast or Warpcast numbers that can kind of give you some directional truth there. We have a company in the consumer space called TYB. Their customers and their end users are all Web 2, quote unquote, normal people, which is really cool to see. They're generating, millions of dollars of real ARR. So seeing a company, and I bring it up because it's a company that no one who's using it thinks about blockchain. It's all abstracted. So would love to see real apps and real use cases that are not financial in nature that people want to use, and that's going to bring people into the space because it feels like Web 2. It feels like TikTok or Instagram, and they want to use it just for their own inherent value and interest. I think hard-pressed to ask anyone on this stage or anyone in the audience, like, what consumer application has survived since 2016, 2017? I mean, there's some like a SoRare, for example, but especially those on chain, like what's survived, what's real? There's not many.
Actually, that's where I was just directly going. Sorry.
Honestly, everyone here, I feel like we're cutting ourselves short by this angle. Now, let's be honest here. Speculation is who we are as humans. We will forever speculate on markets. And to say that we don't have use cases in crypto, go talk to anyone in Mozambique or Argentina that lost money on a bank account where they can hold their US dollars or a stable coin on a bank account, and then tell them like, hey, crypto has no value for you, right? And then hold your assets in the local peso or whatever and have it devaluate overnight. Crypto has value, right? I can send a US dollar to my sister in Suriname without using Western Union that wants to charge me 12%, right? So it has value, right? In-game assets can be stored. Chess players storing their rankings on Algorand. There's so many use cases and utility. Now, any disruptive technology will have speculation first. And don't get me started on the biotech markets. It's like billions and billions, companies without a product, right? So again, speculation is who we are. The derivatives and options on NASDAQ equally is what we do. We've never seen this before, that you can wire $1 billion from Australia to China and to Miami in 1 minute, right? Or on Algorand, instant finality. So I feel like we're cutting ourselves short. by saying that there's no speculations for these tokens. Now, another point you made is that value will always be subjective. What is value? If you don't want to use a mobile phone, an iPhone is useless to you, right? So what is value, right? Will forever be a subjective thing. So we're here, we're investors, we're building, we're creating a new world. And like I said, it doesn't exist yet. Yeah. And it's beyond what we can understand based on our current regulatory frameworks and law books and whatnot. We've never had this before. These are global networks where 8 billion people can participate. We've never seen this before, guys.
So yeah, I think let me just really quickly, because it kind of countered me, just to be fair. The question was more like, what's an exciting catalyst that ushers in adoption? So never suggested, like we have a portfolio company that moves $20 million.
I
think guys, one second. I think the question which he was talking about was more about consumer apps, right? What has been the progress on consumer app? I think
Ethereum is a consumer app.
Yeah, but exchanges are the only consumer apps with that much million and million of adoption. So what you're talking about, which is somebody's able to have a local peso in, or local INR, or lira, anything, it's always trading, and exchanges has been the biggest adoption consumer apps, right? And I think what we are feeling is for more adoption, DGens have figured out Aave's UX UI, DGens have figured out MetaMask UX UI. If you go to a Web2 person, even though they would be highly qualified engineers and PhDs and cool, but if they have to use MetaMask today, the interface with respect to consumer adoption, that's not their deal, right? Like a lot of even meme coins, I get so many amazing Web2 founders coming and saying, we want to buy meme coins. I give them 3 apps to go to, and they call me up. They're like, can we just Venmo you the money and you figure it out, right? So we are talking about the gap in that consumer applications, the UX UI, to make it not for crypto people, but so simple. Hey, you have $20,000 liquidity for this particular meme coin, you press the button, the order is filled, you have this meme coin, you can sell. No perp, no options, no like 1,000 different fancy options for DGen. And I feel that is really a gap. That's a gap which I myself feel, whether it's UX UI, whether UX UI on cross-chain. So much infrastructure is there for cross-chain, but the cross-chain application, not to think about that infrastructures are not there. So I feel like the next biggest mass adoption is going to be completely dependent upon UX UI. We do have a lot of use cases. I completely agree with you, Etienne. But we also have a lot of technology, completely agree with you. I think the gap of UX UI consumer, just give me very easy, pour the milk in the glass and I can drink it. That sort of action is missing.
So maybe, I have read an article about Venezuela immigrants using Dogecoin on Coinbase to send money around 400, 500 million a year to their families in Caracas, Venezuela, and then convert using Binance into USD Tether, and then they go into the shop to buy groceries. So you have countries around the world that have hyperinflation. Take Venezuela in South America, Iran, a lot of countries where the local currency, where there are sanctions, etc., and they use stable coins. So stable coins are already proved to be Tether, for example, is a very big use case. Why they have 200 billion market cap and hundreds of billions traded every day is not just bad actors, but normal real people use it for real economies because their local governments are completely untrustworthy. So I think what will happen is that people stop reading newspapers, because if you look at German, European newspapers, it's all left-wing wokeism. I mean, I was very surprised that why they don't know Trump is not winning, because they read Spiegel or Le Monde, which are written by brainwashed people, all left-wing. I think we will see a very big shift to family values and right-wing approach, and people go back and actually, respect all the genders equally and focus on population where it matters to people, right? Not on trans or anybody, nothing that I'm against, but focus on normal people. And then and deregulation of the banks and crypto, which is very important what Trump is doing, fully supportive of what they're doing. And there's a very good chance that we see Bitcoin doing at least 250, 300,000 when everything is implemented. Maybe we are late, maybe we are not late, but we will see higher than here for sure. And ETF approvals, which is what most of the institutions need to buy because they can't hold crypto on the balance sheet or they can't touch the coin. So these are the three biggest things that would see. And Elon Musk is absolutely right to fire 200, 300 government agencies. Too many rules. And ESG, DEI, these are all topics that have gone too far. People have to stop this and focus on actual economic growth and actually things that matter to people. I think crypto is something that really matters to people. That's why I was in traditional finance for 20 years, moved into crypto 2016 after India demonetization, and a lot of my friends really didn't like. They said, what are you doing? But today they're all trying to enter, right? So I think a 3 trillion market cap crypto is for real. It's going to stay. So if you're not really serious enough, you should really consider entering it, And that's why we go out and we spread the message. And I think against the governments, against the media, you definitely have to really, and there's so many opportunities. I mean, you just have to look at it, yeah?
That's for sure. We are all very respectable working in crypto at our family dinners again, for sure.
Yeah, I think these changes are already things that we're seeing that come to fruition right now. And when the president of the United States, the president-elect, is launching his own token.
Exchange, his own.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive.
Thank you, everyone, for listening in, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. And let's hope for the best.
Thank You're not bullish
Thank
enough,
you very much.
You're not bullish enough.
Crypto meets academia, educating the world about blockchain. Please welcome your host and their guests.
Good afternoon and welcome to our panel on Crypto Meets Academia. As cryptocurrency and blockchain mature, processing billions daily and delivering breakthroughs in cryptography, consensus, and mechanism design, universities are seizing the chance to engage. Can crypto's innovation and academia's rigor combine to advance blockchain and transform education? I'm Marcel Blum, Research Director at The Block, and I'm very happy to have 3 distinguished panelists with me to discuss this question. So let me briefly introduce my panelists to you and also share one fun fact about each one with you. So to the left of me, we have Giacomo Vella, who is Director of Blockchain and Web3 Observatory at the Polytechnic University of Milan. And the fun fact that I learned about him is that in addition to pursuing a career in academia, he's also striving to become a techno DJ. So great to have you on the panel, Giacomo. Then next to Giacomo, we have Diane Ross, who is project lead and engineer at Research Casting International. She also holds a PhD at blockchain at UBC. And the fun fact that I learned about Diane is that she grew up in a museum, namely the birthplace of Canadian artist and author Emily Carr. Great to have you on stage, Diane. And then last but not least, we have Professor Joseph Gattermeier, who is co-founder and CEO of Eki blockchain, and he also is a professor at CTU Prague. Now, the fun fact about Joseph that I learned is that he came today despite 2 obstacles. First, he had to pass a minor operation, which went fortunately very well. And second, it's his birthday today. So, Joseph, thanks for making it even on your birthday to our panel.
Thank you.
So now over the next 40 minutes, we will discuss the intersection of academia and crypto. And I will start my first question to get a little bit of background on how you are contributing to this intersection. So several academics, like Paul Krugman, have historically dismissed blockchain technology, saying it's a solution that is looking for a problem, or worse, enabling criminal activity. So how are you and your institutions involved in crypto? and how are they involved in research and education? And what made you decide to stake your reputation on this field? Let's start with Joseph first.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the kind wish. And so, actually, I should have been sitting here on two chairs. The bigger chair is the co-founder of Aki. We are a security company. We are doing smart contract audits for EVM and Solana. But also, like, we are not just a service provider. Our DNA is education. So what we are doing is that we are trying to onboard like new developers to the ecosystem. And we will speak about it probably later, but we are running something called School of Solana, thanks to the grant from Solana Foundation. And also, this is the bridge to the other chair. We are teaching a subject called blockchain at the Czech Technical University in Prague, which is one of the oldest European technical universities. It's ranking among the 500 best universities in the world. And I finished there my PhD studies almost 10 years ago, but I remained at the university as an assistant professor on the smallest possible contract that's possible to be called assistant professor. And we managed to, with the cooperation of the university, to basically have like one course dedicated to blockchain. So this is how we are contributing also to educating the people from the technical university and to blockchain studies.
Thanks, Joseph. Very interesting. Dian, can you go next?
Yes, so I just finished my PhD at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada, and I was part of the original cohort for blockchain at UBC, which started in January 2020. And over the last almost 5 years, it's just been proven how important it is to have the academic rigor to accompany the industry. My background's in electrical and computer engineering, which is an applied science. So having the applied element has always been present, and being able to have programs that were training students to be able to migrate into industry and work terms that were built into that has been so critical. So I really see the academics as complementary to what's happening in industry, and bringing that peer-reviewed element, which hasn't always been present, but also training that next cohort through so that there are people who have that background that are able to make big changes, which I've seen from my classmates. Everyone has gone into quite successful careers off the back of that. So yeah, I don't see them as being conflicting. I see them as quite complementary.
All right, thank you. Giacomo.
Yeah, we also have like a complementary view on this, because we started at the end of 2016 at Polytechnic of Milan, that in the management engineering department, so not focused only on the technical side of blockchain, but mainly on the business application of this technology. And 2016, 2017, we were in the peak of one of the many hypes that we see in blockchain, in which every company was okay, we want to build with blockchain, we want to, like you said, like a technology, looking for use cases. So that was the real deal right there. So we started in our observatory, that is a bigger research center on digital innovation. We started with a team of researchers on blockchain business application, try to understand that working together with companies, how they can use this technology and what are the business models, what are actually the benefits in adopting this technology, starting from finance, but of course then with a wider industry approach. And in our perspective, the academia is a place in which different companies can come together to discuss before competing on the market, to discuss together and try to find really the best way to adopt this technology on other technologies.
All right. Thank you very much. So with this question, basically you first let us know, okay, this led you down the path to go into crypto education, use crypto technology. Now with my next question, I want to drill a little bit deeper and finding out about the obstacles that you faced, like, for example, institutional resistance. Yeah, so I mentioned Paul Krugman at the beginning, who was very critical, but there are also like the BIS or central banks have been very critical. So the whole academic area seems to be a little bit hesitant, or big parts of it coming with papers like Bitcoin's last stand, or will the real stablecoin please stand up? So quite a lot of critique from there. And I was wondering, so does this affect the research and in particular funding opportunities which you have in academia? So my question is, how do you navigate this resistance within academia, and how does it affect your funding and research opportunities? Giacomo, maybe I let you go right away.
So it's true, like there is some sort of resistance, especially there was some sort of resistance back in the days, in which it was difficult to interact with not only, let's say, public institutions, but also with banks. When you were there talking about, yeah, this technology is new, it's blockchain, you have to understand it. Like, okay, no, blockchain is Bitcoin. We don't want to have anything to do with this technology. So that is the door, let's say. Right now, we see a complete different. We have a completely different vision of how we are working with them. In our observatory, since I think 2020, there is the Bank of Italy working with us, and also Consob, that is the SEC for Italy, for example. And we work with them, and we know that they have competencies right now, that they have knowledge, that want to regulate in a good way. And also banks, but companies have evolved their view on this technology, and slowly, let's say, we are going there, but we don't see anymore this clash between what was the first idea of cryptocurrencies against the world and the academia, like, try to navigate this.
All right.
It's easier right now.
Oh, that sounds promising. Joseph, you make roughly the same experience. You want to chime in on that?
Yeah, so I can maybe speak about like the low level. When we launched the company, it was like June 21, and we wanted to partner with the university, and we want to have a like subject at the university, which is a process that usually the institution takes like 1 year to approve, and all the heads of the departments must agree on that, so like very complicated path. But we used like very crypto-native technique, how to convince them. Do you know which one? It's called FOMO, fear of missing out. So basically in the end, the heads of departments were like fighting between each other which department will host the blockchain subject. So we managed to launch the subject in September, and this is how we basically succeeded with the institution to adopt crypto at the university. So speaking from the my low-level experience.
Very interesting. Thanks, Joseph. Diane, you want to add to that?
I think that the discussion has changed so much over the last few years. When I started, it was still quite niche and flying under the academic radar a little bit, even though we were funded to have this academic cluster. And then with the NFT craze in March 2021 and everything that's happened since, then suddenly people had an awareness of these terms, but not necessarily the background to actually fully understand them. And also that there was a real resistance that emerged to them. And now with what's happened in the US this past November, now people are having to come to terms with it and really understand these concepts. So I think that in terms of the resistance, that definitely peaked over lockdown when people were suddenly seeing this NFT craze and crypto craze. But now it's gone mainstream, so the discussion is different again.
All right, sounds very promising. So thank you for those insights, and let's start exploring how universities are structuring their degrees. And so there are some universities, I understand, that set up dedicated blockchain degrees, but then there are other approaches where universities may integrate blockchain into existing degrees. So my question to you, Diane, is given the mixed reputation of crypto projects and companies, how difficult is it to justify dedicating degree programs to this field?
So my degree was in electrical and computer engineering, and the blockchain at UBC's approach was to have dedicated courses that complemented that. They also had more of a humanities archival science track. I was in the engineering track. I think it's important to retain program designations that would be widely understood regardless, and that looking at future-proofing, I'll always have an electrical engineering degree, but I've done this specialty in blockchain. So I think that that's really the route into integrating it, but really it's with any new technology. I think it's very important to have dedicated courses that specifically train in this, especially since it's been such an industry-led field. Certainly when I started, there wasn't very much academic research to even refer to. So I think that the benefit of academia is that it's supposed to be peer-reviewed, impartial, that you're able to replicate results, and that's a real strength. Obviously, it needs to be very reactive to changes, and certainly this field in engineering, of all the fields I've done, has been the most rapidly changing and growing. So courses need to be adaptive to that. But I think having recognized degrees that will carry you throughout your career is important, but having courses that teach to the moment as much as possible is also critical.
All right, all right. Very interesting. Giacomo, what's your view on this?
I mean, again, I think that for us can be more difficult in a way because we are teaching management, business theory, and if we have few material also from academia, like few research on blockchain in general, blockchain and management is very, very is not covered as a topic. So also to introduce this in a curriculum that is more related to management is difficult. Then of course in computer science you have a lot of things that you can teach and say, for us right now what we do is to put some course, some lesson inside, like for example an innovation course, or at the graduate school we can teach more freely, let's say, because we can integrate and have also a more less theoretical approach, a more practical approach when we teach. But for the undergrad student, we are still trying to create, let's say, enough material for management. And as you were saying before, is so rapidly evolving that like we do a lesson on blockchain, like, I don't know, 4-hour lesson, and just after 2 weeks, maybe we have to change 20% of the slides. It's like crazy, because maybe the market is in another direction. Maybe, I don't know, I remember like having the ranking. You can see the 10 most like high-valued exchanges. And then you have FTX on top. And then right after you're saying, okay, I have to change it, and I have to say, okay, these are the risks related to exchanges, and talking about custodial is very difficult. You have to continuously update your material, and also the perspective that you're following. Sorry, I don't want to take much time, but also the NFT that you were mentioning, like when you were teaching in 2021 or 2022, you can teach NFT, and it was really difficult to explain the value behind the NFT, so the technology, the property, everything. And right after, if I'm talking right now to our students about NFTs, it's like something that is dead in their view, okay? So I have to take like more an historical approach than a business approach because they are saying, okay, NFTs, nobody's using NFTs anymore. So why you're teaching me that? Yeah, I know, but you have to understand more the technology like better than before.
Yeah, no, I get. This is a very interesting observation, and we will come back to that in another question, like this fast-paced change, and how you can integrate this in your curriculum, like what problems it faces, and then how you can overcome that. But before that, I would like to go to Joseph and add to this question a little bit more of the technical tilt. Basically talking about the technology that can be used. So Web3 education initiatives often prioritize scalability and reaching basically a global audience, and for this they use things like Discord, GitHub Classroom, and so on. So Joseph, you have one leg in this Web3 education, and then you have one leg also in the traditional institution. And so my question to you is, how can traditional educational institutions adopt these strategies using these tools to make the education processes more scalable and widely available?
Yeah, very good question. So like, just to remind, the traditional education, at least at my university, is that basically when there is a course, there's like every week a tutorial, which is like a hands-on lesson, and there's a lecture, which is like a theoretical background. So you have these two types of lectures, and this is how basically you are able to teach 50 students in one person. But what happened to us, we applied for a grant to Solana Foundation as a company to do something that we named the School of Solana. So basically we wanted to onboard like developers to become Solana developers. And in the first cohort, which is almost 3 years ago or 2 years ago, we had about 200 students, which kind of surprised us that there is such a high demand, and it shows the likability of the Solana ecosystem among the developers. And we, of course, needed to solve it somehow. So the first thing we tried, that we had like a group call with 200 people, but of course that was a mess, that didn't work, you know. So we were forced to find a solution. And as time went by, we are now at School of Solana 7, so it's like already seven semesters that we did. And today we have there 1,200 students. And so the question is how we do it. What worked for us the best is that every week we pre-record a YouTube lecture, which we put on YouTube on specific times. So basically the students know that the premiere of the lecture is at the time. They watch it individually. And then we have a Discord. And on the Discord, there are different like topics. There's a classroom where they can interact to each other, but the teachers don't answer their questions. Then there's some kind of like support channel when they can ask questions to the teachers. And this is like a chat room. And then we are heavily using GitHub Classroom, which is very good for task assignment. So basically, it controls the deadline, it controls if the people submitted their code and stuff like this. We have a pipelines to automatically validate the task they submit. And this kind of combination allows us to scale basically infinitely. So right now, we have 1,000 students. If it would be like 5,000, we can still do it, you know, which is like a huge innovation. And this is something when the universities would want to be more effective or would have to be more effective. That's the way we have found and we were like about it.
Thank you, very interesting. So there is something that like traditional education may also take away from these tools that you are using there. All right, so there's another key relationship that I would like to explore with you, which is the potential impact of the crypto industry itself on you. So there are many blockchain protocols and crypto companies, from the Block's newly launched campus to Binance academic programs, that have launched education initiatives on crypto by themselves. So my question to you is, how deeply should academia engage with these native crypto projects? And so, do you currently have such collaborations? And if you have, where do you draw the line between the benefits of these cooperations on the one hand, but then squaring it with academic independence on the other hand? So this is more like an intricate dance there. Giacomo, maybe we start with you first.
So it's a very difficult it's a very difficult topic because right now there is some sort of competition between protocols, companies, exchanges, and they have also the knowledge. Like they know the stuff they are teaching, and most of the times they know it. I mean, all the time they know it better than us academia. That maybe we have to look at everything that is happening, and of course each protocol is rapidly changing. So they had the perspective. But our role, I think, that is to provide to students something that is impartial. So to create research, to create educational program that can bring content from these experts, let's say, bring them also to the table to teach to students, but without going in the direction that maybe is more for one protocol or the other. And sometimes it's very difficult. I think it was more difficult in the past when, we were physically separating people, Bitcoin maxis by IBM companies or something like that. Right now, I think that also the market is more aware of the situation, and also the fact that we still have to build the market, we still have to build the knowledge behind blockchain before really competing. And so this could be good also for students. And then we try to involve companies that maybe want to adopt blockchain and try to create projects with them, but involving, using them in a way to provide us use cases in which then we can put our student to work on these use cases in a technology neutral, protocol neutral way. And for example, we had a fashion company last year in an innovation course that I'm teaching, let's say, and they had to provide use cases based on the digital product passport of their fashion brand, and try to understand how NFTs or tokens can provide some added value. And so we can involve them as a company without bringing something for on their table and that's it, like only marketing for them, but exchanging some value with our students, and their competence is a big business firm.
I see. Yeah, that's an interesting example of a cooperation there. Dian, can you chime in next?
Yes, so I mean, this isn't a new problem for academia. The oil and gas industry funds environmental studies. So academia has always had to contend with where its funding comes from, but maintaining that impartiality. But at the same time, as saying, it's like that is the route into academia having these fast insights and understanding of what is actually going on in industry, which then in turn informs the academic studies. A real criticism of academia is always that it's very slow moving, and particularly as we were talking about, this is such a fast-paced area that you can only ever sort of say, this is true up until the moment that I published it, but then who knows what's going forward. But in terms of, but all the more so, having impartiality and peer review, I think, is important in this field. And also teaching students to critically approach new topics is important. You're never going to keep up with every new development, but teaching students how to approach these topics with the understanding that they're going to have to be keeping up to date on their own terms, I think is so important in this area. And that, especially when we're talking about such huge sums of money, people can all go a bit crazy. It's like gold X all over again. So having that grounding, I think, is very important going forward.
I see. Thank you. And Joseph, probably if you don't mind, I think when we discussed before, you mentioned you are cooperating with Solana. So there seems to be one of those cooperations, and maybe can you respond from that angle a little bit? Like, what's the benefit, and like where does one have to draw a line when you set that up?
Like the cooperation between Solana Foundation and Aki is like between the company and the foundation, which works pretty well. But I don't think so. This kind of cooperation would work for like academics. That like academics need the freedom. You know, that's not that some foundation tells them, "Hey, do this," and they do it. You know, company will do it, but for the academics, I think this wouldn't work. But for me, like academic means two things. One side is research, the other is education. For the educational part, I think the universities, from my perspective, which is tech heavy, are doing the great job already, because like all the things that I've learned in distributed computing is being used in blockchain. That's like Merkle trees, you know, hash algorithms, parallel sorting algorithms. This is all the stuff that I was learning as a student, and it's being applied in blockchain. So here the universities just like need to do what they are doing, and it's really well. Regarding the research, which means like driving the innovation forward, here I was inspired by a tweet 3 weeks ago from Sergey, the founder of Axelar, because his background is also PhD at MIT, so he's like very good guy. And he basically wrote like advice to his academic friends who are trying to use blockchain in their academic career to stop doing that. Because like if you want to have an impact in blockchain, just launch a protocol, you know. There is the place for innovations. In the academic world, like writing about blockchains, I think, I'm going to be radical, it's nonsense.
All right, thanks for those insights. So with my next question, I would like to move from these collaborations into regional competition between jurisdictions. So there are different jurisdictions, let's say Switzerland and Singapore, that are very progressive with the regulation in terms of crypto that they carry out. So they are carrying out fast-paced adjustments, or they are probably already implementing specific regulations for tokenization or stablecoins that other jurisdictions may not yet have provided. And so there's these regional differences, and there's like regulatory competition. And so my question is there an impact from these or do you think there is an impact from these regulatory differences in different jurisdictions that impact the degree programs for crypto that are offered in those jurisdictions? So say if there is a jurisdiction that is very progressive on stablecoin regulation, then will there rather be a degree that is on stablecoins or touches heavily on stablecoins, or is crypto just such a global industry that there's not such an impact? Joseph, maybe you can right away.
So I'm not like experienced with Switzerland or Singapore. I have the experience here from Czech Republic, as I'm here based and born. And like here we are like completely on another level. We are not speaking about stablecoins. That would be nice. But like what we are facing, and what for me as a tech founder would be really helpful, and it's not just Web3, it's also Web2, is like having more technical programs, technical universities, technical graduates. In our case, like the university, Czech Technical University, there are different faculties. And our Faculty of Information Technology is sharing a building with architects. And like the capacity of the whole program is like on 3 software engineers, the university produces 2 architects, not software architects like the guys with walls, which of course I like architects, but the question is like, does the society need this? I think like the first step that we would need to do before speaking about regulations is just boost the education, you know, tell the university, hey guys, we as a government, we want 10x more tech graduates, you know, so please boost your software engineer program, here's money for that, it will return in 3 years, you know. So this is my like hands-on view on the regulatory question. Once we solve this, we can speak about which jurisdiction is best for launching stablecoin, but for me as a founder, this is the blocker right now.
All right, thank you. And Giacomo, you have some views on that?
It's a huge topic, also this regulation, and impacts research, impact the relationship with companies. But focusing on only the education part, for example, we try always in every degree program to connect students with companies. doing projects, doing theses with companies, something like that. And of course, if you are in a place like in a country in which something is not very, like companies are not very well developed, that there is not like a startup ecosystem that is growing, it's difficult to create this kind of connection between students that are researching, studying, and want to have a relationship also with people that is building in companies, in startups. It's difficult to create this connection. Of course, you can invite them and virtually have a talk about what they are doing, but it's different than also sending them students to work with them. And so probably if you're in Switzerland, if you're in Singapore, you can create this link much more easily. You can invite companies much more easily to talk with students and create this connection. So for us is probably harder to create this connection, but I think that is really how we should say create courses that are building again on the competencies on both worlds, like from academia, from theoretical knowledge to practical knowledge, and giving this value to the students that are hungry for this knowledge.
I see, thank you. So I understand that, so regulation, if there's proper regulation, that can make your life easier in certain respects for the program, but it's not like massively influencing how you design your programs. I see. Very nice. So in the remainder time, so we have about 4 minutes left, but I wanted to touch one more topic, which has been top of mind quite a lot, and I know that Dian was doing research on this in her PhD thesis. And so this topic is decentralized science, which uses blockchain to address issues like funding biases or restrictive publishing models in academia or proving data provenance, which may be very important for artificial intelligence and many other use cases. So, Dian, my question to you, and I would ask you to be relatively brief, is, so do you see this as a viable model for reforming the current system to use this decentralized science and blockchain parts for the academic world?
So we've talked a lot about crypto and blockchain, but a parallel in science movement has obviously been AI. And I think they're completely coupled. And I think that having decentralized science and a way of ascertaining the authenticity and tracking the provenance of publications, of files in general, is just going to become increasingly important. So I do think that there is opportunity for decentralized science in having tracked citations and having this be separate from perhaps traditional academic institutions. There is that possibility, but I think it will need to be industry-led. Because academia is quite slow to adapt.
I think this is best answered by a picture. Like 3 weeks ago, there was a DEFCON in Asia, and there was like a meetup about decentralized science, and on the same meetup of like 50 people met Vitalik with CZ from Binance, on this very small meetup, and they were all bullish on decentralized science, so I guess it's a thing.
Yeah, true. I heard about that.
And one other thing that maybe I can add in this remaining time, like you were mentioning before, the strengths of academia research, that is peer review, for example.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know, but peer review is something that is done for free. Like if I'm a reviewer, I'm doing this job for free, and that is most of the time the reason why the process takes so long. And one thing that blockchain can add, and one thing that blockchain manage well are incentives. And so dealing with incentives creates some system that maybe is blockchain-based, blockchain-related in some way, that incentivize the peer review process to make it faster, to make it accessible. I think that could help a lot, like the whole academic research progress in general.
It makes you produce papers even if it's bullshit. That's the thing. It doesn't motivate you to solve problems, which could be maybe solved by the different paradigm. Because like I, as a PhD student, I was forced to write papers which I admit were quite shitty, but I had to do it, just to get a PhD. And if I would be given like the freedom to research some topic, maybe it would be like a better impact. So this is what I think could be fixed by that.
All right, thank you very much. So that overall I take away that this may be well useful for academia, and one may implement this, but one still needs certain implementations and explore this a little bit and see, like, are there, I don't know, some tokenomics models, for example, that may be applied. This is still an area of development. All right, so we are coming to an end of this panel. I really enjoyed this discussion. I think there is a positive outlook regarding education for crypto, but also some things that crypto may provide to academia. So thank you very much for having joined this panel and being my panelist, and also thank you for having been here. I wish everyone a nice afternoon. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Our next panel discussion is in 10 minutes. Exploring the world of DeFi on Bitcoin. Please welcome our moderator and their guests.
Good afternoon and welcome to this panel on exploring the world of DeFi on Bitcoin. With Bitcoin's dominant market position and unmatched security, the emergence of DeFi on its network could mark a significant shift. Could this not only drive new financial applications, but also sustain Bitcoin's security through increased fee revenue as block rewards decline? I'm Marcel Blum, Director of Research at The Block, and I'm very happy to have my panel of 4 panelists with me to discuss this important topic. So let me briefly introduce my panelists to you and add a fun fact about each one of them. So first of all, next to me, I have Jess Gulati, who is the co-founder of Catalog and Garden Finance. He's also an OG of Ren protocol. I want to add that. Most people know that. And so the fun fact that I learned about Jess is that he built DeFi apps for both Sam Bankman-Fried and Three Arrows Capital in the space of 12 months. So we have a real survivor with us here on stage.
Not so fun fact.
Great to have you, Jess.
It's quite fun.
Then next to Jess, we have Paul Fex. He is the co-founder of Plasma. And the fun fact that I learned about Paul is that he is a gifted former poker player. So great to have you with us on stage.
Gifted you can argue about, but poker player, yeah.
Then next to Paul, we have Marcin Kazmierczak, who is co-founder at COO and Chief Operating Officer at Redstone Oracles. Now, the fun fact or the impressive fact about Marcin is that he has been elected into the list of 30 under 30 in Poland by Forbes because of his contributions to blockchain technology and education. Great to have you on this panel, Marcin.
Thanks, Marcel.
And then, last but not least, we have Eden Yago, the CEO and co-founder at Bitcoin OS. Now, the fun fact which I learned about Eden is that he used to be a gold smuggler at a very young age. So when he was a child, he was living in apartheid South Africa, and between the age of 9 and 11, his mother used to hide gold in his clothes to smuggle it out, because at that time there were capital controls to stabilize the rand. So this is one of the most outstanding fun facts I had so far on the panel. So my only question to you before we go on is, did they ever catch you?
They didn't catch me, but one day I was at school. It was the first day of winter.
and I was sitting at the desk, and I put my hands into my winter coat, and my eyes went wide with fear because I suddenly realized that I was at school and I couldn't go home for hours, but on me were thousands and thousands of dollars of gold. So that was an extremely stressful day.
I can imagine, it's like an airdrop.
Now it's the same with Ledger in his pocket and all the Bitcoins.
Digital gold instead.
All right, so over the next 40 minutes, we will discuss the potential impact of DeFi on Bitcoin, but also vice versa, the impact of that Bitcoin may have on DeFi. So let's first dive into a question that will provide some background on how my panelists contribute in this area. So DeFi has traditionally flourished on chains like Ethereum and Solana, but now we see it shooting up also on Bitcoin. So could each one of you briefly share how you and your organizations are contributing to the evolution of DeFi on Bitcoin? Let's start with Paul.
Sure, yeah, happy to. We at Plasma are building a purpose-built payments chain that inherits some of the properties of Bitcoin, and also has bridging back and forth between Bitcoin and the Plasma chain itself, and Bitcoin is also kind of deeply intertwined in the actual consensus of what we do, because we believe that it's the most trustless and safest and kind of most Lindy chain, and I think that's also kind of for a reason. And so I think it's a massive opportunity, obviously, to build on top of Bitcoin, and DeFi is always a component of that. Obviously, where I think one of the kind of clear kind of product market fit products that we found as crypto is kind of DeFi as a whole, basically, and definitely kind of lending and then stablecoin transactions and all of that. I think massively valuable, and so we're focusing on that quite heavily at Plasma.
All right, thanks. Jess, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So I'd say we're a bit more chain agnostic potentially at Garden, which feels a bit weird saying that on a Bitcoin panel, but what I mean by that is I think we're more interested in seeing how can we enable Bitcoin holders to access all of the DeFi opportunities out there, irrespective of which chain they're on. So they could be on Bitcoin itself, they could be on Bitcoin L2s, but they could also be on EVM and SVM chains. And I think that's a lot of what we've been working on over the years, firstly at Ren with Ren BTC, and creating this asset that was deployed on all of these different chains that users could mint to then maintain Bitcoin exposure when they're using DeFi on other chains. So now with Garden, we're building a peer-to-peer bridge between Bitcoin and all of these other chains to kind of see out that vision.
Thanks. Marcin, you want to go next?
Hey everyone, so Redstone in 2024 is the fastest growing Oracle. We have over 120 clients, and many of them are dealing with Bitcoin every day. Some of them are, for example, B Squared, Bob, Merlin Chain, Hemi Network that is launching soon, Citra. We are also supporting the OGs, let's call like Rootstock or Instax. So we really want to specialize in Bitcoin because we believe that there are going to be many blockchains out there, like Solana, Ethereum, and so on and so forth. But Bitcoin is going to be this unifying asset that is going to be bridged everywhere and is going to spark innovation in each of them and every. So we also cooperate very closely with Babylon. So each and every Bitcoin liquid staking protocol on top of Babylon right now is suggested to have a proof of reserves together with Redstone. So we attest all the Bitcoins that they're holding in custody, that they mint other assets against on other chains. And last but not least, we also consult with dApps on the usage of Bitcoin assets in their protocols, such as Gearbox, where they do a lot of leverage, or Morpho, vault operators, and so on. So we are an oracle that right now specializes very much and deeply into Bitcoin ecosystem.
Thanks. And Eden?
So I've been building Bitcoin DeFi for over 4 years now. I was one of the first contributors to Sovereign, which was the first DeFi project for Bitcoin that achieved significant scale. It's today still the largest ecosystem of DeFi applications. Has processed $3 billion in trades, billions of dollars in Bitcoin lending, and all without having central intermediaries. But because of that,
we were also keenly aware that there actually is no real Bitcoin DeFi. So even though we had managed to decentralize most of the things, where there was still a reliance on federated bridging and on the security assumptions of some other chain. And so for years now, we've been trying to develop technologies that would allow for Bitcoin to itself become natively programmable, and to do so and to allow for trustless building of applications, DeFi, rollups, oracles, really anything that you can imagine being required for a DeFi ecosystem on Bitcoin. And so our assumption was that there's no way to change Bitcoin, and what we need to do is we need to find a way to take compute, as complex as it may be, that occurs off of Bitcoin chain and verify it on Bitcoin. And the way to do that is by folding that compute into ZK proofs, verifying those ZK proofs on Bitcoin, and then allowing that to execute and to instruct executions on the Bitcoin chain. And so we've been working on that now for almost 4 years. We published a paper at the beginning of this year around some breakthroughs that we believed would allow us to verify ZK on Bitcoin. And then, the middle of this year at Bitcoin National, for the first time, we managed to verify ZK proofs on Bitcoin mainnet. No changes to Bitcoin required. And so that was a watershed moment for Bitcoin and a watershed moment for us. And since then, we've seen a lot of the projects that have already been mentioned begin the work of integrating into us so that we can now actually have trustless bridging, we can have trustless DeFi, and we can actually have an entire operating system around Bitcoin of sophisticated compute.
Amazing. So thank you for those insights into your work. And so with my next question, I would like to dive a little bit into the technical aspects of DeFi on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's restrictive scripting language may limit programmability. So this came up a little bit when you just explained this. So it is difficult to have smart contracts on Bitcoin itself because the scripting language does not allow for that. And you already provided some answer to what one can do. So what I would like to ask you, Jess, is how do you think these constraints can be addressed generally, that this Bitcoin scripting language is rather restrictive? And then does building DeFi on Bitcoin enhance its utility, or does it risk straying it from its core purpose?
So I think part of so that's actually part of the reason why we're so focused on building these pathways between chains like Bitcoin and these other chains like Ethereum and Solana necessarily, than building necessarily on Bitcoin itself. A lot of these DeFi ecosystems have been established over the years on chains like Ethereum, and they're built specifically for these DeFi use cases. So if a user is, for example, interested in using their Bitcoin in, say, a chain like Arbitrum to access it in Hyperliquid, what we're interested in is giving them as easy and simple of a pathway to move this Bitcoin into Hyperliquid and then move it back when they're done, rather than saying, okay, how can we rebuild Hyperliquid on top of Bitcoin itself? That's not to say there isn't a lot of interesting stuff that you can build using Bitcoin scripts. We're actually leveraging a lot of that at Garden. One example that comes to mind is this concept of hashed time lock contracts, which we've implemented in Bitcoin scripts, and we've implemented equivalent scripts in Ethereum and Solana using smart contracts. And what that enables is these atomic swaps between these different chains. So I think use cases like that, I think there's a lot you can actually do with Bitcoin scripts, and it's just about like how do you leverage these different tools. But as the use cases become more complex, then I think it's worth considering how can I leverage one of these chains that was specifically designed for these purposes rather than building it on top of Bitcoin itself.
I see. And Paul, you want to chime in on that?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a very interesting debate kind of on the Bitcoin side of things, obviously, because I mean, you mentioned that like you have to kind of build technology on the assumption that Bitcoin doesn't change. I couldn't agree more. I think like the it's super interesting, and I'm actually in favor of it, but I just think the probability of like governance, for example, actually making it into Bitcoin Core is fairly low. And you kind of have to build technology on the assumption of it's probably going to like broadly stay as it is now, and kind of have different pathways. I think permissionless bridging obviously being a very key component of that. I think you can probably make the argument that kind of offloading some of the kind of computational complexity to kind of a different chain essentially is the way to go. I tend to have that view because we're building just that. But I also have a certain back bias, I would say. I think if you truly kind of want to build things at scale, the best way to do that is to kind of inherit some of the security properties that Bitcoin has, but kind of have execution basically take place elsewhere, really. That's very much our view on it.
All right, thank you very much. So with the next question, I would like to move towards security and decentralization of DeFi apps themselves. So how can DeFi on Bitcoin uphold its security and decentralization? And probably you could even address, do apps have to be decentralized themselves? Or is that not necessarily a requirement? Is it rather like as long as the base layer is decentralized, that's the important requirement? So, and then as an additional question, if you have time to address it, would be great. So can DeFi fees sustain Bitcoin security post-block rewards? Or does this risk undermining decentralization? Right, so there's this discussion, okay, the block rewards will decline, and critics say, okay, then the security budget is going down. So do you guys think that this will be sufficient to generate sufficient fees from DeFi to back out of that issue? And so, Eden, let's start with you on this one.
Well, I'll start with the second part of your question. What about fees? So what we saw with Ethereum is that within 4 years of the first rollup being launched on Ethereum, the number of transactions that were occurring within the Ethereum ecosystem increased by 1,000x, so 3 orders of magnitude. And Ethereum blocks, before they sort of increased the blob space, were still getting full, despite the fact that they had outsourced so much of the activity off-chain. Now, Bitcoin is in a completely different place to Ethereum. Ethereum has, for years and years, been increasing block space capacity. Bitcoin has not. Bitcoin has 4 megabytes of block space every 10 minutes. That's it. And what we're now seeing, everyone on this panel and hundreds of other developers as well, right now, the Bitcoin developer ecosystem is the fastest growing developer ecosystem in crypto. And there's just a huge amount of activity. DeFi, obvious, rollups, obvious, yield generation, obvious, but also other things like social networks, AI. Now that we've opened up the ability to start performing compute, verifying it on Bitcoin and executing it, the level of excitement for developers has increased very, very significantly. And so we can expect to see Bitcoin block space start to become extremely scarce, and I believe that in a few years it is going to be the most rare digital asset in the world. And if I was ever concerned about the security budget, I'm no longer concerned about that. We've seen we got a taste of it with ordinals and then another taste with BRC20s. We don't need a lot of additional activity to completely fill up Bitcoin blocks, and we're going to be doing that. As to the second question that you asked, does DeFi need to be centralized? Well, I mean, in the name, there's like the decentralization, but I actually think it's a very, very good question. Because I think in our industry, we tend to talk about decentralization as if it was important in and of itself, as if it was a goal. But I don't think decentralization is a goal. I think decentralization is a means. We have decentralization so that we can have incorruptible, reliable systems. Systems that no single party can manipulate, systems that are censorship resistant, systems that are redundant, right? You can achieve a lot of that by piggybacking off of existing decentralization. So I'll give you guys an example. Today, we started to see companies like RiskZero and SP1 start to provide tooling which allows you to have ZK VMs, right? The ability to, let's say, take Rust, write an entire piece of software in Rust, compile it down to a ZK proof, and verify that compute on another chain. This was originally built out mostly thinking about Ethereum, but is now possible on Bitcoin as well. And what that means is you can have an exchange that feels completely like a centralized exchange. In fact, it is a centralized exchange, but all of its compute is verified on-chain. It cannot cheat. It is totally non-custodial, so it cannot steal your funds. If it tries to censor you, you can have unilateral withdrawal, right? That effectively is a centralized system which gives you all of the benefits of a decentralized system because it's able to piggyback on decentralized systems. So I think what we're doing is we're massively opening up the design space. And I think that the way we've been thinking about crypto right now is, in some ways, our fundamental assumptions are wrong. For example, we call ourselves the blockchain industry. But nobody wants a blockchain, right? Who are we producing blockchains for? What people want is asset ownership. They want to get rich. They want to have incorruptible systems. So we're the ownership industry, and how we achieve that can change. And I think that's basically a fundamental mind shift which is happening now as we enter a more modular age.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for those insights. Marcin, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, happy to. So look, talking about security in Bitcoin, there is one fundamental thing that has to be in check, which is called proof of reserves, or making sure the amount of Bitcoin that is held in custody and the amount of Bitcoin that is delivered to another network or minted any asset against it is in check, especially when you're talking about billions of dollars. To give you some PTSD, raise your hand if you remember USDC DPEG.
Yeah.
That was a scary moment, right? So basically what happened was Silicon Valley Bank went bankrupt and people were just afraid that there are no dollars backing the USDC that were in the circulation. Thankfully, over the weekend, like the peg came back to 1, right? And fundamentally, everything was fine. But imagine the same situation would happen in the Bitcoin world, where there's a DPEG, and then people start to like doing a bank run, like redeeming Bitcoin. And at one point, it turns out like 10% is, I don't know, like leveraged somewhere, or like is missing actually because someone like took it out, and you just don't have visibility over that. So this is what we do as one of the product of ours. For example, with Babylon right now, which is Bitcoin staking in general. So you lock your Bitcoin on Bitcoin chain, and then you're earning yield on that Bitcoin because Babylon allows the L2s and basically networks chains to tap into the security of the locked Bitcoins of users on the Bitcoin chain. It's built on Cosmos SDK. And now, on top of Babylon, we have Bitcoin liquid staking protocols, such as Lombard, PumpBDC, Solve, Lorenzo. There are plenty of others. And what they are doing is you go to, for example, Lombard, you are staking your Bitcoin on Bitcoin chain, and you're getting a receipt token on one of the networks. Right now, it's Ethereum, BNB chain, and Base. But these guys want to go omni-chain, like 20 chains or 50 chains even. And what we are doing at Redstone is monitoring all their custody on the Bitcoin chain that they are holding with custodians, and all the LBDC, which is the liquid Bitcoin staking token, minted on Ethereum, on Suisun, Solana, so no matter the environment. That's what I mean when I'm saying that Bitcoin, for all of those networks, is going to be the unification asset. Like everyone is going to care about that. Right now on Ethereum, majority of the DeFi is happening around ETH. On Solana, it's happening about Sol. But to my knowledge, like Bitcoin is surging like every month right now, especially with the price going up. And I believe those, like if you look at the Bitcoin at all of those networks, it's going to be like crazy high because the usage of Bitcoin in DeFi at this moment is probably like about 1–2%. I don't know like exact number, but this is the estimate. Like it's also not so easy to count for all of them. And talking about the decentralization, one point that is also very important in my opinion is what you already mentioned as well, is usability. So decentralization is crucial for our industry. Like the industry lives for that and strives for that, but it cannot kill user experience and it cannot kill the usability of the platform, because then there's going to be a competitor or like a new platform that's going to be fully centralized, will not give a shit about decentralization, but it's just going to be more efficient for the clients. And we saw it many times on the market that they are going to just shift over there. But if there is not going to be any decentralization path for decentralized players, so this player is going to say, I'm centralized and I do not plan to decentralize, this is going to pose a problem for many of the Bitcoin users, right? Because at the end of the day, they also want to see like there is a path like for progressive decentralization. And when you reach a certain scale, like for example, Ethereum or Solana, you know, like the big networks, that the validator set and the nodes are at least decentralized enough.
Thanks. Paul, you also want to chime in on these points? So,
sure. I mean, I think a lot of the right things have been said, frankly, and so it's tough to follow up on that. I fully agree, and I also quite find like the idea of kind of building hybrid systems that are kind of centralized in places where you get performance gains and you get kind of actual like usability gains without kind of sacrificing too much on the permissionlessness and decentralization side of things, and so I think that in general is a very interesting category of product to build in. I think you're starting to see that. I mean, I think the kind of exchange model of like a decentralized exchange that feels like a centralized exchange, Hyperliquid is building in exactly that direction. And like, sure, it kind of starts probably with like not the most perfect decentralization properties at the beginning, but then it kind of gradually moves in a direction of being truly permissionless and truly decentralized. And I think that's the path. I think a lot of the both successful chains and successful kind of apps being built on those chains are going to take. And so fully agree.
Thanks. And Jess?
Yeah, I think we'd all agree that DeFi and these sorts of use cases are super necessary to maintaining this level of decentralization and security of Bitcoin, especially as block rewards begin to decrease over time. But one thing I'd just like to add that we as builders all need to be conscious of is that in maintaining this level of decentralization over time and building these use cases, that we're not also introducing additional points of failure and additional points of centralization in the process. So like making sure there aren't any additional third-party custodians or anything like that, that then risk that decentralization and security that we've all come to know and love.
All right, thanks. So we have now covered the foundational aspects, and let's shift our focus a little bit to how these secure systems might operate in the broader market. So we are observing that there may be some potential regulatory easing with the election results in the US. And so my question is, can Bitcoin DeFi position itself to compete with or complement ecosystems like Ethereum and Solana? So would you think that basically DeFi Bitcoin will eat the DeFi cake and it will replace what we see because it's just like the hardest digital asset that exists on which one can build? Or do you think there will be rather like it will be a complement, it will find its niche, and if so, which would be the main use cases that are served by Bitcoin? Marcin, let's start with you.
Well, now thesis, not hypothesis. It's certain that building programmability on other layers than Bitcoin is just easier. Many of the things that we want to do in the Bitcoin ecosystem from the technology perspective is chewing glass. Sorry to say that, but many of the things are just expensive, are not performant, because Bitcoin was never created in the first place to be global computer. That was always the tagline of Ethereum and other like smart contract layers, though Bitcoin is the gold. And what's happening with the gold in traditional world is this is the fundament for many of the other markets, and this is also the fundament for people's, let's call it, stability, right? Like they run to gold whenever there is fluctuation on the market and there is a lot of fear and they feel unstable with other class of assets. So my hypothesis is that we are going to see even more blockchains. In my opinion, there are going to be thousands of blockchains. Many of the traditional corporations are going to launch blockchains. Like Sony, for example, already launched Sonium. I wouldn't be surprised if like guys like Uber or others that transact a lot within the app would launch their own L2 or even L1 of their own. But one thing that is going to merge all of them is actually going to be Bitcoin, because this is gold, and this is going to be transferable to all of them. And it's very much, like the most important thing, in my opinion, about Bitcoin on all of those chains is that there is no this problem of utilizing assets that should be sitting in custody, because there is a very big temptation to do, like if you have, for example, 5 billion of Bitcoin locked in your custody, to say, okay, I'm just going to take 20 million of those Bitcoins and I'm just going to play on perps or like do some other stuff. But the moment the users want to redeem it, then you can, it can turn out it's a default situation. And speaking about specifically the regulatory aspect, here, unpopular opinion, I'm from Warsaw, Poland, so I'm within the European Union, and I think MiCA is super good. It's super good not because it's well designed. There are a lot of holes. There are a lot of things that I do not agree with. There are a lot of problems with that. Like, you know, we probably got an email from Coinbase that your stablecoins cannot earn yield because of MiCA in Europe. But I think it's overall good that the European Union is taking actionable steps for builders, for people like us, to have more guidance. Because one of the biggest problems for me when I was starting Redstone with other co-founders in 2020 was like, hey, I'm in Poland, I have zero clarity like what to do. We're incorporated right now in Switzerland. The major reason is because they already figured it out in 2018 and so on. So especially with those kind of like progressive regulatory like fundamentals, I believe Bitcoin and also like all other chains are going just to proliferate and expand further.
All right, thank you. Eden, what's your view on this? Will there be mainly a migration of DeFi to Bitcoin? Can one already see this, or will there be like multi-chain and like specific use cases will be served by DeFi on Bitcoin?
I mean, all of the fun has been taken out of kicking Ethereum because everyone does it today. But Ethereum has a real problem, right? Ethereum's claim is that it is the most decentralized and secure system on which you can build DeFi. Its claim is that it is the system with the largest network effect. And then suddenly Bitcoin enters the chat and it's like, hello, right? A more decentralized, more secure, more trusted system with a much vaster asset base, which is trusted by way more people and has a much larger network effect. So does this mean that Ethereum and sort of all of these other systems are going to disappear? No. Does it mean that we all need to be rethinking how we think about the place of the systems that we're building in the world? Yes. I think effectively the crypto industry is the Bitcoin industry and always has been. When Bitcoin goes up, everything goes up. When Bitcoin goes down, everything goes down. And now that implicit connection can become an explicit connection. You can now start to see message passing being with cryptographic integrity between these different systems. You can start building smart contracts on an Ethereum or, you know, on a Solana, which ultimately execute on Bitcoin. I think effectively that's what Plasma are ahead of the game in terms of thinking that is what we're going to be structuring. You take the compute, which is expensive and Bitcoin is not designed for, off of Bitcoin, but you can have what Bitcoin actually provides, which is the world's best pure play ledger, provide the ledger for all of the world's most valuable assets, and chief among them BTC. So I think ultimately the way we should be thinking about the space that we're building in is that Bitcoin is the ledger of value. If we think about, you know, we sometimes say the internet of value. Bitcoin is the ledger of record. It's where the institutions are, it's where the governments are, it's where we are, it's where everyone is. And effectively the rest of the industry is building those systems which allow for asset management. That is what computation is for. It's for allowing for more sophisticated and more trustless asset management. And I think that that is a structure that makes a great deal of sense. It is likely where we're going, and it is the culmination of having, you know, Bitcoin become cross the threshold into a non-controversial asset at this point. It is the culmination of modularity, and it is the culmination of the fact that we've fucked around and found out, because we've been printing so many different blockchains just so that we could sell tokens, that everyone else has figured it out as well, and now they're just making the tokens, and that's why we're stuck with all these meme coins.
Thanks. So let me shift now perspective a little bit to the user perspective. And Marcin, you touched a little bit on that when you were describing, okay, if we set up DeFi and decentralization may make it not so user friendly. So let me ask this to you first, so you can elaborate a little bit on that. So is Bitcoin DeFi less user friendly due to this focus on security and decentralization? And I think you already answered that this may be the case. But so how can developers then balance these principles with improving usability?
All right, so again, I have pretty strong opinions over there because we did look into various building blocks of Bitcoin, like what's actually possible, what's not. And my view is that the simpler primitives are going to thrive on Bitcoin itself because they are just simple. So you can, in fact, like utilize over there. But anything that is more sophisticated, like, lending or some more sophisticated logic brackets, they are going to be run on alternative systems. In terms of like user experience, to me, one of the big things over here is the gas. So anything that is happening on Bitcoin costs a hell lot of gas, especially when it comes to compute or any kind of like more difficult operation. So many of those systems are not going to be targeted for regular users that are having like 1 Bitcoin or 2 Bitcoin. Those are like for whales. If you are holding, I don't know, 10,000 Bitcoin or 100,000 Bitcoin, then of course like paying, I don't know, $3,000 for a transaction is marginal for you because you have like a hell lot of assets. And then for you, the risk of bridging to another chain is more important. So I would compare it a bit more to like managing like a fund or something like this in traditional finance. And I believe people who are building natively on Bitcoin should also watch very carefully like TradFi fund managers and like some of the practices over there. Do not replicate the bad ones because there are a lot of really bad behaviors, but do replicate the things that are already working, like in terms of like security and approach to how the assets are held and managed in general.
I see. Thanks. Jess, what's your perspective on this from the perspective of Garden Finance?
Yeah, I think, well, firstly, I'd encourage everyone to try out the user experience on Garden Finance to move your Bitcoin to an EVM or SVM chain and vice versa, and let me know if you think that's less user-friendly than some of the other DeFi apps today. But to answer your question, I think it really depends how you define user experience and user-friendliness, because a lot of people, when you think of user-friendly experience, you think of like transactions per second, or you think of like the cost to interact with the chain. Whereas like, to me, I feel like the worst possible user experience you can have when using an application is losing your funds. So like, the most important aspect of user experience is actually security and decentralization, and knowing that when you're using an app, that you're actually gonna maintain your funds throughout the entire process. So I think with regards to security, Bitcoin clearly has the biggest advantage. And it's actually worth, maybe I can give a quick example just because we're running low on time. When we were building out Ren Bridge, there were actually a lot of other bridges out there. If you use Ren Bridge, you know it wasn't the best bridging experience. There were cheaper bridges out there, there were faster bridges out there. Time and time again, people would return to use Ren Bridge. And over time, we found, through talking to these users, that the reason they came back to Ren Bridge was because they knew that when interacting with the bridge, they were going to have full confidence that they would receive their funds on the other side. So like, although there were other applications out there that were cheaper or faster, security was the thing that people cared about most. And that's where Bitcoin does maintain the biggest advantage.
I see. Thank you. So one last question that I would like to ask before taking the introductory question is, so frequently one can see so that there are like Bitcoin maximalists, and like when it comes to ordinals, for example, that they are very critical of stuff like that is basically DeFi associated, and they are saying this is like spamming the chain, they don't want this, they only want like basically Bitcoin to be used for the pure original idea. So my question is, are Bitcoin maximalists an obstacle to Bitcoin DeFi growth? And so if so, how can the community address ideological resistance to innovation And Paul, so I would like to give this to you.
I think, I mean, it's, I somewhat see both sides. I think people who have been very local and vocal and people who you would maybe call Bitcoin maximalists, I think have done a lot for Bitcoin and will kind of continue to do so. I think the entire debate around like, do we want ordinals on Bitcoin? Do we think this is a scam? Do we want BRC20s? I think all of that is very ideological, and I happen to kind of be very kind of firmly on the, look, you're building something that is completely permissionless and people can like use it in any way they kind of think that users will value it, and like why would you have an issue with that? Like the core principle of like it's permissionless is people can build whatever they want, and you may not like it, but like that's kind of the core purpose of having these systems, and so it's always it's somewhat logically inconsistent to kind of be too openly against kind of something being built on something that is meant to be very, very permissionless, and so I think that's kind of the balance you have to strike there. And I think it is a credible kind of solution to long-term security budget issues, and so I think anyone in Bitcoin should be cheering for just more things to be built on Bitcoin and more experiments to be run, and just kind of more activity is good for everyone basically, especially long-term, and so. As someone who holds Bitcoin, is a big fan of Bitcoin, I'm very in favor of like lots of sharp people getting together, trying different things, and then doing that, if possible, on Bitcoin.
All right, thank you very much. So we are coming to the end of this panel. So those were very interesting discussions, and I have a very positive outlook on DeFi, on Bitcoin in general. So thank you for having participated in this panel. Also, thank you for having joined. I wish everyone a nice afternoon.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We'll be back with the next panel discussion in 10 minutes. DePIN, how crypto is coming to the real world. Please welcome our moderator and their guests.
All right, hey everybody, thanks for being here. I'm really looking forward to this panel. DePIN, if you're familiar at all, there's a really interesting Venn diagram, I think, a kind of nebulous connection between DePIN and the rest of crypto, and I think the panelists we have are going to be able to speak to that. There's some overlap, there's lots of differences, so I want to start off by asking you all to introduce yourselves, but I want to ask you to do it in a two-part system. So first, since we're talking about bringing crypto to the real world, I want you to introduce the problem your project is trying to solve. And second, I want you to talk about how, whether it's blockchain technology or tokens or the culture around crypto, really helps you tackle that problem. So let's start with you, Alex.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. I'm with a project called Demo, and we're building a decentralized connectivity platform for vehicles. So the automotive industry, which is the largest category of IoT devices by 5x, the automotive industry has a lot of the same problems that the traditional financial world has with respect to walled gardens, siloed information, data transportability, data ownership, and we've created an open source platform that solves all of those problems for the industry. So now automakers, insurance companies, AI developers, really anyone that needs access to data from cars, and there's trillion-dollar industries that depend on this, all of those developers can come to a single platform and get first-party permissioned data very easily from users and drivers. We see this as really a coordination problem, which is what crypto, to the second part of your question, what crypto is great at solving. We can create a coordination layer, a consensus layer, and a protocol that allows any developer in the world to contribute to solving these issues in the automotive space.
Awesome.
Cool.
Daniel, let's go ahead.
Hey, I'm Dan. I'm from Aether. We're building a decentralized cloud infrastructure. Fundamentally, we're trying to solve the centralized cloud infrastructure issues and bottlenecks in some cloud adoption, and helping increase the utilization rate and access to specifically latency-sensitive, real-time compute use cases around the world. And we specifically integrate only the elements of blockchain technology that solve some of these friction pain points, namely utilizing a distributed hardware network and token incentivized model to kind of overcome the first mover problem set when it comes to building out large-scale infrastructure networks.
Hi, so I'm Evan. I run BD at Cadena, which is a proof-of-work Layer 1 blockchain. But I'm here today to talk about Crank, which is one of the best DePIN projects built on Cadena. That's Crank with 2 Ks, by the way. And they're an IoT platform, mostly focused on smart sensors, GPS trackers. I just talked to Peter, their founder, the other day. I think their long-term vision is to partner with smart cities and help with parking, traffic, security. They launched about 2 years ago, have almost 14,000 users, do about 3 million transactions a month. And surprisingly enough, they're making serious amounts of revenue, which in crypto is pretty novel sometimes. So yeah, go ahead, Yannick.
Hi, I'm Yannick. I'm from Archium, and with Archium we are building the encrypted supercomputer. And what that allows for is for any kind of computation to be executed in a fully encrypted way, protecting all data, all that is being processed within such a computation. And that's very important because by default, distributed decentralized networks function as public ledgers with everything being transparent. And especially in the context of DePIN and AI and finance, there's a lot of sensitive data that has to be protected. But I think it even goes beyond just protecting data and allowing for efficient protection of data. It goes so far that we want to enable more powerful use cases by having trustless, confidential computing, by allowing computations to be executed in this black box kind of way, where people can access our network from an on-chain or off-chain environment and just send in encrypted data and have that data be processed and build more powerful applications. And what we did just recently is we acquired our largest Web2 competitor who've been building confidential AI for defense, healthcare, and TradFi. And we are merging that into Archium and providing that for the decentralized world to access confidential computing for all different kinds of use cases.
Awesome. So we're here to talk about DePIN, if you're not aware, decentralized physical infrastructure networks. And like I said, I think all the projects up here can speak to different aspects of that acronym, different aspects of the field in different ways. So I want to start with you, Alex. When it comes to physical infrastructure, we get that the cars are the main component of that. But why is the decentralized network important for what DeMo is trying to achieve? What value does it unlock?
Yeah, I think that decentralization and to me, the open source quality of what we do here in the Web3 space kind of go hand in hand. And we believe that something as technology as important as connected vehicles needs to be have some foundational protocol that is open source. And one that allows you to solve a lot of the coordination problems where there's dozens of major automakers out there, there's thousands of developers that want to build these applications. You really need something that looks a lot more like what we have in the mobile phone world, where developers can just build their different applications for the auto and the mobility world by accessing the same data in a standardized way. Decentralization really comes into play where it's like the transportation and like automotive markets themselves are already decentralized. It's different in the US than it is in Canada, than it is in Europe. And you need people to have shared infrastructure that they can run in their localized markets to support insurance companies, car dealerships, marketplaces, AI companies, anyone who wants to access this data, but they need to do that locally. They want to do it in a permissioned way. So the decentralization piece really allows us to have a whole bunch of people all over the world run and support this network in an open source manner, and then localize the network for what they want to build in their market.
Yeah, and Daniel, I think you could speak to this as well. Like when it comes to Aether, which targets generally enterprise-grade GPUs, as opposed to something like Render Network or Akash, which you might have heard of, that targets more consumer grade. Like, talk to us about the elements of that infrastructure Like why, when you talked about using blockchain technology as a way to solve those coordination issues, what does that look like from a tech?
Yeah, well, generally because in centralized cloud infrastructure, specifically for like a high performance compute in gaming and AI inference use cases, it being centralized means the actual performance is degraded or suffers because of distance. It's farther away from the call to service and the point of service versus a distributed hardware network. So you have more nodes, more contributors. The overall distance between each point of service and call to service is shorter. Therefore, performance goes up, cost goes down, right? And fundamentally in our network, one thing that we've understood and discovered is that while everyone thinks there's this massive scarcity in GPUs, to some extent there is, but it's more regionally scarce. Right? There's a lot of regions where there's actually an abundance of H100, H200 high performance compute, and local services don't demand all that high-end GPU compute. And so we're able to help bridge the underutilized compute with demand on a global scale. And so what we do is the compute itself isn't really decentralized. It's a distributed hardware network that we're utilizing to aggregate resources from around the world, provide an incentive mechanism to coerce them to be a first mover before the demand network is fully built out yet, and then use the token incentive to then build a moat around cost, adoption, and speed of scale, which is really where a lot of our moat lies.
Right, and I think one thing lots of people will find interesting about DePIN or promote about DePIN is that the value seems to come in many ways from outside the crypto sector in opposition to maybe some DeFi protocols where you're still trying to target the same core degen audience. So for the both of you, you know, whoever wants to chime in, I would love to hear about your experience approaching more traditional businesses. How do you sell them on the crypto element of it? Is it something you say, this just helps us work in the back end, it's not something you worry about, or do you try to promote it as saying, this is why these decentralization, these DePIN concepts allow us to achieve what we're trying to achieve?
I would say like two parts about that I love to address. I tell this to everyone who's in DeFi and like comes up to me and is like, oh, I'm with something, we have 60 million in TVL. It's like, that's nothing. Like the auto loan market in the US is $1.5 trillion. Like the reason that there's like an industry around like loans and all these things is because we're loaning for like real use cases in the real world, and DeFi will continue to just be like a game of cards until we actually start to fund and build real applications and can actually fund real infrastructure and real like things in the real world. The other part of like, how do you sell, like I go to automotive conferences and like, it starts with a business problem. You know, it doesn't actually start with the technology at all. And so the automotive enterprises that we work with are usually trying to solve one of two things. One, they want to get access to some data so that they can build either new products or enhance existing products to like, make them more streamlined, make them better. Or two, they're trying to build novel experiences entirely. Like a bunch of companies we're working with are building AI agents that can answer intelligent questions about your car, maintenance requirements, insurance needs, all of these things. You can talk to an agent, but what does that agent need to actually do its job? It needs a data stream from the vehicle.
I think the addendum I'll add to that, which are really good points, is at the end of the day, it's a business model first for a lot of these real-world use cases. And in compute, most of our enterprise clients care about, again, two things. One is quality of service. Can you meet the SLAs as required by their live service that they're providing to customers around the world? That's the most important factor. And then secondly is price, cost. They're trying to create a pretty usually margin-thin live service, and they're trying to scale. If you can beat on cost, that's a huge attraction effect. Now, how the sausage is made, while there's always questions around that, we can abstract that away and basically meet on these two variables and exceed on these expectations on these two variables, and which is why, to date, most of our clients are Web 2 fiat-based enterprises, and we can see it continuing to be so for the next foreseeable future.
On the other end, I want to ask you, Evan, if a DePIN project were to come to you and say, we want to build on Cadena, how do you evaluate if it's a good fit? Or how do you evaluate whether a DePIN project like Crank has some kind of value to add?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we probably put our investor lens on a little bit and just look at the classic things like who is this founding team? Are they solving a real problem in the world? Does our blockchain and DePIN make sense for this, or could it be a Web 2 company? You know, do you need a token? Is there incentives here? So all of that stuff. But if they checked all those boxes, then part of our job at Cadena, being an L1, is putting the full power of our blockchain and our team behind them to support them and make sure the dev tooling is perfect and documentation and helping with marketing and announcements. Just being great partners, right? Because Cadena is going to succeed if we're a great place to build.
And Yannick, what's interesting about, I think, Archeum is that it's sort of more of the infrastructure side, allowing for confidential compute. So we were talking yesterday a bit about the Apple Intelligence approach with the secure enclaves. So do you want to repeat the analogy you used? Because I think that would help us understand what Archeum is bringing.
Yeah, definitely. So basically, confidential computing is being able to run these kind of black box computations, right? So imagine everyone in this room has sensitive healthcare data, and we collectively want to train some model on that healthcare data, but none of us is willing to share even a single bit of information of their highly sensitive data with each other. So that's the problem that confidential computing addresses. And there's different kind of technologies that can be employed to solve this problem. The technology that we are using at Archeum is so-called secure multi-party computation. So that's a fully cryptography and distributed systems-based approach to confidential computing. And yeah, Apple is doing Apple Intelligence. So basically, everything that happens on your phone gets plugged into some proprietary models owned by Apple and OpenAI. And Apple actually realized that there's actually a really big privacy concern by end users. They don't want their data to be exposed. And I think the advent of OpenAI and ChatGPT has made that issue more tangible, because in most cases, people don't realize that there's a lack of privacy. And so what Apple has been doing is they've been building dedicated hardware, and this kind of hardware, so-called trusted execution environments, in the past really has suffered from a myriad of exploits and vulnerabilities. And so what Apple made sure to communicate is that they physically guard their computers, right? So in order to have data privacy with Apple, you have to trust them that they are basically, I like to imagine there's guards with assault rifles guarding the hardware chips from the manufacturing plant to the data center. And so there's this immense physical security, which is fine when you have a bilateral contract with Apple, right? So there's regulation in place that keeps those players to some degree in place. But when we're talking about open, distributed, decentralized networks, something like that can't function, right? We want to build a way to process sensitive data, to process any kind of data in a confidential way without having to trust anyone. And so for us, this approach really has been to build out the cryptography, to do the research, and build this global encrypted supercomputer that can be used in this trustless way.
Awesome. I want to widen the scope a little bit, talk about the DeFi industry as a whole. So I was just wondering if anybody would like to chime in and shout out some other DePIN projects, rather, that you think are doing something interesting in the space.
Yeah, I mean, I got one. I used to be a sailboat captain back in the day, and weather is vital to your safety, to get where you want to go. And unbelievably, with all the technology we have now, we still only can predict the weather maybe 7 to 10 days out. So there's a startup called WeatherXM. I think they raised $7 million this spring from Lightspeed and Redbeard Ventures and whatnot. But basically now anyone can be a weatherman. You can have a device at your house. And so I think that's a classic example of a DePIN company that makes so much sense and it's way more accurate. You know, assuming you have the density in the area, it's way more accurate than what exists today in centralized companies. So yeah, WeatherXM, shout out for me.
I'm a big fan of what Daylight's building in the energy space. I think energy is interesting because it's already also, like the auto industry, somewhat decentralized. And so what you're then looking to do is how do you take an already decentralized industry and create interoperability and really rails to actually let these things talk, because it's decentralized, but there's no connectivity between the pieces. And what they're doing in the energy industry, I think is pretty awesome.
Big fan of OGs, relative OGs, Helium, just because I think the model proved out the viability of even owning some hardware and distributing into a mesh network to provide better coverage and services in a very real way. And you can see the steady adoption and growth of actual offloaded demand into the Helium network. And basically it shows the power of distributed masses and contributions of the whole, and the creative value and improvement in experience that you can get if a large enough population adopts in a concentrated manner some form of DePIN technology.
I'm a big fan of Pulse, which is a young new team. They also just raised a round, and they're building wearable longevity tech, so basically wristbands for the time being. And those wristbands then track all of your data, your sleep data, your activity data. And what's so interesting about the DePIN approach with this is that there can be an incentivization model, because there's actually valuable data being tracked, right? It's not just someone downloading a phone app and walking steps and getting some tokenized incentives for that, but instead it's really data that now with confidential computing can be aggregated, models can be trained, and there can really be this end-to-end incentivization model to be active, to gather data, which at the end of the day benefits everyone.
Is that where, like, if I'm super healthy, my health insurance bill is lower based off that data maybe, or?
Possibly in the future. I think, those insurers aren't as advanced and hip yet to use DePIN. But I think down the line, something like that can be possible. I don't know if that's something that, from a societal standpoint, we want. I don't know if insurance should function that way, because at the end of the day, I feel like then this model of everybody just pays and then you have this backup maybe doesn't work out. But I feel like it can make a lot of sense, because there's this immense amount of data that, and that's very similar to what you described with cars, right? There's this immense amount of data that basically right now sits in completely isolated data silos. It sits with different companies. You don't know what happens to that data, and you can't benefit from that data being collected. And by overcoming this isolation, by securely aggregating all of that data, it becomes possible to actually improve life.
Yeah, and that leads into a question I wanted to ask, especially the founders on stage, is we talked a bit about making the case to businesses when it comes to the value of the technology, but what have you learned from making the case to users? What are your biggest takeaways in getting people onboarded, and in which ways has tokens or crypto, the culture around crypto or the technology, like benefited that? I know yesterday you mentioned it was like adding fuel to the fire, Dan.
You want to go first? Because
sure.
The walled garden issue is particularly interesting.
Yeah, we obviously launched a token in part. There's a lot of other use cases for it around governance and things, but in part to incentivize users to join. And the calculus there is we need to get at least 100,000 cars connected, and we've done over that so far, but we need to get at least that number if we're going to open up some doors with real enterprises and show them that there's something valuable here. So, the crypto incentive was very much a way to kind of catalyze overcome the cold start problem. And then where we really need to get to is like, how do you get this outside of the crypto space? And we invested a ton of time and engineering resources this last year, implementing account abstraction, making sure that the wallet can be accessible and wallet interactions are accessible via passkeys. So we've invested a lot of that time where now we can onboard somebody who doesn't know or care about crypto, and like they can come and use this application and use the ecosystem in a way that hopefully is valuable to them, irrespective of the token component. So while it's a very useful way to overcome the cold start problem, I think over-indexing on the token side of things really just like makes you kick the can down the road on building a real business.
Yeah, I think to his point, going a little further, it's not necessarily abstracting the crypto element. It's just making the user experience frictionless, right? And because crypto can be daunting and it's a newer user experience, there needs to be some hand-holding and making sure the adoption curve is, or just the barriers of entry are kind of removed. And so that's one of the things that we're able to do with a lot of our enterprise clients is, they get anxious when you hear tokens and stuff, but then they're like, ooh, but subsidies? Or, okay, cool, they're interested, but how do you overcome some of these fears? And that's, you speak to them in their language and scenarios they're used to and on the values that they care about. And so similarly, we do abstract a lot of the Web3 aspects out of the equation. We're pretty clear on how it benefits and how it interacts, but then we make sure that they understand there's no change to how they need to adopt this infrastructure. In fact, the core infrastructure is just Web 2 like infrastructure. It's just cloud compute on high performance compute, H100s, H200s. Nothing changes. It's the financial services layer, the booking, the aggregation layer, which we solve for, and that's how we're able to bring them higher quality service at a lower price point.
So in our case, it's a bit different, right? Because we are not this DePIN that communicates to end users, hey, you should have privacy in your life, right? I think which even is a ridiculous claim. I feel like that's not a way to find adoption, and so and it's the same with crypto in general, right? Crypto didn't find the adoption it's at right now because it communicated the underlying values of owning your assets, right? There's this industry and there's this attention into this industry due to the financialization. So I think that's an important aspect, or has been an important aspect. For us, the users really are other DePIN projects, other networks, and even enterprise companies and governmental institutions. So I would say abstracting crypto is important for us. So Arcium on its own isn't a blockchain network. It's a computing network, right? It's different kind of nodes. Nodes from GPU networks can join Arcium, right? So it's this cryptographic layer, if you will, that forms a foundational layer for the internet, and it should be accessible from anywhere. And accessibility, I think, is key. So removing frictions. Removing the need to understand the technology besides the core value promises that we bring. And as our main users really are developers and companies, just making it as simple as possible, I would say. So just by adding a single line of code, I guess, as a developer, having confidentiality without having to learn any new paradigm, I think is key.
Zach, I'll just chime in too. I mean, in crypto a lot, we talk about UX and UI and onboarding difficulty, and with some DePIN projects, sometimes there's another layer where you have to order a hardware device and set it up, so there's some more technical friction. But a little shout out to Alex and Demo. I haven't signed up yet, but it's on my list. But it sounds like it's incredibly easy to do, right? Especially with newer cars, with APIs.
Yeah. I mean, like both the crypto side and for us, the like actual networking side has gotten a lot easier. And I think that is kind of like, if you take a step back and think about DePIN as a whole, like the world is filled with IoT devices, and something like 40 million households in the US have a smart home device. Most of us have a bunch of devices probably, and like, how do you create some network effects between all of these things and create further interoperability? Like, it really does require a protocol. It requires encryption. It requires a lot of pieces, but also just like seamless networking and ease of use. And that took a long time to achieve in the smart home world. And as you go to progressively other industries and introduce DePIN technology, it has all the same challenges.
One thing about the founders on stage is that you represent a variety of geographical locations. Some are based in New York, some are, like Yannick, are based in Europe. You're based in Singapore, I believe, Dan. So could you speak to the different challenges of setting up and building when it comes to the regulatory environment? And when it comes to DePIN, do you think it's important to explain to regulators, should DePIN be considered a separate sector when it comes to the rest of crypto, or should it be an offshoot?
I think that DePIN has gotten too big as a catch-all for really anything that's not DeFi or DeSci and a couple of the other things that we have labels for. And I do think that there's distinct categories. There are things in DePIN that are platforms and protocols, and there's things in DePIN that are just apps. And that's fine. Those are differences. There's more fungible and non-fungible DePIN projects. There is a wide variety and different ways to measure DePIN that I think will have to become broken out over time. I think that the real value to regulators in terms of what DePIN can do is to actually highlight how crypto and Web3 can have an impact on other industries and other facets that they care about. One thing that actually works really well in Demo's favor from a regulatory perspective is that in the US, things like right to repair laws, or in the EU, things like GDPR, are actually codifying the access that users should have to their vehicle data, explicitly calling out users must have access to vehicle data. This can't be taken away by automakers. And we can actually help make that easier for automakers, make that easier for users. And so there are, in some cases, outside of crypto and financial services, there are ways that regulatory winds are actually blowing in favor of decentralized technology.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the reverse. There's a lot of regulatory winds that are actually working against expansion of compute, particularly sensitive, high-performance compute. There's a lot of export restrictions to certain countries around the world on latest generation of GPU compute. What this means is, as a US citizen and having a large team in the US, there's a lot of geographies and potential clients that we simply can't serve. We can't allow the onboarding of compute and aggregated services in the specific regions for specific clients. So this does limit our ability to scale as effectively. This is also one of the reasons why we're maybe a bit different from you guys. We're a fully permissioned whitelist, not in closed source, not an open source service. It's because there's a lot of legislative security issues and legal ramifications of breaching some of those that we're highly concerned about. So in our case, it actually ends up working against us a little bit and holds us back from being able to bring our services, our value to a lot of potential clients in the world that would adopt our services.
Yeah. I mean, I would just say from a high level, the new administration in America has been very bullish for crypto. And people in positions of power have been in crypto for a long time. But I think for DePIN, specifically, it could help shape regulation, because for normies, when you talk about a Hive Mapper or Helium, it's a real world use case you can explain why it's valuable and why we need it. Whereas sometimes other crypto projects might be a little more, hard to understand for people that aren't like us in crypto, right? So DePIN could help shape regulation for crypto as a whole.
I liked your point, Alex, about GDPR and data protection laws. The way I think about it really is that in the future, the kind of infrastructure that we are building will allow those regulatory frameworks to become redundant, to become obsolete, because there's no trust issues anymore, because you don't have to trust each other anymore. I think that's this utopian future, I guess, to some degree, that we are building towards, where we can trust each other because we don't have to trust each other, because there's simply this infrastructure in place, right? That doesn't require me to make some contracts with other parties. It doesn't require me to sign some data processing agreement because there's actually no data processor anymore. There's no centralized data processor that has access to any of that data. So that's what I'm looking forward to. And on another note, what I've found interesting is that with this acquisition that we've done, that company has been doing Web 2 confidential computing with the same technology that we are using for more than 8 years. And they, for example, did some healthcare work with the European Union. And for these kinds of projects, they explicitly required this kind of technology. So that really makes me incredibly bullish on achieving this goal of overcoming the need for these kinds of regulatory frameworks.
I love that because that's really what the genesis of this was all about. Bitcoin was like, how do we build a system where we don't have to trust each other, and the proof is in the code. And that's one of the reasons that I got into this, was like, how do we take that principle and bring that to other industries where there are trust and consensus issues. And so those are the kinds of like applications and use cases where I think we can actually move crypto forward instead of more just like circular buying and selling and hype cycles.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that has always bothered me is I was born kind of on the cusp between millennials and Gen Z, and I feel like there's a bit of a defeatist attitude when it comes to big companies using our data, or in my experience, a company like LastPass gets hacked, exposing tons of sensitive data, and it feels like all we can really do is throw up our arms and say, well, that sucks. Moving on, and then these massive data breaches happen over and over when it comes to sensitive data. How do we change that paradigm and convince people that another future is possible, that their data is value and should be safeguarded better by these companies?
So, if I can chime in, I think that's interesting because what you described really is this traditional approach to data privacy and security, where you have data in REST, which is this encrypted data. LastPass stores your data in an encrypted way, but once the data has to be processed, traditionally you have to decrypt that data, and then there's some single point of failure where a hacker or some malicious party can access that data. That data can get leaked, right? And so by removing the need to actually decrypt the data, it can always remain in this secure encrypted state and can still be processed. I think that allows to overcome that. And I think it's pretty easy to communicate to people that this is the way to go. But the good thing really is that we don't have to communicate that to people. We can just communicate that to the entities, to the parties that process data, because everyone wants to use a more superior kind of data processing.
I also think it's a UX issue. You know, if most people, if you say, hey, you're going to own your data and manage your own data, they're like, ugh, like, I got enough to worry about. Like, I don't need to do that. But like, we're actually, probably everyone in this room is pretty familiar with managing at least one form of their data, which is probably their location data. Like, you know, you have permission to Google Maps, most likely, maybe some other mapping thing, to have access to your location. Now you have a great experience. You can navigate anywhere. I've been getting around Prague super easily. It's amazing. And there's probably a handful of other apps that you use that you said, hey, here's my location data. Maybe you've gone in and sometimes revoked your location data from some of those apps and you said, I'm not using this anymore. I don't want them to see where I'm going. And you probably have never thought about it that much because it was just easy. And it was easy to do, and you were getting value out the other side. And I think the promise of doing this with more data is, can you do it with more than just location? And I think the answer is yes. I think there's a lot of other data that we're touching either in our personal lives or IoT lives or whatever that is really valuable.
And how about when it comes to the piece of convincing users that forms of data have value that they might not be aware of?
It's just about giving them those new experiences and really like having developers like come and show that. Because honestly, like it's hard for any one of us like to actually showcase all of those applications alone. It's the same way you have an app store on your phone and you can go and find all these cool use cases. That should exist for almost every single one of these industries that we're talking about. Like users just kind of need to discover that organically through those products.
Cool. Dan, I wanted to talk to you a bit. If anybody was at the AI panel earlier today, they talked a bit about some of the VCs on stage were saying they thought latency and sensitive workloads were the most likely to come out of the AI crypto kind of overlap. But when it comes to gaming, obviously that's a very latency sensitive workload. So what are the challenges when it comes to that kind of infrastructure problem?
Yeah, I mean, at the core of the problem is it's a real-time interactive, like two-way single pipeline, right? And it's like cooking on the fly rather than ordering takeout. You're constantly adjusting and taking input and adapting to that. On the AI side, it's increasingly complex because, you know, if you're talking to an AI agent and it's being fully rendered in real time in front of you, both video and text, the type of compute necessary to support this is just really, really intense, right? And this is something that currently, the way that hyperscalers are set up, it's not meant to be cost effective, right? The most effective manner is very small aggregated clusters of nodes specifically dedicated as providing these inference services in small communities and regions. But that's just not how centralized infrastructure has been built, and so you run into this issue of currently there's no major at-scale AI service, arguably maybe OpenAI or ChatGPT, but there's certainly no other consumer-facing service. And to bring one to market and to scale, right now it's just cost prohibitive, which is why most VCs in Silicon Valley, when they're investing in some of the top AI projects these days, they're all investing in compute. Because, I mean, I think compute is like 70% of OpenAI's yearly burn, and that's not going to change anytime soon. You see most of these large hyperscalers start to move their data centers right next to nuclear power plants because it's a scarce resource between the energy and the compute. I don't think that's going to go away, and I think why we're so bullish on this is this issue is going to become more complex and more magnified, and for us to increase the overall utilization and efficiency of existing compute in the ecosystem is our top priority.
All right, we're coming up on time. I just would love to get one sentence from everybody as builders, advice for other builders looking to start projects in this vast nebulous DePIN space.
Focus is everything. I think when you're an entrepreneur and when you're a founder and there's a million shiny objects, there's a lot of things to chase, and at the end of the day, are you building a product that somebody's going to pay for? Like, it always comes back to that very simple question.
Yeah, for us, it's user experience first. Figure out the hurdles and the friction points and how to overcome these for your core user audience, and that's your secret formula for go-to-market.
Yeah. Two things for me: make something people want, and come build on Cadena.
Yeah, for me it would be have a clear value proposition, right? Be certain of your own vision. You have to be able to very precisely communicate what you're solving for, what your vision is. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you all so much, and thank you for coming, and enjoy the rest of Emergence.
Thank you.
Our next Fireside Chat starts in just 10 minutes. Time for our next Fireside Chat. Please welcome Daniel Kuhn and his special guest, Matej of Trezor.
All right, so I'm sitting here with Matej of Trezor. I guess we could start on a positive note. Last week, you said was your most profitable week in business. Could you maybe talk about the trends along those lines?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, the Bitcoin price helps. Our sales have been historically coupled with the Bitcoin price, generally, besides some other events we can perhaps talk about. So yeah, as Bitcoin is pumping, our sales are pumping as well, and we've seen some all-time highs on our eShop, and all our channels. So it's been a good year for us, for sure. Of course, also seasonality, such as Black Friday, the coming Christmas, that helps as well. So it's been very good, very strong.
Yeah. So sales are obviously connected to Bitcoin's price. Does Trezor do any work to disconnect sales from the market cycles?
It's hard to disconnect it. Well, there are events that we didn't do, such as the crash of FTX, because that was one of the events that are not related to Bitcoin price, but still it was, I think, the kind of record sales for us, for the whole history of the company, which by the way is a clear sign of the need of self-custody, right? Because all the users coming from the FTX or kind of this panic around the crash caused basically people realizing self-custody makes sense, and that's why not just us, all our competitors as well recorded kind of amazing sales during that period. But in terms of how we are kind of getting better at marketing, of course, I think we are arguably more professional, every day, every year, by basically doing better marketing, having great people in the company, growing the company quite significantly as well. So I don't think it ever is going to be decoupled, but I guess we can also talk about the cycles, whether there are going to be as how to say, huge differences between bulls and bears. But it probably kind of correlated in the future, anyway, the sales and the Bitcoin price.
You mentioned backstage that Trezor is profitable even during bear markets. Could you talk about how the market cycles affect that?
Yeah. So even though we are obviously much bigger company than we were when I joined. As an example, when I joined, I think 6 years ago, it was probably 30 of us. We are now much larger. And we actually recorded even some kind of loss during those early years. But now, even during the bear markets, when the company is way costlier, we are still in the green numbers, which is, again, kind of clear sign that there is a need for what we do, that we are probably not doing it poorly, but otherwise, or the opposite actually. So it's kind of obviously nice to see, right, that the product is doing well, and that there are more people coming to self-custody, basically.
Yeah. So you have a new device coming out. Do you have a sense of when it'll actually launch?
I cannot give you specifics because my marketing friends in the audience would kill me, but we will launch new device, let's say, next year. We are very excited about this. It's supposed to be the next flagship. It will be launched, let's say, in the more premium level, and it's very beautiful, and we are excited to kind of.
Well, what are the new features that it will provide?
That's the thing I cannot really tell, but let's say it will have some wireless technologies I would say as a general note on that topic.
Okay. Could you give me a status update on Tropic Square's open source chip?
Yeah. So this new device is actually supposed to feature the Tropic Square chip. That being said, there are still certain tests that needs to be done, etc. But we are planning to launch it basically next year. So that's the idea.
Okay. How closely does Trezor work with Tropic Square?
So we, maybe on a couple different levels, we sit in the same company.
Or maybe we could talk about the corporate hierarchy.
Okay, got it. So Trezor is part of a group of companies called Satoshi Labs, which actually hosts, let's say, 4 different companies, Trezor being the oldest one and arguably sort of the most mature in terms of the product development, etc. But there are other ones. You mentioned Tropic Square, so that's the open source secure element chip that we want to build and implement into Trezor products, but even other, let's say, competitors and other products in the world. Then there's Invity, who is an entity that sort of has the tagline of being a Bitcoin onboarding company on one side, doing a Bitcoin custody app where users can very easily start basically owning Bitcoin, DCA, etc. But also they implemented or are implementing features such as exchanges, buy, sell, again DCA, and Trezor Suite, which is the environment, the software environment of Trezor. And then there's a company called Vexel, which is kind of its tagline is sort of like a Tinder for Bitcoiners, and it's basically a place where you can exchange Bitcoin. You can basically meet with somebody and exchange Bitcoin for fiat or whatever else.
Cool. And does Trezor profits at all affect research and development at those other subsidiaries?
I think indirectly, in the sense that the success of Trezor being around for all those years have made it possible for the other companies to grow and the Satoshi Labs holding. But that being said, I think we are quite careful about not creating some fake, or how to say, to still have like this kind of free market environment between the companies. So they need to be successful on their own, right? So you don't want to just like how to say, like donate to certain efforts if there is no traction on the market, simply because that wouldn't be right from like a like a market perspective.
Trezor has grown remarkably since you took over as CEO two years ago. I think last year you said it had doubled the number of employees, and I think it doubled again this year. Will it continue to grow along that path?
I hope so, and I wish I could tell it was all my doing, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's it's Bitcoin, it's the need of self-custody, it's all the amazing people that we have in the company that I think we are seeing the success. By the way, all the bear market years are basically like a runway of preparations for us to hit it really big in the next bull, which we really worked quite hard to be able to serve all this demand in the bull market. So I think we are quite ready, stock-wise and and software-wise, etc. We have plans to even increase the company in size in the following years. But in general, we are a bit more conservative. I would just like remind that we are not funded. We are not VC funded. We are kind of bootstrapped in that sense. So we reinvest our own earnings into the innovation, into the growth of the company, etc. And as a result, we are not, I think, the company that would just like double in size in like 3 months in 1 quarter. We are just a bit more conservative. But that being said, we are still planning on doing more with more people.
Were you affected by the supply chain shock? During COVID?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, that was big for us as well. We had some solutions in place where we basically we were able to mitigate the crisis a little bit, which was nice. Well, actually quite a lot. So we are still able to sell, devices. But yeah, the whole market was impacted, and not just us. I mean, the whole consumer electronics space, right? Because simply the chips were not on the market.
Yeah. Do you have an understanding of where all of your supplies are sourced from?
Yeah, of course. So, so the hardware wallet is a consumer electronics thing, right? It's like a small device. It has the PCB, and there are various components on it, right? Like transistors, displays, etc. And those are sourced from all over the world, to be honest, right? There are some big companies that basically supply these to, again, even the big players. I mean, like Sony, for example, like the big consumer electronics brands. And we basically follow the same channels, the same process, to sort of acquire these components and then to manufacture it.
Yeah. After the next flagship wallet launches, will you continue to support version 1?
Yes. So actually, the Model 1 has been on the market for close to 11 years, if I'm not mistaken, or 10 or 11. And I think it's important to say that, like, as opposed to, because I said the consumer electronics word a couple times, and I think it's quite important to say that the hardware wallets are supposed to be like a long-term durable, in the sense that, like, you buy it, you put the private keys on, you create the wallet, and you want it to hold, right, like for a long time. So, and as such, our firmware gets updated all the time, and it's, we dedicate serious amount of resources into the proper maintenance, proper security of these. So as opposed to, if you buy probably like a smartphone and then you like toss it in 2 years, the life cycle of each of those hardware wallet models is actually much longer, and it's something that we kind of, it's specific, I think, for our industry specifically, but also we take quite seriously, right? So I bet there are, even in this room, some Trezor Model 1 users, right? A product that has been on the market for quite a bit.
Yeah. I had the same iPhone since 2015, up until a few months ago,
Nice.
and it completely stopped working.
Okay.
Will you continue to support like the first version of the wallet, like indefinitely?
Yeah, so there might be, that being, with all that I said, there might be some also limitations to, like technologies being really outdated, etc. So at some point, of course, we would probably, how to say, motivate users to transfer to the newer models. But again, so far we've been, supporting all the models that we have ever released.
How would you go about motivating users to swap?
How would I, sorry?
How would you motivate users to upgrade?
I think it's just basically a way of reminder that you can transfer, that you can start using, another hardware wallet. By the way, it's kind of important to say here that the core of the security is not just the hardware itself, but it's actually the backup. So when you create the private keys in the wallet, then you also need to create the backup. That's those 12, 20, 24 words, depending on the standard. And that you can basically, recover that backup through, actually not even just our hardware wallets, you can do it through our competitors as well, because kind of the cool fact that we are proud of, very, very proud of. And since all of you are here in Prague, it's actually been created by the founders of the company. This BIP 39 is called. It stands for Bitcoin Improvement Proposal number 39. And that standard is actually used by not just us, but our direct competitors, and even by a lot of software wallets. So arguably, there is probably dozens of millions of crypto users that are actually using this, which is kind of cool because then it's open source, and like we gave it to the world.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned backstage that your friend was hacked yesterday and basically lost all of his crypto. What are the most common security mistakes people make?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, just yesterday, just to repeat that story, a friend of mine mentioned that they had like a virus on their Microsoft computer, and all their software wallets were basically, like wiped out. All besides, of course, the hardware wallet, which was Trezor, which again, kind of warms the heart. That it makes sense to self-custody in a hardware wallet. But coming back to the question, the common mistakes I think would be, phishing in general is quite big because, as I mentioned, the standard, those words, if you make a digital copy or if you paste it in a website, the money is basically gone. Like somebody will steal it almost instantly. Those phishing attacks are quite common. And so that's where we advise our users really not to ever make any digital copies of those words and keep them offline.
Yeah. So your main competitor, Ledger, released a seed recovery service last year and had a remarkable amount of backlash. Do you have any thoughts about a service like that?
Yeah, so I guess when I mentioned there are some events on the market that are not related to Bitcoin price, and then our sales are doing well. So one was the FTX, the other one was, I think, the crash of the Silicon Valley Bank, so there was another one, and the third one was basically our competitors making, let's say, some rush announcements, and that created some backlash. So yeah, that we definitely saw it. There were people coming over to us. And yeah, maybe just to wrap up what the service is, so you can basically, it's like a shared service where you can send like a share of those private keys over the internet to a third-party entity, I think to the competitor, but also some third party. You have to KYC, which is kind of a first problem. And then you really don't own, you don't have the full ownership of this. So there are a couple of problems, or has been pointed out by these, let's say, unsatisfied customers, that even government through subpoena can get access to this. And it kind of defies the purpose of the pure self-custody as we see it as a company. So that's the main problem there.
Can pure self-custody ever go mainstream?
In some way, I think it does, like already. I mean, we could also talk about what mainstream exactly is, but because if I put some numbers on it, there are some, I think, 600 million crypto users as the kind of the total market, the total addressable market, from which I think around, let's say, 2% of those people have actually their coin self-custodied in a hardware wallet. So is that mainstream? Well, the number is not that big, but we are doing everything we can to move more people into cold storage. But also, of course, there is also self-custody in software wallets, right? But that's just not as secure. So if you put all those numbers together, I think we are kind of getting into mainstream. But if the question would be, if everybody will be ever in self-custody, I don't think so, right? Like that's kind of obvious because exchanges, software wallets, ETFs, and other kind of companies that are the intermediaries between you really owning the Bitcoin or other crypto and and the entity itself.
So about 70% of your clients basically just use Trezor to hold crypto in cold storage, never move it, and then the remaining 30% connect to external apps and stuff like that. Do you have any sense of what they're doing?
Yeah, correct. So our sort of data analytics says, because we have, by the way, like totally anonymous things, and you have to opt in to give us this consent to check just like some very basic trends in the apps, but that serve as a purpose to kind of improve our product. But we see that like let's say 70% of the traffic and the apps are mainly the case where you just like hodl long term. But also in Trezor Suite, the whole ecosystem, we have a lot of other features and services that our users can enjoy. Ethereum staking, you can exchange coins, and you can buy, sell, etc. Those things that I already mentioned. So there's still a lot you can do, but we are kind of adding more services, actually pushing quite hard on this for the future. And there we also connect like third-party wallets where we basically still hold the private keys in the hardware itself, but you can connect to software that is not us, that's not Trezor Suite, but for example MetaMask, right? So typically those users would go there because there is either coin or service that we don't support, and they would do it there as a rule of thumb.
How can consumers be sure that you're not keeping their private information?
Number one, we are open source. So if you can basically check everything that we do in software. And I know you might say, I guess it's a bit naive. How do I check if I'm not an engineer, right? But the point is, there is probably thousands of engineers that are actually looking and contributing even to our code. And those things would basically get out and would be known. So we are purposefully open source, so we can be basically proactively auditable at any time, right? So that's kind of the really important aspect of how we do things, because it's basically good for security, but also privacy, as you hinted.
But even in terms of like shipping addresses or.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there are a bunch of things that we ensure that like you remain in kind of anonymous or private in this world. And as an example, we delete all customer data after a purchase after like 90 days to make sure that we basically it's not nobody could kind of steal. We always say like the most sort of secure and private data you can have is the one you don't actually have, or it's the most safest from that perspective.
Yeah. So you became CEO 2 years ago. What has been the biggest challenge so far?
I think it's a good question. I guess like the growth of the company has certain challenges, but it's also a blessing in the way it's like quite honestly it's an amazing like personal experience for me as well, because I love also the culture of the company, and so it's super nice to see people grow, honestly. So it's awesome to see new products, because it's been a while since we released new things before, and now we are pushing quite hard on the hardware and the software innovation as well. And kind of by doing more and doing better in the business, we can also innovate more and reinvest all the earnings back into the company, which is awesome, because you basically like have like a bigger a field where you can play with all the cool stuff and with really cool people. So I would say, I mean, it's been a challenge, but also like very rewarding experience, quite honestly.
Yeah. Are the co-founders still involved in the company?
They still come to the office. I actually saw both of them in the office yesterday. So they are still involved in, let's say, strategic direction of the company. We also discuss with them, really important topics in terms of, the innovation, etc. I mean, there are still, how to say, like, in the best possible way, like nerds that like to get their hands dirty with certain topics, which is kind of cool. Because by the way, as I said, like they started this whole industry, right? So they have significant experience that they can kind of pass on us and on the teams. So yeah, they've still been involved.
So it's been 11 years since Trezor was founded. You guys are profitable. Are there any plans to go public?
Not really. I really don't see that happening. We are a privately owned company, and I think it will stay that way. Yeah, I think so.
That's fair enough. How much fun do we have? Okay. Is there anything that we should know about the crypto scene in Prague?
I think it's been doing very well in general. I mean, yeah, this conference is happening obviously, but there is also BTC Prague, like one of the biggest Bitcoin conferences in the world. So kind of the scene is booming there. I think they really had a lot of people, like 9,000 if I'm not mistaken. So arguably it's probably going to be even bigger, in the bull market. And yeah, and there are, Bitcoin companies basically. So it's not just us and not all the partners in the Satoshi Labs holding, but there is also Brains, the mining pool. There is General Bytes. I think they create the ATMs, and there are also other companies in the space. And yeah, so I think it's kind of like the mecca in the Europe for Bitcoin and crypto, which is kind of, I think quite cool. And apparently the politicians noticed as well, because we had some of them, I think, talking here yesterday and even today. So something's changing, apparently.
Yeah. Any general security tips for people to stay private, to stay safe?
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest one was as I mentioned, really make sure you store those private keys well, the backup in the right way, so no digital copies. Ideally, get even some products on the market. I mean, we sell them, but again, there are some competitors offers as well, like into some other formats than just paper. It can be metal or other formats, which is arguably good. We also, by the way, invented a format called, we now call it multi-share. It's a format, like technically speaking, where you basically create multiple shares of those private keys, and a certain threshold will allow you to recover those words. So that's definitely recommendable for, especially if you hold probably more or like big chunk of your total percentage of your assets. So those are some more of the sort of more advanced, though very easy to use, but more, let's say, advanced from security standpoint of view features that you could and you should probably consider.
So Bitcoin flew past 100,000 and has since crashed back down a little bit. Do you have any sense of how high it will run? Are you willing to make a comment like that?
I have no fucking idea. I don't really know. Nobody knows, I think. As a joke, I always repeat it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at some point, and probably even more, probably double of that. But yeah, I think it's obviously it's nice. Again, like it helps our company to innovate, to do better products, to serve more people, to distribute the products to places, such as retail as well, because we are now like retail channels, such as Best Buy, etc. So not sure where it ends, but also I don't think we like pay we pay like a huge attention to the price itself. Because even those like 6 years when I have been with the company, there was like this frenzy around 20 and then 40, and so I think we just should just stay calm in the sense and keep on doing what we are doing, because I think we are in it mainly because the aspects of Bitcoin and crypto, what it does for the world, and more the philosophical, economical, sociological like reasons as well. So I think that's why it's like cool to be in the space.
How do you decide what assets to support?
In general, we are fairly conservative, let's say. So we do some due diligence on what we add, but it's metrics such as trading volume, market cap, general like demand in the market through various metrics. But again, like we are a bit more, I think, conservative, not jumping on the next thing.
So no meme coins, no Doge.
Yeah, let's see. But we are adding more and more. Actually, our roadmap is full, and we are quite busy in that sense.
Cool. So in the last 30 seconds, maybe you could say the history of the name Trezor.
Oh yeah, so because I always forget, Trezor is not an English word. So Trezor in Czech, because we're a Czech company based here, is basically vault, like a physical stainless steel safe, right? So that's where it originated from.
All right. Well, thank you for the etymology, and thank you for talking.
Thanks for having me.
Our next panel discussion begins in 10 minutes. The challenges of building in crypto. Please welcome our moderator and their guests.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on the panel discussing the challenges of building in crypto. Hopefully you guys in the audience get some good alpha from our panelists here. Because obviously, as anybody knows, building any startup is challenging, but building one around a nascent technology in a new industry could be nearly impossible. But despite that, there seem to be new projects launched every day. And with that as our backdrop, I'll hand it over to our panelists here to give themselves a quick intro, and then we'll get into it. So Eric, please.
Hi, my name is Eric Vreeland, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer of Polyhedra Network. We are a zero-knowledge infrastructure company with our first product, ZK Bridge, which is a zero-knowledge secured interoperability protocol, Expander, which is the world's fastest prover, and Proof Cloud, which is a cloud proving platform.
Hey everyone, name's Ben Rodriguez. I'm a senior protocol specialist at Coinbase. I basically advise everything internally on product and protocol strategy, and I do that as well externally. So I've seen a lot of protocols, seen a lot of protocol launches and stuff like that, see how they fit into Coinbase's overall roadmap, and advise protocols on their design and stuff like that.
Hi everyone, I'm Andreas, Nicolos, CEO at Access Protocol. We're a content and services monetization platform that enables incentivized subscriptions via staking. We have over 260,000 active subscriptions across the ecosystem and 15 plus media partners, including the block.
Hi, I'm Alessandro, the founder of Brahma, and we have been building a crypto account kind of for the future, right? So we're trying to help people on board, execute on-chain, on different chains right now on the EVM, and we work with both individuals and professional teams on how they basically operate in crypto.
Great, thanks guys. With that, how about we start off with which each you see as the most unexpected challenge when building in crypto? Eric, you want to start?
Sure, I think a big challenge, but something that also makes the job very interesting and exciting is because it's a nascent industry, there are no playbooks for us to replicate. We're really kind of coming up with the strategies and testing them out and seeing if they work and iterating very quickly. I come from a Web 2 marketing background, and you try to get anyone in crypto to come to your website and fill out a form and give you their email, you're going to figure out very quickly that that doesn't work, and we need to come up with new strategies that do. So I think that's very challenging, but also very fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's everything, right? That's very challenging, right? As I said, it's a nation space, right? So, you have different angles that you need to think about, right? For example, if you're building a protocol, you have to think about, the technicals behind it, the security behind it, right? But then you're building that protocol, you have to make sure that, people can use it. So, everyday users, the user experience and all that stuff, right? And then if you're also building a protocol, you have to make sure that, in order for users to use it, you need a developer experience for developers to actually build on top of it. So that is developer tooling and all that stuff. Because this is such a nation space, everything is kind of being built while falling off a cliff, right? So that's when it's comes to challenging parts. It depends on what part of the life cycle you're in with your protocol. And right now we're seeing that in many user experience pushes or DevX pushes and stuff like that, right? So really does depend on that, but everything's hard.
Yeah, I'd say just your everyday decision making. The space moves so quickly that you can make a decision today that might open up a door right now. And in the future, if you haven't thought it through, it might actually close a door 1-2 years down the line. So I think making sure that you're thinking through and talking through both at a high level, but in the specific details of your decisions in architecture, that you're just making sure that you are on top of every single detail and making sure that you're thinking through where the space is moving in the next 1 to 2 years and considering how your application is going to develop in that time.
Yeah, so a mix of choosing strategically what to do and then accounting for the security angle, which is pretty much I guess the only industry that has, or one of the only industries that have this level of security surface, right? Most of the money in crypto on-chain is in smart contracts that are mostly open source, and therefore there's a layer of risk to everything you do. So in a startup, you want to prototype things fast, you want to get them to market and test them, and here in crypto you have a scattered audience for now, high security and risk, and therefore anything you plan will take some months to execute, as long as it has to have some smart contracts running behind. So that's a huge challenge in how you build a company normally, and you can test assumptions. You might start building on something that isn't relevant anymore in crypto with these quick attention cycles. If you just saw this year, we had restaking, Bitcoin L2s, we used to have GameFi end of last year, now nobody speaks of GameFi. Now meme coin became GameFi for onboarding. So as a builder, you think, hey, I'll try this thing in this sector, and that sector might be losing relevancy or gaining a lot by the time you build the product and audited it and tried to make it as secure as possible.
Really excellent points across the board. So Ben, as you as someone who kind of works with presumably a lot of protocols at Coinbase, I wanted to get your take on what maybe the most common pitfall you see for new protocols, or maybe even more established ones too.
I mean, the biggest thing is distribution, right? you can have like robust security, you can have a robust technical protocol, you can even have great tokenomics, you can have all of that stuff, right? It doesn't matter unless you could get into the hands of users, right? And that's where user experience and dev experience, but also just in general, like just discoverability of protocols, right? Like there are protocols literally for discoverability of protocols out there, right? Layer 3 comes to mind and stuff like that, right? The thing is, if you don't have anyone actually being able to use this protocol for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter what you've got. So if you don't have distribution, you've got nothing.
Excellent point. So switching gears a little bit, and maybe we'll start with you, Alessandro, on the other end of the panel. How big of a challenge is hiring and then maybe subsequently training new employees? To your point, people may not have crypto native experience, or do you guys maybe self-select out? You don't go for those type of people. I'd love to get your takes across the board, especially you guys who are running various projects and maybe Ben, your experience with some of the ones you've worked with.
Yeah, so one challenge is finding people that will fit this kind of space if they haven't been in it, which is like high-paced, 24/7. We're kind of one of the only financial market that runs 24/7, right, for now. And therefore, there's pretty much like no time off in which something could break. And in a traditional, even startup world, there are some ways to like get a briefer. In crypto, there isn't, correct? Like anything can happen on-chain at any time, especially if you have tokens or other things. We don't have a token yet, so that's an extra stress. So hiring for that and hiring for somebody that is able to accept cyclicality of a market, correct? Like we hired somebody from a quant researcher at our company that previously was working in a more traditional setup, one person in a bank, and really like them adapting to a market that can have price dumps of 50, 60% and then be very hard to reason with for 2 years from a financial perspective. It's hard. And then when there is a bull market, which you say, hey, things get easier, but then there's a lot of funds raising from all the companies. So you have like many new startups that raise a lot of funds and are looking for talented people that were trained by somebody. So you will get people trying to poach people from your team, or there's a lot of like there's a lot of financial incentives tied in this market, and there's fast paths to liquidity. There's a lot of things that don't exist in traditional markets. So we found it better to find people that are from outside of crypto and train them, which is super streamlined to do for engineers, I feel, but not for marketers and BD. So I think marketing and BD are still the things that very few people in crypto are great about, distribution, and therefore finding them and retaining them, and that is like the hardest thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Great point.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Marketing and BD, you need them coming in and hitting the ground running, and you can't really train someone on like relationships and the nuances of ecosystems. So that's something that is kind of an intangible skill that you develop over time in the space. So if you are hiring for that, immediately go find someone in the space that you know is proven to succeed in the space on that. But on like product and engineering, yeah, I've found we have all of our developers here in Czech Republic actually. And that's really been awesome. One, keeping them in like an area where they're kind of close by. They're not all in the same cities, but they can meet up whenever they need. There's some sort of feeling of co-location and team, so not completely distributed. But yeah, all of them have been really killer, and this is their first jobs within crypto. So that one thing that you realize is you're able to screen for kind of the intangibles of do they have the hard work, the grit, and the consistency to like tackle problems and endure like challenging times, like Alessandro mentioned. Any hires that we've had within crypto, obviously they weren't the right ones, but they didn't work for us. So there is one issue of like attention span of people that have been in the space for quite some time and opportunity sets. So I would say that if you are hiring someone from within crypto, make sure that you are like very familiar with them, have all your recommendations and referrals for them, or know them personally.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on like, the angle that we're talking about. I mean, I agree 100% with both of them, but, for example, I could talk from the Coinbase side trying to hire for like Coinbase and stuff like that, or I could talk from like a maybe protocol side, right? So there's a story this year, from a few years ago where there was like this zero knowledge protocol. I'm not going to name them. And they focused everything on being like zero knowledge and all that stuff, but like they just kind of forgot that they have to design the rest of the protocol. And like, it's like you need to have like almost like unicorns in a way when you're like building out these protocols where like not only do they have maybe some level of like crypto knowledge in general, but they need like, knowledge across the stack, right? You can't just like, like hire one person for everything, especially if like you don't have runway when like after you've like raised and stuff like that, right? So like I had to advise them on like appropriate like protocol design in which like for example they could partner with Coinbase or other operators that may need to run their protocol and stuff like that, right? From a Coinbase perspective, right, like let's say we're trying to hire product managers or whatever it is, right? It's very hard that pool of like crypto native talent is actually quite small, right? And like sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out, right? So one of the things that I like help with internally actually, because I have a teaching background, is trying to get people more crypto native, right? So I have like like training programs and all that fun stuff that I've designed for that, and we can usually hire like really great talent and then try to get them like more crypto natives. Have been like working out fairly well, but then like it's always, if you're able to find someone who is crypto native that has like that background and like maybe like a product manager or an engineer and stuff like that, and they can learn very quickly, right? You need to scoop that person up, right? So
yeah, I think because there's so much breadth in crypto, what all of our companies are doing something different. It's going to be very hard for the skills that someone has, especially as a non-technical employee, for that to translate if they're working in DeFi, and then all of a sudden that's not necessarily going to translate to the zero knowledge space. So I think it's important to find people that can think strategically, that can think creatively, that have proven that they're problem solvers, finding these people that have experience working at startups because the strategies are going to change significantly over time, and then building out a good training program, hosting consistent like lunch and learns and programs for these people who are eager to obviously work in crypto, to get them up to speed as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. And yeah, those who are looking for help with those problems may want to stick around for Larry's announcement later tonight. But moving into something we were actually chatting about a bit backstage, rather, is David Sachs being the newly named Trezor. Obviously, this space, we talk a lot about regulatory clarity and that type of thing. Given that kind of announcement, and obviously just regulatory clarity growing internationally as well, what do you think? Do you think choosing which region to operate in will be less of a challenge moving forward?
So as someone who lives in the U.S., I'm excited about the direction we're going. I'm excited for more clarity. I think that we're a distributed workforce, so we kind of hire from everywhere, but I think that there has been hesitation from some companies to have employees in the U.S., and so I think that will probably change. There probably may be a movement towards, a little bit more co-location, and maybe some of those companies will be headquartered, more of them will be headquartered in the U.S. So I think this is a move in the right direction, and I think companies will continue to try to go where they can to find talent because the pool is so small, but this will open up that talent pool hopefully more.
Yeah, no, I think it's, we'll see what happens, like, in the U.S., like, after, January 20th, the inauguration, seeing, like, any promises that are made or, like, in terms of, like, actual regulatory clarity. I think but the thing is, like, I think people need to realize as well, at least from the U.S. perspective, right, New York, which is where I'm from, right, we have some of the most draconian laws on crypto, yet even throughout like the pandemic and throughout like the past couple of years, there was just still continuous influx of talent, crypto talent into New York, even with these like weird regulations and stuff like that, right? So like, I believe that there's going to be, and this is very, American centric here. I think like, it's just going to be an even more influx into places like New York or maybe SF and stuff like that for crypto talent, especially with like regulatory clarity, because I can't even use my own, at Coinbase, I can't even use my own goddamn product, CBBTC. Like, 49 states, and I cannot, like, buy BTC and, like, send it immediately to like, Base and stuff like that and wrap it. I can't do that in New York, right? But, like, somehow still, like, New York is, like, one of, like, the central hubs in there. So, like, I think, we're going to start seeing, like, plays for, like, talent to, like, move to, like, New York and stuff like that. But also, like, in general, like, I think there's, like, things have been opening up more where people are like more and more thinking about, especially, Bitcoin hit 6 figures this past week, right? Like, has it hit 6 figures yet again? No, right? But like, I think people are starting to like think more about it, think more about like, what are the ramifications and the, the aspects of like crypto that can be adopted like, across the world and stuff like that, right? So. Are you checking?
99, still 99. We're not there.
Yeah, I think the world is just, and again, I'm an American living in London, so I have an opinion about America. Obviously, I don't live there for a reason right now, but it's super exciting to see America back in the fold. I think the world is a better place if America is embracing technology. But with that said, like the talent pool globally for crypto and for teams globally, like the distribution is like pretty insane. I don't know if there is any other industry where you just have so many distributed industry leaders in so many countries across the world. So while I would say it's amazing that America's back, and I would definitely recommend, like, if you have and can hire in America, get someone in New York. Having boots on the ground in New York is like massive impact, especially on the BD side. Like there are so many teams there meeting up every single day, and that just really pushes your team's visibility and actions forward. So while I do think you can succeed anywhere, and we've already seen that, but get some boots in there if you can, and if not, make sure that you're going as often as possible.
As the only European, apparently, I should be bullish Europe, but I cannot be bullish Europe right now. When US was experiencing the crackdowns and the issues that we had over the last year, New York was still one of the places where people were converging. Funnily enough, right, with the risks there are as a founder at a company to be at least present there. And Europe was getting more clear with MiCA regulation and a few steps that were looking like the right direction. But in the way Europe works, without getting political, it is too slow to congregate to a decision and make something out of it. And US is proving again that just one big political shift and whatever other factors that align can move things faster. So there's a lot of people I know in crypto that are like, oh, I'm moving back to New York, or one of our investors, oh, I'll be once a month, 1 week per month in New York, and he's based in Amsterdam. And I'm like, why? And the reason is clear. The talent is there, and so on. And yeah, the question was about how do you choose regulation in this time? And as a founder, anything that is in the financial domain has always been regulated, and there are costs involved. And the problem in crypto was that you think, maybe I'll base the setup in Switzerland or somewhere else, but things in many jurisdictions have been changing so fast. And so you pay a lot of money in traditional finance, you set up in Switzerland or the US or wherever, and then you know that for the next 20 years, the variables are very little. The incremental costs are little. In crypto, it's been like, oh, you choose Europe, and things can change fairly quickly, and or the US, or look at Hong Kong, for example, and how quick it has changed as well with some influences. So you pay money, you plan things. As a builder, you spend the money you raised, and then it can all get turned around very quickly in a bad situation. So that's why clarity would be great to have, so you know what you can and cannot do based on your business model. And right now, it's all a question mark always.
Absolutely. Yeah, so moving into kind of a funner topic, and definitely one, as you mentioned earlier, Alessandro, is definitely a recent trend. But there's this idea, and I've seen it on crypto Twitter, the growing number of meme coin projects maybe dissuade some of the more serious builders. So with that, Alessandro, since you noted the trend, maybe you want to start us off. Do you buy into that? Do you think that's legitimate, or love to get your guys' takes across the board?
So if there weren't meme coins, there would be something else that would kind of funnel the short-term attention of people into crypto, correct? And it has been different things in the past cycles. If you look at ICOs, they were not as fast-moving as meme coins because they couldn't be deployed on Pump.Fun in 5 minutes. They required some assembling of resources, but there were so many ICOs, and there were, I don't know, probably 1,000 ICO at least over 2017 primarily, and it was similar, attracting the short-term attention of people in crypto. The most important thing is that people that get burnt in ICOs or trying CDFI, things that happen through CDFI application and companies that burn people, then people get burnt for usually some years, and they don't want to touch crypto again. So the most important thing is that people have fun, they come to speculate with whatever, and at the end, at least this time, they are trying DeFi. Because when you use Pump.Fun or whatever you buy a meme coin, you're actually buying it on DeFi rails. Some conditions are set in a smart contract, like vesting amount that you can buy, trades. So at least like this is happening on DeFi rails. ICOs and CDeFi was happening off DeFi rails. Like it was not on chain, it was all off chain primarily. And
good point.
I think anyone upset about meme coins is just kind of coping, and like they should really focus on just building a better product. At the end of the day, like people are using them because they want to gamble, and like crypto's permissionless, and people like to make money. So at the end of the day, like let them do what they're going to do. It sucks that there's scams, and it should be like buyer beware here. But to your point, Alessandro, like people are now using crypto. I think it was Jason Yanowitz I heard mention, like back in the day, maybe last cycle, only like 20% of the people on his team were actually like on chain, and they would try to like host these different like learning sessions and get people to download MetaMask or Phantom even as early as back then. But now everyone's at least like using Phantom and engaging on chain in some way, shape, or form, and they're talking about it more. And it just shows that like at least the user experience has improved from this cycle or last cycle to this cycle. So like overall, like yes, there's so many bad things about meme coins, but at the end of the day, like it's an attention game, and these meme coins are taking people's attention, and it's the best gambling machine and casino in the space right now. So it's going to be hard to compete with, but hopefully it drives people to build better products.
Yeah, I usually am the one on the panel that, like, has the take that meme coins are just, you're coping if you don't like them. I'm glad that I have someone that agrees with me here, right? Because I think, like, we care about, so there's a few things here, right? We care about usage. We want people to actually use crypto, right? And I think one thing that I say to people, right, especially when I try to, like, write these training programs at Coinbase or just, like, teach people about crypto, is that we talk about, like, user experience. And let's say just like you use Uniswap or Aerodrome or whatever it is, right? Swapping and providing liquidity, right? Like after you have your wallet, like that experience is quite simple. Like providing liquidity onto like a DEX or something like that is like 2 clicks and you're done, right? But the problem with that is that anyone using that, like, that's may not know about like AMMs or anything like that, will just be like, well, what did I just do? Right? I just did 2 clicks and I have it, but I'm not entirely sure what I did, right? With meme coins, like one of the reasons it's gotten like so like, crazed is that like, it's like, what's the due diligence? What's the DD on it? That's funny. I'm gonna just buy that, right? That's the due diligence, right? As opposed to like, for example, and I love eigenlayer and stuff like that, but like, intersubjective work token, right? Like, who's gonna research that, right? They're like, oh, points? I'll do points, stuff like that, right? So it's an attention thing, right? So like, the big thing around is that like, this is gonna, like, if it's not meme coins, it's gonna be something else that captures attention. We're all degenerates, right? Like, that's just the reality of the situation. But like, in the end, if we wanna get users to like use like real apps and stuff like that, we need to make them just as tantalizing as like a meme coin, right? So, and that's just the reality. Like people, you can like, scream and moan all about this, like this is like nihilism or anything like that. But that's just the reality. And like, it's not like, it's just going to be a reality of our space as we continue going forward, right? So the best things that we can do is actually build better products.
Yeah, for a lot of these utility tokens, there's, that are launching earlier and earlier, there's not a lot more utility to them than there is to meme coins. So I think that there is something that, these projects that are trying to build something substantial could learn from the success of meme coins. The goal is to encourage people to invest, to bootstrap your protocol, and for what you're going to build in the future, and you need that attention. So there should be some element of like getting people excited, growing that cult, leaning into that people like memes and take advantage of that.
Yeah. Sorry to like cut in, but like one of the things that I think Coinbase and specifically Base has been doing very well is the concept of on-chain summer, right? Like, I don't know how many people have like done on-chain summer a little bit here, but like it's kind of fun, right? Make it fun to be on-chain, use things on-chain, discover like cool things, art, different protocols and stuff like that, right? We have to make it just as fun. Like meme coins are like, I know some of the maybe older guard or like some other people are like, oh, meme coins are just like nihilism and stuff, but in reality, a lot of them are just very fun, right? So.
Yeah, no, excellent points all around. It sounds like we're largely in agreement, I think, contrary to expectations. But, Eric, I guess given your kind of background working on a quote-unquote serious ZK project that's highly focused. Do you think do you get that sense? Do people seem intimidated, or do you think there's going to be maybe a reality where these things could kind of actually help each other in some ways?
Yeah, I think consumers don't really think about security. They expect things to behave as they expect, and they don't worry about it until it's too late. I think we are starting to see some projects really come to us because they recognize the advantages that we bring from a security perspective. I think security is difficult because it's hard to quantify for a protocol. How much value is at stake and how long a protocol has been around where that value has the opportunity to be exploited or stolen is really the only tangible way you can measure security, and it's very hard. Because the industry hasn't been around for very long, it's very hard to kind of quantify that. I think one other difficulty is when you talk to projects, security is important, but then when you dive deeper, cost is really the #1 priority because their objective is bringing on more new users, raising awareness, and cost is so important for that. So,
absolutely. So yeah, going into some more CT discussions, obviously there is a lot of kind of debate around, or at least I think recently I've seen a number of posts saying, how expensive it is to potentially build your own blockchain, do a new thing. And Alessandro, I'd like to start with you because I know your project is working on kind of integrating a number of blockchains together. So I'd love to get, your take on, this idea of, better to build new or choose another tech stack to build on top of, and then maybe, kind of your thought process for which chains you chose to integrate first. How did you approach that?
So building a chain was a very expensive endeavor before. Now it's starting to become much cheaper, and that's a good and a bad thing. And there's things like Conduit or Gelato or RAS, what they call it, to quickly and easily launch a chain with all of the services prepared for you and pay sort of a subscription to run a chain. And that's how most L2s are run today, right? Like the super chain, collective, and so on. So it did reduce the barrier a lot, but the problem is most of the chains that came out in the last year are very similar to each other, especially L2s, and they're not purpose-built for something. And we, specifically being a crypto account that people use to then get to chains and opportunities, it kind of, on a negative, it goes against what DeFi or crypto, like DeFi on-chain was meant to do, which is pool all the liquidity as deep as you can in one place and make it very competitive to swap there or access opportunities and protocols to build on top of each other. Now you have different chains, even if EVM. Then you have non-EVM chains, obviously, like Solana and alt VMs, like Move and so on chains. So it's getting challenging to put it all together. And that's why there is now the business of chain abstraction, which is fairly new, but it's meant to abstract away the chain from the consumer. So if the consumer shouldn't care about what chain they're on, similar to how whatever tech stack Facebook has when they scroll on it or Instagram, then we have to make sure that the chains talk to each other very well. And how do you choose a chain to start with if you're a builder? That's even harder, correct? We're just connecting chains, so we can say, okay, this will take us, I don't know, 1 week. This one will take us 1 month to integrate very well. But as a builder, it's even harder. Now you have to choose between, I don't know, like obviously mainnet, which has some merits to it, and there's Base, then there's upcoming chains that have a lot of hype and a lot of funding behind it. So it's a prediction for you as a founder. And if you choose non-EVM chains, it's a big positive because some are really big and have a great product market fit like Solana, but you're then a bit, it's harder to be able to expand to other chains. While on the EVM, it's almost like a carbon copy. So we choose to integrate based on DD, but the DD is like, where is there liquidity? Where are there applications that are interesting and people want to use? And it's honestly very tough to choose. Like you just have to go with what the users want to access. And sometimes it's counterintuitive. We think we should launch a chain and users talk about another chain. And sometimes you launch on a chain that you expect it to do great from an ecosystem perspective, and it doesn't. And it doesn't catch on. So,
in terms of like launching an application, I'm going to say what I said before, is you just have to build a good product first and foremost. That's like by far the most important thing. But like one, if you are like kind of grant chasing, I don't think it's going to work out. You really need to like deeply think about where you're going to deploy and have a deep understanding of what type of support your team needs, the distribution, as you just mentioned earlier, and a few other factors. And there's some good examples. I mean, people don't know this is, well, first and foremost, you only get a few like hits in shots on goal as a startup. And if something doesn't work out, you need to be able to pivot quickly and adjust your product accordingly. Pump.fun pivoted twice, and their last pivot was Pump.fun itself, but people don't realize and know that Pump.fun also enabled you to launch and deploy on Base. So the fact that they chose both Base and Solana, obviously one worked out, the other one didn't. So that's a perfect example of a product equal on two different chains, and one just completely not functioning for that team. And on Solana, it worked out because of a bunch of different things aligning, and perfect time, perfect moment, and meme coins kind of all hitting at the same time. So yeah, there is a lot of luck, but at the end of the day, you just need to build a killer product.
Yeah, I think it's just my head is too big for this thing. But like, agree over here 100%. And I think the big thing that I want to actually touch on is that like you have to do, you said you have to like do kind of like deep research and understanding of like what like stack to build on or anything like that, right? And like, that is problematic to me. Right, like there's this book that was like published like in 1998 or something like that. Like, Don't Make Me Think. Right, if I'm a builder and I want to like just build a solution, whatever it might be, right? I want to spend as minimal time as possible on like understanding the deep intricacies of the infrastructures and the VMs and all that stuff that I need to build upon. I just want to build my shit, right? Excuse my language, right? But like the thing is, like, and it's right, we're not at that point right now. We have like stuff with like chain abstraction, count abstraction, and like alternate VMs and all that fun stuff, right? Like, but we need to get to a better spot where like, builders can do their thing. And like at this point, what happens is that like, the pivots happen where it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna try like building on this stack. Oh, this didn't work out. I need to pivot to this stack. I need to pivot to that stack, right? Like, and that's a lot of like, resources being used on trying to figure out like what infrastructure I need to be on. Right, so like this goes back to what I was saying. Like depending upon where you are in your life cycle, right? Like DevX is important. It's like being able to build. Like we have the stuff like Conduit makes it a lot easier and stuff like that, right? It should be like seamless for builders to build like the product that they want to build, and we don't have to. There's going to be other types of builders that like will be focused on that infrastructure that makes it easier for application builders to like build on top of.
You go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so one of the things I thought was kind of interesting, this idea of crypto's cypherpunk ethos, do you think that's something that may be dissuading kind of mass adoption, or does it kind of go against builders who feel like they have to comply with that? Andreas, maybe we start with you, just kind of given your protocol's role in, making things more streamlined and easier.
Yeah, I think, the cypherpunk element of crypto is like ultimately what got me into crypto. And I wouldn't say that I'm a cypherpunk at all, but I thought the ethos was really attractive, and Bitcoin ultimately is what drew me into crypto in 2016, and Ethereum shortly after that. I think that the general world doesn't give a shit, and that's okay, because I think decentralization in the ethos of crypto is going to enable us to build the products that kind of blow them away in the future. They just may not know or care that it's because of decentralization. So when a lot of people are on TikTok, like, doing pump and dumps and going to school shortly after making 30K, I don't think that they know they traded on like a permissionless protocol. So at the end of the day, I do think crypto will eventually like lose that as it gets diluted. But it still exists within the products and services that people, and rails that people are engaging on. So it's a sad thing to see, and at the same time, I don't know that people like know or care or are scared of it at the same time.
The thing is, I got into crypto because of the idea of permissionless money, right? Like I grew up from a very underprivileged background. There was no capital going through my community and stuff like that. So like, the idea of being able to access like, like capital and be a part of the economy is like, was something that like really drew me to crypto. The thing is, right, like I think it, like, while the next like people, the next million to billion people, like more and more generations past will become less and less like kind of like crypto native and whatnot. We're just gonna be using applications on top of it, right? But as long as the layers that are being built right now, like that if they're permissionless and like because like we're on the internet, we're built on other protocols like TCP/IP and all that fun stuff. We don't care about that, right? We just use the products on top of it. As long as what we're building right now and like people that like get into it, like that build the infrastructure level things, well, continue to commit to building like unstoppable protocols, then it doesn't matter what people in the future are going to be doing on top of it, right? Because it's built on decentralized infrastructure, but they're just using it as if they were like using everyday lives, and that's what we want to do. We just us ourselves, we know what it's built on top of, and like we just need to commit to that, right now in this point in time.
I think that's a very important caveat because I think people use the term decentralized really loosely these days, and I think that we have in certain cases lost our way in terms of decentralization, in terms of permissionlessness, in terms of censorship resistance at the expense. I mean, we've lost those in order to fuel, improved performance and better efficiency. And so I think what you said is very important. I think that builders need to continue to keep that in mind, that it is important to maintain those principles that were a reason a lot of us came to this industry.
I think from a base layer perspective, it has to stay as decentralized as possible, correct? And keep that ethos. And I mean, Bitcoin is the best explanation of it, correct? And not straying from path. It also brings negatives, which is you want people to build stuff, you want people to have flexibility on how they design primitives. And so base layer super decentralized as much as we can, ethos, blockchains, and then protocols should stay on the decentralized side as much as possible, but that includes governance. And doing every change with governance makes you too slow to compete against who doesn't. And so that's why we went from DAOs to slowly less DAO-ish protocols. And for the users, I mean, that's what we work on, like making the user be self-custodial in the easiest way possible. There are ways to do it, but as Andreas said, people don't care. So you don't need to make them care, but you need to give them an easy way to at least not custody their private key with somebody, or have a redundancy, which can be done with multi-signatures and some other parts. So yeah, that's important. Give them option without making it feel too hard, like writing down a private key on a piece of paper and sending it giving to your grandparents and then having copies around. That's too much. That's too much to ask to people.
Well, excellent points. And I think with that, we're at time. So we'll end our conversation here. Thank you all for joining us today, and hope you all enjoyed. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Our final panel discussion will start in, yes, you guessed it, 10 minutes. Keeping funds safe while working with crypto. Please welcome our moderator and their guests.
All right. Welcome to your last panel of the day. Keeping funds safe in crypto, and we just lost the clock out here. Okay, good. We're off to a good start. Let me introduce myself real quick, and then I'll turn it over to our panelists. We got a nice, diverse panel for you here. I'm Patrick Jordan from M Group Strategic Communications. We're a PR firm, and as I like to say, I'm the least important person on the stage. So now,
Zia Talaya. He's not the least important person on stage because he takes care of our PR. I'm the other backup system for Zion. We are a walletless Cosmos L1. And that's pretty much it.
I'm Jeff Lungelhofer. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Coinbase. I'm responsible for all aspects of retail infrastructure, customer safety, as well as the safety of our L2 network base.
I'm Nicolos. I'm the founder of Chronicle, and Chronicle is the second largest Oracle protocol in TVL, securing over 13 billion across DeFi heavyweights like MakerDAO and Spark.
And I'm Simon, the founder of Chainflip. We're a cross-chain DEX. We do like native Bitcoin and ETH swaps, but I think it's fair in saying we're the largest decentralized custody protocol currently in production in terms of number of validators through threshold signature schemes.
Great. As one of our panelists noted before we came out here, security and safety has not exactly been a huge topic here this week. So we're going to make up for that over the next 35 minutes or so. We're going to attack this from several angles. I'm just going to kind of throw areas of keeping funds safe out, and whoever wants to jump in can jump in. I think we want to, from a certain extent, let's start from the builder on up. You know, how can builders and founders and whatnot keep funds safe and keep their users' funds safe as we look at this?
So on our side, we have all the builders that building with us, and we try to make sure that the way that they build their products and the way that they approach the users is very clear and transparent. So it's we always make sure that when they're approaching the builder or the interface part of the application is very clear to the user. And then on our side, we have to ensure that on the back end, all the code, everything it's safe. Obviously, we cannot make people not do stupid decisions. Unfortunately, we cannot take the stupidity out of the user, but we can dumb down the concept of the project so that they understand that they might be doing something stupid, but that's their decision and they're not tricked into doing something. But this is more on our side. I think from the rest of the panelists, they'll have a bit of a different view, because we just need to ensure that our builders build something safe for our users, and we obviously cater to the users, but we don't have a direct relationship at the end, because we're just an infrastructure layer for the projects.
Yeah, I'll jump in with, from Coinbase, we obviously have Base, our Optimism-based L2 network. So we have a huge number of builders on our L2. And if I had to just leave one little nugget with everybody, it would be when you publish a smart contract, when you push it out there, particularly if you're using a standard smart contract from, say, a Third Web or some other company, some third party out there, make sure you know who published that smart contract, who put it out there, and keep monitors on it. Understand if there's a vulnerability with that smart contract, and for the love of God, protect your keys, please. Don't lose them, keep them available, because if there's a vulnerability at any point, you may need to update that contract, you may need to overwrite it. So it's absolutely imperative that you maintain the ability to do that. We have seen, unfortunately, situations where we had vulnerabilities to smart contracts that were discovered, and unfortunately, we had an instance with a large company who, an intern, published that smart contract and published that NFT. And they had gone back to school and they didn't have the keys anymore. We actually had to exploit the smart contract with their permission to block people from going into an endless mint cycle. So, keep track of what you use, make sure it's secure, be ready to update it, and for the love of God, protect your keys and store them securely.
Anybody else want to jump in on that topic? Or?
I mean, I can, yeah.
Yeah, Simon, hop in.
Oh, go ahead. I think as a founder myself, and having gone through the whole, bridge hack season, I guess there was like a good 2 years where there was just constant exploitation of various things. But I think if you actually look into a lot of those things, people do get caught up on the smart contract exploits a lot, but I think as a builder, we all have critical infrastructure under our control that is really important to secure. I think really basic things like access control, like key management's an obvious one, but the more traditional things as well, like making sure your domain is secure, 2FA on all your accounts, making sure that your team actually has very well established internal security policies, an incident response framework, and all of these things, and you've actually sat down with your team, you've briefed everyone on what they need to do and what their responsibilities are, and having these seemingly very boring policies in place is actually really, really important, and is just as important as any of the other typical topics that get a lot of coverage. So yeah, for the builders out there, I'd recommend spending a lot more time on that than people have done in the past, because we've seen what the net result of that is.
Yeah. Absolutely, right? So as a user, right, you touched on this topic of like critical infrastructure, right? As a user, when you're using an application, right, say a DeFi application or an NFT, right, you don't necessarily know like all of these layers and layers of infrastructure that kind of sit behind it. Zooming in particularly, on the Oracle layer, right? And Oracle is kind of the Achilles heel for protocols that leverage them, right? So if you're a stablecoin or a lending protocol, right? If your Oracle prints a price of, $1 trillion, then, you can essentially rug, right, the assets of the protocol by just borrowing against this coin that's now valued at $1 trillion, right? Or if the Oracle reports a value of 0, now you can have like this DeFi protocol puke up and liquidate every single asset on its books, right? So, these are things that we have to take very, very seriously, right? And, and at Chronicle we do, but as builders, right, there are so many things to think about, right? Like you're trying to launch your application, you're trying to get traction, you're trying to, you're thinking about doing a token and trying to figure out the legal stuff behind that, right? They're trying to create a community, right? And rushing everything, right? And trying to do it as fast as you can, and it's so easy to have this false sense of comfort, right? By doing this false equivalence of, oh, well, this infra provider is the same as this one, right? Chainlink is the same as Chronicle, which is the same as Pyth, which is the same as Redstone, right? But they're not. They're all completely different, and builders need to, on behalf of their users, right, tackle these issues with like the utmost, serious diligence.
Excellent. When we first started discussing this topic a couple of weeks ago, as we planned for this, one of the areas that came to mind big time was more of a institutional side of things, and like treasury management, about keeping, custodial funds safe and whatnot. Where do you guys think about that?
I'll drop it to you.
That
would be a
funny. Coming to Coinbase, who'd have thought? So obviously, institutional side of our business is significant, and we take protection of funds extraordinarily seriously. And I want to be clear for all of our customers. So my team does manage our key management infrastructure, so key operations and key management, and I think it's critically important, particularly for large custodians like Coinbase, to keep a solid portion of your assets in cold wallets. We obviously have hot wallets because we do have customers who demand real-time transactional capabilities. We have to be able to transact in near real time, or that defeats one of the whole purposes of crypto. But at the same time, we're very selective and thoughtful about how we do asset storage on the cold side, and we have invested millions and millions of dollars in how we protect those cold keys. Obviously, I can't get into the details of it, and I'll tell you honestly, even I don't know all the people that maintain HSMs and other things that are required to do cold restores, the sweeping from cold to hot. But if you are running a DeFi protocol, anything where you have large quantities of assets, I would strongly encourage you to think through how can you maintain an appropriate cold storage infrastructure in a very secure way. The second thing is there are some really innovative protocols around MPC. Kind of redundant to say protocols around MPC, but that's okay. I have a team of folks in Israel predominantly that drive our MPC implementation. Some of the most brilliant people that I've ever worked with. They're actually a global team, but led out of Israel. And that's another great way to create consensus where you can give customers the ability to approve and halt transactions in real time if they choose to, by giving them an MPC shard, so that the customer themselves is part of the solution as it relates to keeping the asset secure. We can do the same thing for regulators and others if we need to. So building those kind of flexible controls is essential and really important to big institutional customers.
Simon, do you have any thoughts on?
Yeah, I think just in terms of treasury management, things have come so far in the last few years in terms of the tools available to everyone. I think if you're not doing treasury management or just custody of anything using something like Gnosis Safe, you are really putting yourself at much more risk than you need to be. Like having a team available to you and having those people being distributed is so effective, because if someone loses their keys, it's not a big deal. If someone gets, some malware on the computer or whatever, also not a big deal. It just really gives you a lot more flexibility in dealing with various situations and scenarios, and radically improves your security overall. And this doesn't just apply to managing funds, but also things like making governance actions on your protocol or upgrading your smart contract or whatever. I think if you're not using multi-factor authentication between different people and different devices, you're really doing yourself a disservice at this point.
Mm-hmm. But it's also been encouraging, I think, to see how things have developed over the years, right? We used to, going back to 2015, 16, 17, see exchanges get hacked all the time.
Yeah.
Right? Or even today, right? You see users' MetaMask get drained, or you get hijacked by some phishing site, right? But I think it's encouraging to see that both on the individual user side, right? Like leveraging a Gnosis safe. Like it used to be like you said, okay, just use a hardware wallet, right? But now I think it's evolved to like use a Gnosis safe and have like 2 hardware wallets that need to like confirm a transaction in your Gnosis safe. So I think we've made really great strides on the personal custody side, but then even on the exchange side, I think what you guys have done at Coinbase, right, where you have like an address whitelist, right? So even if someone gets into my Coinbase account, they can't even steal my funds because there's like a week-long delay or something before you can even like have add like a new address like to the whitelist that's like approved to withdraw assets to, right? Or add like a new bank account to withdraw assets to, right? Those seem like small things, but from a user security point of view are like really, really huge.
Can also be infuriating for users when they're like, wait, hold on, I have a delay? 10 minutes, are you kidding? And then,
Well, sure, but you don't get thanked by all the users who would have gotten rugged who didn't, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but no one thanks you for not being rugged. They just shame you.
That's the problem for all security people. Hey, we didn't get hacked today.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody says that.
Yeah, exactly. Having like a success day. No hacks today. Let's go.
We mentioned a lot about users in here. We've talked about builders, we've talked about institutional, but what about users keeping their funds safe? I mean, I know we have mostly not a retail audience out here per se, but still probably an important point of discussion.
I think for the users keeping their funds safe, even if we have all those tools available, and even if they're using, you still need them to not do stupid things, which that I would say is probably the hardest part. And I think for the past 10 years, we've been trying to teach people how to use wallets and use stuff, and we failed quite miserably. Like people are still struggling, they still make mistakes. So I think, and it's one of the things that we've been pushing really hard with our builders is, okay, you cannot teach them. There's a lot of people you cannot teach, so just make this like quite bulletproof. Because if you're expecting everyone to be smart about what they do with their money, you're gonna get octuas everywhere, left and right. So I don't think it's enough. So that's why like all the solutions need to be in place. But then you really need to make this the way that everything is presented to the user to be like dumb-proof. But it's tough. I think I don't see like an immediate solution to that. I think we just need to get them more involved in understanding the risk of what they're doing, and like keep on improving and getting more tools throughout, and making sure that the builders that are deploying on your chain, like for us too, I think it's important to make sure that we have the right builders that are not just there to rug, because people are easy targets still.
Yeah, so leading the trust and safety team at Coinbase can be tough at times. So we do have to deal with folks that have had unfortunately very bad days. Couple of tips that I would throw out right away. Simon, you mentioned several times like multi-factor authentication, like having good, strong authentication. For any of your financial accounts, use the absolute strongest form of MFA that you can. So at Coinbase, that would be a U2F token, a physical hardware token, a physical authentication token, YubiKey. There's a variety of different vendors you can choose from. That is by far the most effective control at making sure that your accounts don't get taken over. That's one thing. The second thing, and this is something not a lot of people think about, your primary email address. Think about how important that is in your personal financial and your personal life. Like that is an incredibly valuable piece of real estate. The Gmail address, whatever it is that you use, You need to have strong multi-factor on that. My Gmail address, I absolutely have a YubiKey that I have to use anytime I log into that, because that's the keys to the kingdom to a lot of financial services. And then the last PSA that I'll put out there is when you get a text that claims it's from the Coinbase security team, I assure you it is not. That is a lie. When somebody calls you and says we're from the Coinbase security team, it is also a lie. If that ever happens and Coinbase, Kraken, your bank, I don't care who it is, if somebody calls and says they're from a financial institution and they need to talk to you, thank you very much for notifying me, hang up the phone. Go put the website, coinbase.com or Kraken or whatever, into your browser. Don't search, because you'll get a bogus customer support number that somebody will have injected into Google. Don't search. Go directly to the website, pull your credit card out, look at the number on the back, call that number, and then say, hey, I got a call, want to make sure it's legitimate, and 9 times out of 10, you'll find out, 99 times out of 100, you'll find out it was not legitimate. So simple tips that if everybody did that, I'm here to tell you, if everybody did those 3 things, that would probably cut down 80 to 90% of the account takeovers that we see.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think social engineering is probably the greatest risk to users these days. I think that's backed up in the numbers now when you look at, how much is being lost to, of course there's rug pulls and we all like talking about that, but really, people just getting screwed over with, someone messaging them on Discord claiming to be someone doing some sort of OTC deal or something like that. There's some pretty sophisticated things you can do, and they're becoming increasingly targeted. So I think for users, I don't know there's a lot that we can do about that as builders specifically, but I think that is, now that we've sort of developed these tools to be able to regulate access a lot more effectively, that is sort of the next frontier of what we can sort of promote to help people avoid losing their funds. I think another thing though, as builders is, crypto can be quite difficult and people have a very tough time reading anything for some reason, which can lead them to sending money to where it shouldn't go or on a different network or something like that. And I think the more of those edge cases we can pick up and build into our products to be able to recover those funds and do that sort of thing, but also just prevent people from doing that in the first place through various means.
We have a word for that. It's called ape.
Yeah, exactly. It's a safe ape, aping.
And we glorify it, right? Like, this idea of, a degen or like I aped, right? Like this is glorified in a way of like, you are gambling, but you manage to come out on the other side, and that somehow makes it even more impressive, right? Like there's no one has ever done like a multi-sig transaction and then like goes on Twitter and said like, I just did a Gnosis safe transaction and I was safe. And then someone's like, good job, like go you, right? Like,
there's no glory in that, unfortunately.
There's no glory, yeah.
You should not be adrenaline junkies in crypto. This is not a good combination at all.
No.
Have you met your users?
I am well aware. I said shouldn't be. They weren't.
Simon, you mentioned social engineering. For those of us who've been in the tech space for a long time, have seen all kinds of scams and over the various things. How has social engineering really changed all of that to a certain extent from your traditional, the tax scams that we saw back in the day to now where we are? Anybody?
So, you said Simon, right?
I did say Simon.
I'm young. I'm the youngest person on this panel. I'm not equipped to answer that question. Why don't you ask Jeff?
Would we have to default back to Jeff here?
Oh boy, come back to me. Right. Well, look, I mean, social engineering, ironically, is not new. Like, I think probably from like in the cave, somebody like talked someone out of some wheat at some point, or the first wheel got stolen. Probably, like, there's nothing new about this. This is the oldest trick in the book. But certainly, when you have the confluence of money, of a financial instrument like crypto, which is worth a lot, and a lack of knowledge, of deep level knowledge in the consumer about what it is and how it operates and how to keep it safe, you have a fertile ground for people to be bamboozled. And so that's what you see. Unfortunately, we do see, I would say social engineering is unquestionably probably the number one issue that we see. The normal tactic, one of the most common tactics that we see at this point is text, call, going to a consumer and saying, hey, we have real concerns about about some transactions that we've seen. We need to secure your funds in a secure wallet. we're going to walk you through that process. Do you have about 30 minutes? And the customer's like, oh my gosh, yes, of course, I want to secure my funds. They walk them through the process of setting up a wallet. They give them a seed phrase. They give it to them. The person sets up a wallet, starts transferring assets in to their secure wallet that's being set up. And sometimes the customer will say, hey, you know, I have a ledger in my safe. Should I transfer those funds too? Of course, you should transfer those funds too. And you know, we all chuckle about that, but it happens, and people see huge losses because of things like that. So, you know, again, when someone calls you, hang up the phone. Please do not respond. It will save so much heartache and so much treasure for people.
And if I could add to that as well, I think if you look historically, I think something that most people in crypto probably don't think about is that, you know, social engineering isn't just the end goal doesn't necessarily have to be to get your funds right. So sometimes, especially now with the level of, there's a lot of state level actors operating in the space now. You know, we've all heard about North Korea and the level of activity that they're producing at the moment. But you know, that sort of, you know, statecraft level espionage has been going on for a long time. So sometimes social engineering can just be a means to gather information, which can then be later used, maybe not even to attack you specifically, but perhaps one of your colleagues or someone else in an organization, particularly if it's something like Coinbase. So, you know, I think asking yourself the question, you know, does this interaction make sense, is always a helpful heuristic for me anyway, to sort of check in with myself and see if whatever I'm doing right now even makes any logical sense, because that's often an indication that someone is trying to get something out of me. And that has stopped quite a few mishaps in my personal life, actually. And I don't work at Coinbase, so yeah.
So we've encountered this quite a bit when we are hiring new contributors. I don't want to call out North Korea specifically, but
go right ahead.
But we definitely had an issue with, you know, people of some kind of Asian origin interviewing for jobs, right? Refusing to turn on their cameras, presenting themselves as, oh, I'm Ukrainian, and you know, in our case, our head of engineering is Ukrainian, and started speaking Ukrainian to him, like, hey, where are you from, right? Like, clearly the guy did not speak a single word of Ukrainian. And this is just one example, right? And but the frequency with which this has happened and the amount of internal processes we've now had to have, right, with like candidates when they're interviewing, you know, holding up like a passport next to their face, right? And, you know, so we can kind of, you know, really personally identify them. It happens multiple times a month. And, you know, we're a small team of 20, right? So think of the value of us as a target, right? And then consider, you know, someone much bigger with many more assets like Coinbase. I can't imagine the amount of attack frequency that you guys experience.
Yeah,
right?
I can't share the numbers, but it is, I have a daily feed of attempts that we have. So the North Korean worker issue is real. If you are running any project that has any kind of assets, I guarantee you they are trying to infiltrate your workforce. It's not even a question. They absolutely are. So you already hit some really great tips. We've totally sidebarred here. So
yeah,
that's
no,
okay.
Don't worry about it.
But really great tips about making sure the cameras are on, doing some of that additional background checking. You know, if we've got, you know, candidates that are looking off screen for somebody who might be coaching them, we're training our hiring managers on all of those things to look for them. But it is a constant problem. So yeah, if you've got any of you have high value projects, you should really be on the lookout. Even if you don't, it's a win for these folks if they can just get a job and get payments, get money. That's a win for them. They're just moving money into the regime to fund, you know, to fund the activities that the regime is driving. So they don't have to necessarily steal from your project. Even just making a salary is a win for them. So it's a huge problem.
And if I can briefly add to that as well, I think it's quite scary that in crypto, maybe not so much recently, but you know, we created the glorious idea of the anon dev that just sort of can do whatever, and you know, staying anon is somehow okay. It's really not. Like there's really no reason why we should accept that these days with the level of security that we need to have around everything that we do. And I think we should all be incredibly suspicious of teams that insist on pursuing that level of anonymity, because I just really don't see why any honest actor would be interested in pursuing that.
Yeah, totally agree. We have that rule as well, especially when we have a lot of projects deploying on testnet, and then once we get that relationship with them, the deployment on mainnet, again, we need to keep our users safe, and we want to make sure that we have this relationship with them, and not only on hiring. We have a lot more layers that we have to interact, and there's always this anonymous sort of vibe. It's so cool, and it is cool until it's not. So we really make sure that if they want to keep that sort of vibe outside, it's fine, it's their own thing, but inside and the relationship with us needs to be way more transparent so that we're comfortable with it. And once we're not, we completely break that relationship, and I think it's the only way that we can sort of keep things safe on our side. And we, definitely not as much as you, but not for us, on our Discord is a hilarious amount of attempts, and we have every time that we onboard someone, it could be a project or us, someone from the team, there's a bunch of things that they need to understand and go through, just make sure that there's no way that someone can access any of their socials or anything, because at the end of the day for us, it's not even the funds. I think our funds, like most of you guys are pretty secure. It's not even if they get access to my accounts, they wouldn't be able to move much, but they could make people move funds on my behalf, and that's the scary part. And we're much more scared about someone take over my account and make other people do stuff than someone being able to get any of our funds or the treasury funds, because that would be impressive if they would manage to find a way, which I would say that it's pretty much impossible. But in social engineering, pretending to be one of the guys from the team, that is easier to do, and then you can go on easier targets and get those funds.
Anyone can be social engineered in the right circumstance. People who are like, oh, that could never happen to me. You are wrong. It could happen to you.
Exactly.
And so I think that's an important thing for everybody to keep in mind.
Exactly.
I love your awareness. It's it could happen to me.
Yeah, and you can, we've been around and we know ways to avoid it, but there's always a new way. Back in the day, it was not as easy. Nowadays, you can have AI to make a complete deep fake of you, and maybe not for your coworkers, but from one of your customers. If it's your face, oh, this guy, I trust this guy, so I'm going to do what he's saying. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that we need to be very careful about. And there will be some, and not even talking about all the quantum security risks moving forward, but there's a lot of stuff that is going to change, and we just need to keep on adapting and making sure that no one can harm anyone, even if it's through us. Yeah, and we completely derail the question. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So basically, what we're learning here today is Discord is not safe.
Yeah,
not as secure as you think. One area that we didn't really cover in terms of keeping funds safe or keeping funds secure is, and this gets back to a little bit of the treasury management side, is DAOs. I know, in our early discussions as a panel, I know Nicolos has some thoughts on this, so we'll start with him.
DApps? Any narrower scope here? All of them?
Yeah. Basically, how would a DAO? How should a DAO approach this?
A DAO.
Yes.
I thought you said a DApp.
No, DAO. Sorry.
A DAO.
Sorry. Sometimes my Boston accent gets away from me.
Okay, so I do actually think I can speak to this. I've worked in a DAO for probably more than most people on this planet for almost 7 years. So I was part of the early team of MakerDAO, which was a complete DAO from the beginning. We would wake up on a Sunday morning and have a meeting together, and you would present what work you got done that week, and then we would all have a vote together, and if you got a supermajority yes, that means you got paid. And if you didn't get a supermajority yes, then you did not get paid that week. Which was an interesting concept. No. So, no, I think with DAOs, right, especially as their treasuries have started to become very large, right, they've definitely become targets. And there's definitely a spectrum here, right, from just almost like people being lazy and just in general being parasites on DAO resources to, actually co-opting DAO funds, right? So I think some of the earliest examples of this have been like, coalitions in certain DAOs, right? Co-opting treasury funds, right? And then just draining the entire treasury, right? So I think that's been kind of like stepped up to an extent, right? We've seen, I don't want to call them out by name, but we've seen kind of factions within DAOs justify to the DAO why they need to have the treasury voting power delegated to them so they can iterate and do upgrades to the protocol more quickly, and then proceed to vote for generous budgets using the treasury delegated political power that they now have, to steal is a strong word, but to maybe overfund themselves, right? So I think it's kind of growing pains, right? With these DAOs, like you have to experience things like this before we kind of learn to set up the internal processes around those, right? We're almost like speed running corporations and the checks and balances that they have, right? But trying to reinvent them at lightning speed, right? Within the confines of like this DAO-like structure. I think like what Maker does is quite interesting now. So for example, if you are a team within the DAO working on some particular function or project or product, and you apply for budget, you don't get access to all of that budget at once. That budget is kind of streamed to you on a per block basis, right? And you can only claim, what has been accumulated, right? And so this allows a DAO to, for example, like commit capital to, get stuff done, right? But without taking the risk of just complete loss of that capital, because they can on a continuous basis be like, this team is not delivering, right? And cut off that budget, right? It's not just like send and spray and pray, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Great. I
could talk much more, but I'll leave it at that.
Well, as our time is running down, any last thoughts from you guys on the subject before we break, or anything I didn't cover that you think is important for people to know?
I think it's all covered now.
Somebody.
I'll reinforce the just don't respond to the text, people. Please, I'm begging you, don't do it. Please do not have a call with my trust and safety team. I never want to hear from you, any of you that way, and anybody who might be watching, ever. So again, just be aware of who you're dealing with, be aware of who you're talking to. And I don't care whether it's an employee that you're interviewing or whether somebody from the X company's security team who's calling you or texting you. Be aware, be professionally skeptical. That's what I tell people. Like, there's no reason to be a jerk. There's no reason to just, not be a good person. But at the same time, it's perfectly professional to say, hey, listen, I don't know who you are. Thanks for the call. I'm gonna hang up now and give the support number a call that I look up, or I'm gonna call my colleague that I think I'm gonna call you back if it's somebody, perhaps a deep fake, and you're concerned about that. I'm gonna give you a call back on your number. There's nothing wrong with doing that, and somebody who's security conscious will actually appreciate that. If the person says, wait, hold on, stop, don't do that. You're gonna lose funds if you hang up. Oh, now you really wanna hang up the phone. Hey, thanks, click, hang up. That right there will keep you safe most of the time.
Just to add on that, let's do a rule of thumb. Just ask a friend. Just ask a friend randomly. I got this text. What do you think? 99% of the time they'll tell you not to do anything, and exactly what Jeff said. So just ask a friend.
Yeah, and if somebody wants to be your friend suddenly online and they're texting with you and they seem like an interesting person, you enter into this online romance with somebody you've never met, I promise you they will not make money if you invest in whatever they're selling you. Pig butchering. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody here is likely to fall victim to that, but maybe somebody who's watching might. So just in the day of online relationships, just don't do it. Don't send them the money. I promise you're going to lose it.
I've got a final thought as well, which is, you know, when we talk about all this security stuff, all these different processes and things, I think, you know, I think maybe a reason why people don't do a lot of this stuff is because they feel like it's going to be a continuous burden. But I think in my experience, once you've set up the process, once you've set up the multi-sig, once you've got it in place, it's actually really low effort. So I would encourage everyone to actually sit and deal with these topics, especially now that all the numbers are going up. You know, the risk is getting higher. There's more to lose. So, you know, spend half a day reviewing your situation, and then you probably don't have to think about it again for a couple of years. It's really worthwhile.
Excellent. Let me throw in one thing that I'm sure the block will appreciate. If a reporter contacts you on LinkedIn or any kind of social media and says, for $1,000 I can get an article in about you, don't believe them. That is a very common scam from a PR perspective. So I'll just throw that out. I want to thank everybody for coming today, and thank all of you for joining us for the last panel of the day. And now that we have the clock back, we managed to land it right on time.
Perfect.
So thank you, everybody.
Thank you for joining us at Emergence. You've made this event something very special.